entering the unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Gathering of the Gods. In the waiting hall. Perhaps Su Yun's words aroused his interest. Lu Chaoyuan also followed him and glanced around furtively. A hint of gossip appeared on his face, and he whispered, "It is said that there are many bigwigs coming this time, and there are no less than 2-digit Nobel Prize winners, not just more than 10, and there are many people who have not won the Nobel Prize but are very famous, but because of this, all departments are very happy. For example, many universities in China are looking for people through connections, hoping to get a few qualifications to participate in the conference, and some even want to be in the first 3 rows. Even the host city was decided after several days of trouble, Rongcheng. If it weren't for Rongcheng's hard power, this job would have been snatched away by someone else." Su Yun also nodded with emotion. He was not very clear about the first point Lu Chaoyuan said. After all, he is not even a deputy senior official now. Whether it is going through the back door or asking for information, it is not his turn. But this matter is not difficult to understand. Just like the red carpet in Cannes, there are always people who want to show up for the sake of exposure. As for the second point, he heard Zhao Zhangguo vaguely mention it the day before yesterday. Although this press conference is a matter of the scientific research circle, it is actually a political feast for the host city. To put it in a more mysterious way, it is to enhance the city's image and enhance the scientific research atmosphere. To put it bluntly, it is a real political achievement. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Yanjing, Shanghai, Pengcheng, and even Lishao have been running around, trying to change the venue to their own territory. Fortunately, Chengdu's hard power is not weak. At the same time, this year it has also undertaken the World Science Fiction Conference project, and the Hugo Award will be awarded in China for the first time. Therefore, Chengdu has been preparing for the World Science Fiction Conference since a long time ago. Unexpectedly, the Science Fiction Conference has not yet started. The preliminary preparations have played a good effect in the pursuit of the press conference of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It can be said that it is an unintentional success. It can only be said that at this feast, all kinds of monsters and demons emerged, which really made Su Yun open his eyes. Of course. Compared with those monsters and demons, Su Yun is more curious about which bigwigs will be present this time. Before this, the Academy of Sciences sent invitations to almost all the top institutions in the world, sincerely inviting people from all walks of life to come to Chengdu. Almost on the day the letter was sent, no less than 10 Nobel Prize winners said they would be present in person. This is why Su Yun is sure that this press conference is the most valuable feast since the founding of the People's Republic of China. But for confidentiality reasons. After the first day, the Academy of Sciences kept the list of participants confidential. Su Yun and others only knew that there were about 600 to 700 places for the conference, and that the hotels they stayed in were the 3 hotels in Chengdu, Nicolo, St. Regis and Waldorf. As for who the top bigwigs are, I don't know. Although there are not as many bigwigs in the physics world as in the days of Einstein and Dirac, there are still a few top figures. There are even some characters who can be ranked in the top 30 or 40 in the history of physics, considering that the early bigwigs of physics all had the blessing of founding a school. This ranking is actually very high. Here it comes, just as Su Yun was daydreaming. There was a sudden noise of restlessness near the exit of the special passage. Then soon, Hao Zhengjing and the senior official from Sichuan and Shu, who were standing at the front, straightened their collars and straightened the hems of their clothes without making a sound. At the same time, Su Yun noticed. A young woman in a workplace suit also moved to the left of Hao Zhengjing. This is a translator from the Academy of Sciences. Since there were not many women at the scene, Su Yun also wrote down her language direction, Russian. In other words, the first bigwig to arrive should be a Maobear. Although Europe generally rejects Maobears now, and even does not allow Maobears to participate in the World Cup and cat competitions. But China does not have such a politically correct statement. So it is normal for a Maobear bigwig to appear here. Who would be the Maobear physicist now? Today's pickup order seems messy, but in fact, it is all prearranged. Otherwise, Angus would not have asked Lucas to go to Geneva Airport to board the plane at more than 6 in the morning. Because their ranks are fixed, in a medium range, and the corresponding flights must be on time. Who will be the first, who will be the middle, and who will be the last, all have prearranged positions. Of course. This kind of ranking is limited to big eyes. Ordinary professors or reporters are naturally not included. There are probably only a few dozen people who meet the conditions. After about a minute, at the end of the special passage, a gray-haired, burly old man appeared. The old man was holding a bottle of vodka in his hand, which seemed to be from the VIP lounge. After seeing this person, Zhang Zhongjing, who had been waiting here for a long time, hurriedly stepped forward, extended his hand enthusiastically, and greeted the other party. Seeing this, the old man was also very polite and shook hands with him, and even hugged him. Due to the distance, Su Yun couldn't hear what the two said for a while, but he could only see that both sides had a very positive attitude. However, after seeing the old man's face and the order of the first appearance, a guess emerged in his mind. However, he had not seen the other person in person, so he was not sure whether it was true or not. So he gently touched Lu Chaoyong's arm and asked in a low voice, "Professor Lu, could this be Mr. Plyakov of the Maoshuang?" Lu Chaoyong nodded calmly and said affirmatively, "Yes, I attended his lecture in Princeton." Although Su Yun was prepared in his heart, he was still shocked after getting Lu Chaoyong's affirmation. It turned out to be him. Polyakov. If you search for this name in China, the result of Baidu is likely to be a Maoshuang pilot with the same name. But in fact, in today's physics community, there is a more famous giant with the same name. He is Alexander Polyakov. Compared with his Chinese name, the name Alexander Polyakov should be more widely known. He has made a pioneering contribution to two-dimensional conformal field theory and won the Dirac Medal in 1986. Both the Polyakov action and the conformal bootstrap method are groundbreaking works. He has never won the Nobel Prize, but this is not because he is not qualified, but because the Nobel Prize values results more. Not to mention his fame and status, he even surpasses 80% of the Nobel Prize winners. The famous physicist Landau once made a ranking list of physicists, from 0 to 5 according to the logarithm of creativity, or the Landau scale. The Landau ranking is a logarithmic coordinate, with a 10-fold difference. Every other level 0 stream is the highest and 5 stream is the lowest. Landau believed that Zionia was a 0-stream physicist, unmatched, meaning God. Einstein was a 0.5 stream physicist, second only to one person in above 10,000 people. Bohr, Schrödinger, Heisenberg, Dirac, Feynman and others are 1 stream. Top physicists 3 points are mediocre physicists, 4 points are hard-working idiots. In fact, many physicists who are rated 4 points have won the Nobel Prize in Physics. For example, Zhao Zhongjing, a well-known Chinese physicist in the early days, was the great god who explained the hard gamma-ray scattering theory and the Chinese who discovered the positron. He was only rated 4 points by Landau. He was only a small step away from Anderson's achievements. You know, he was a Chinese in 1932. Due to the length of the article, it is not easy to say more about Mr. Zhao Zhongjing's deeds here. I suggest you search on Baidu. He is the real founder of Chinese nuclear physics. 8 of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite meritorious service were his students. Unfortunately, he died a year earlier, otherwise he would have a medal. Finally, ordinary physicists are rated as 5th rate. It means stupid fool. Landau rated himself as a 2.5-rate physicist at first, and changed himself to a 2nd-rate physicist after winning the Nobel Prize. Before his death, he changed himself to a 1.5-rate physicist. Unfortunately, Landau died in 1968 and could not continue to rate for future generations. The original copy can be found on Physics Today by searching for New Einstein's Need Positive Environment, Independent Spirit, but if we use Landau's criteria, Polyakov can be objectively ranked at around 2.0 rank. In extreme cases, he can even reach 1.5 rank. By the way, many people now use the Landau ranking as a weapon to discredit Yang, saying that he did not make it into the top 100 of the Landau ranking, so Yang is just a name in vain. What is the actual truth? When Landau first came up with the ranking, Yang was only 27 years old and had just graduated with a PhD in philosophy from the University of Chicago. It would be outrageous to be in the top 100. As for Yang, Landau never modified the ranking after he won the award, because this ranking was equivalent to his own fun and was only circulated in a small circle. Even someone as arrogant and stubborn as Landa himself probably never thought that his ranking would be so authoritative and used as a weapon to attack Yang. This is also a typical case of the two sides of language. The words themselves were not wrong, but the meaning expressed was completely different from the truth. Just like the so-called as strong as Brazil is, it has only beaten the Chinese team once in the World Cup, the eyes returned to the original place. Except for some media, most of the people present today can be regarded as insiders. Therefore, they are very clear about Polyakov's status and stepped forward to hug and shake hands with him. Polyakov has been treated unfairly in the past year due to the political situation. People in the industry still respect him, but the organizers of various conferences have refused to invite him to attend. Now facing such an enthusiastic Chinese airport reception group, he was so excited that his eyes were a little red, and even called out to Davarish. Polyakov did not look like an octogenarian who had just got off the plane. He greeted them one by one with more enthusiastic actions than the airport reception group. A few minutes later, Polyakov came to Lu Chaoyuan and Su Yun. "Hey, Lu." Polyakov didn't know Su Yun, but he had a deep impression of Lu Chaoyuan. After meeting him, he gave him a big bear hug. "It's been 5 years. Is everything okay?" Lu Chaoyuan was a little breathless because of Polyakov, and could only pat his shoulder reluctantly, but his expression was also very happy. "Thanks to you, everything is fine recently. Your class at the beginning was really helpful to me." The translator on the side quickly translated this sentence to Polyakov. So Polyakov put a little more strength on Lu Chaoyuan's hand, which made Lu Chaoyuan almost have an ahegao. After a while, Polyakov let go of Lu Chaoyuan, looked at Su Yun beside him, and asked, "Who is this?" Lu Chaoyuan grinned and rubbed his shoulders, patted Su Yun's shoulders and introduced, "This is my junior brother, Su Yun, who is now a doctoral student at the University of Science and Technology." Facing Su Yun, whom he had never met before, Polyakov's attitude was not so enthusiastic. He simply shook hands with Su Yun, and then left the scene accompanied by several staff members. Looking at Polyakov, who was gradually going away, Lu Chaoyuan showed a slightly treacherous smile. He was looking forward to what kind of expression Polyakov would have when he found out that his junior brother was the real source of all evil. Yet, just to give Polyakov a surprise, not revenge for the pain in his neck. After Polyakov left, about 10 minutes later, the second group of big guys walked out of the passage. There were 4 big guys who appeared this time, and they all looked over 50 years old. The leader was a little old man with gray glasses, American-style small lapels, a bald forehead and protruding cheekbones. Walking beside him was an old man wearing beige casual clothes, with a bald forehead and a neat gray-white beard at the corner of his mouth. The remaining 2 followed behind the first 2, about half a body length away, and they also looked quite old. Su Yun stretched his neck to look at the 4 people, and quickly determined the identities of 3 of them. The old man with the gray glasses is the easiest to recognize, and you can tell at a glance that he is David Gross. David Gross is from Hainan, born on February 19, 1941. He is currently an academician of the Hainan Academy of Sciences and a foreign academician of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. He is an important figure in the theoretical physics community of the 20th century, and the discoverer of the asymptotic freedom of strong interactions. In 2004, he won the Nobel Prize for the above contributions. David Gross has contributed to the successful establishment of the Kavli Institute of Theoretical Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He is one of the few people who has the title of Huaxia Foreign Academician, but has not only given lectures but also made contributions to China in scientific research. At the beginning of the outbreak of a certain epidemic, he also donated 500,000 masks to support China. But what's interesting is that the logistics disappeared strangely after entering the customs. David Gross also sent a tweet to express his confusion, but it still fell into the sea. In short, this is indeed a scientist worthy of respect. At least he has helped China do some practical things. The old man in beige casual clothes next to David Gross also has a very recognizable appearance. He is Gerard de Hooft. He is also a well-known ultimate boss in the industry, but few outsiders know him. Yes, an ultimate boss who is even better than David Gross. He is a bit similar to Polyakov, and his English name is more well-known than his Chinese name. Yes, he is the famous T. Hooft. T. Hooft has taken down the hard bone of proving the renormalizability of gauge fields, which is the most difficult aspect of quantum field theory. In fact, one thing that many people don't know is that as for Yang-Mills theory, which is one of Yang's famous works. Hooft also made the greatest contribution to the pre-theory. In addition, he is also the founder of the holographic principle, and the idea of multiple states is equivalent to the independent discovery of the Higgs mechanism. These are all real Nobel Prize-level work, and they are also first-class work in the Nobel Prize. The holographic principle of gravity can be said to be one of the most subversive discoveries or creative ideas at the end of the 20th century. It directly equates quantum theory and gravitational theory, and pioneered a path to quantum gravity in a unique way. This also led to a series of famous works by many physicists, such as Leonard Susskind and Maldacena. It can be said that this discovery is the third revolutionary understanding of gravity. The first two were the proposal of Newton's law of universal gravitation and the establishment of Einstein's general theory of relativity. But, it's important to say it 3 times. Just like Hawking's black hole radiation. Up to now, this principle still cannot be verified by sufficient experimental means. Nowadays, the scientific community can only theoretically analyze the holographic nature of gravity in the D-brane system in string theory. So this approach should be more appropriately called gauge gravitational duality. But de Hooft is luckier than Hawking. Although his holographic principle has not been confirmed, he won the 1999 Nobel Prize in Physics for the quantum structure of weak electro-interaction. This is just one of his more biased works. If it is divided according to Landau, David Gross can probably be ranked 2.5th. As for T. Hooft, he is at least second. If the holographic principle is proven, he can immediately rise to first, on par with Dirac and others. Chapter 427, Gathering of the Gods. Airport Pickup Site. Among the 4 newly arrived bigwigs, in addition to T. Hooft and David Gross, another person Su Yun recognized was George Parisi. He is the 2021 Nobel Prize winner in physics and one of the founders of the field of spin glass theory. He has done a lot of very beautiful theoretical work. The P in the KPZ equation refers to him. But among all the Nobel Prize winners in physics, George Parisi can only be regarded as mediocre. If you have to give an example, it is probably similar to the Golden Crow Emperor or Peng Wang in The Great Ruler. It's definitely not at the bottom. But it can't be ranked too high. In addition, he is just a new Nobel Prize winner who just won the award last year, so he will naturally be relatively backward. According to Landau's classification, he is about 2.5 stream. Then Su Yun cast his eyes on the last person, and tried hard to recall, but still didn't recognize the other party's identity. But judging from the other party's position, he is probably also a Nobel Prize level bigwig. So Su Yun turned around and asked Lu Chaoyuan, Professor Lu, who is the big guy with thick hair on the left? Do you know him? Lu Chaoyuan had much more experience in this area than Su Yun. He looked up and glanced at him, and quickly gave an answer. It's the one in the brown shirt, right? He is John Ellis, and he is bald and wears a wig. There's a video on YouTube of him losing his wig at the scene of receiving the Nonino Prize. His social death level is about the same as yours. John Ellis? Su Yun blinked and pretended not to hear the second half of Lu Chaoyuan's sentence. It turned out to be him. John Ellis. This is also a very special big guy. He has not won the Nobel Prize, but he has a very special aura. He is the second most cited super big guy in the history of physics, including the early days of physics. To some extent, he's equivalent to Joe Shuren in the theoretical physics community. You can see words like John Ellis once said in any article you flip through. If you only follow Landau's ranking method, John Ellis is estimated to be around 3 to 3.5 levels. But his influence on the physics community is no less than that of an ordinary 2-level boss, otherwise he would not have appeared with the other 3 Nobel Prize winners. After arriving in front of Zhongjing and others, David Gross, as a half-host, took the initiative to hug Zhongjing and consciously introduced himself. Judging from the facial expressions of both parties, the meeting went smoothly. Just when Su Yun thought that the appearance of these 4 bosses was over, John Ellis, wearing a wig, suddenly gestured to Zhongjing and took out a copper axe from his body. He was seen waving the axe in the air a few times and even made a gesture of gnawing the axe. Su Yun was stunned when he saw this. By the way, if I remember correctly, John Ellis should be the Clerk Maxwell Professor of Theoretical Physics at King's College London, and also the Director of Archives of the Cavendish Laboratory of Cambridge University. Could it be that the axe in his hand is the one on the wheat Easter egg? Hiss. This is interesting. According to the previous Easter egg hints, Nobel Prize winners and academicians from various countries, whether they have worked in the Cavendish laboratory or not, will also be affected by the Easter egg effect, although the probability is only 30%. But the number of Nobel Prize winners and Chinese academicians who came this time is also a considerable number. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help shrinking his neck. Don't expose your relationship with the axe. As long as you don't look at the axe, it can't take the initiative to find you, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this really happened, he would eat the axe on the spot. Then Su Yun took a deep breath, put this idea behind his mind, and put his attention back on the scene. Polyakov, John Ellis, David Gross, Gerard T. Hooft, George Parisi. The 5 big guys who have arrived are all Nobel Prize winners or have influence equal to the Nobel Prize. So who will be next? I don't know if it's because of the flight schedule. After David Gross and his team arrived, a full hour later, a new group of bigwigs arrived again. Well, it was still a group. At the same time, the bigwigs who arrived this time were not foreign experts, but authentic Chinese people. That is, the new batch of Chinese academician delegations. There are about 30 people in this delegation, all from the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. This group of academicians is younger than the Sunset Red group of Mr. Wang and his team, and looks relatively more energetic. But their status and qualifications are naturally far inferior to those of Mr. Wang, Zhou Xiaoping and others. Some of these academicians Su Yun knows, and some of them can't be named. This is actually normal. There are nearly 1,700 academicians in the 2 academies of China. Let alone remembering their names, Su Yun has never even seen photos of some of them. It's just a pity that in the past few days, China has lost a lot of old academicians, including many industry leaders. What a pity. In fact, it's not just Su Yun. Lu Chaoyuan on the side can only call out the names of some academicians. So the two can only recognize the identities of these bigwigs while discussing. That's academician K. Rongjin, the director of the Institute of Theoretical Physics. The one behind is academician Chiang Kai, who works on semiconductors. I attended his lecture 4 years ago. Professor Lu, the academician with the little cane, looks familiar, but I can't remember his name. Do you know him? Let me see. That should be academician Ding Han. The prototype of the magic modified talisman in the Manual of Conquering the Different World is him. But I don't know the one next to him. That's academician Gu Ning. Director Tian and I visited him before. The age of the newly arrived academicians is generally between 50 and 60. Basically, they are new academicians who have been selected in the past 10 years. Of course. Among these new academicians, there are also several top bosses. For example, the old man who is now greeting Housing Gin and academician Pan. This person has silver hair, a full and energetic face, and looks about 60 years old. When he smiles, you can still see the round apple muscles. This person is academician Ding, who once said to a female reporter named Chai, "Are Chinese people human beings?" Academician Ding was once the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the former president of the University of Science and Technology of China. He has won 2 first prizes in natural sciences from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Although strictly speaking, academician Ding's direction has nothing to do with dark matter, but with his resume and qualifications. It is not surprising that he appears here. In addition, for USTC and USTC, academician Ding is also a very topical or controversial figure. If Zhu Zixi was the culprit for the poor relationship between USTC and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, then one of the main persons responsible for the stiff relationship between USTC and USTC is academician Ding. It was mentioned earlier. The predecessor of USTC was the Graduate School of USTC. In June 2012, the Ministry of Education approved the name change of the Graduate School to USTC. When President Bai Chunli took office, this part of the historical evolution was very clear and realistic. But after academician Ding became the president of USTC in 2014, he immediately dusked, and his attitude was very rough. Within one day, he changed all the past related to USTC on the official website to related to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and deleted any statements with the words USTC. A considerable part of the contradictions between USTC and USTC also started from that action. It was not until the 40th anniversary of USTC in 2018 that academician Ding personally went to USTC to ease the relationship between the two sides. Therefore, In the hearts of the vast majority of USTC and USTC students, the feelings towards academicianing are generally somewhat subtle. There is definitely no disgust. After all, this has nothing to do with academics. Academicianing's contributions are obvious to all, and his words to Mr. Chai at the time are enough to make him a fan for life. But many times everyone can't help but wonder, was it really necessary for USTC to dust so hastily at the beginning? At least in Su Yun's opinion. The original relationship between USTC and USTC should not have been so rigid. Let's return to reality. The group of academicians led by academicianing did not need an interpreter, so the entire communication process should be the smoothest so far. After more than 10 minutes. After the greetings were over, the academicians got on the bus and left Shuangliu Airport. The members of the academician group may not be as good as those Nobel Prize bigwigs one-on-one, but under the premise of more than 30 people coming together, it is most appropriate to be ranked in the third batch. After the academician group left, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong secretly ate 2 be-kind nut bars and continued to wait quietly. In the following time, several batches of new bigwigs arrived in Chengdu. These bigwigs are at least in groups of 4. Many are simply groups of an institution or university. For example, Su Yun met Eric Cornell, the winner of the 2001 Nobel Prize in Physics. A large part of the technology used by Su Yun in the process of making the ground state of isolated point particles is attributed to this physicist, who looks a little thin-looking. He is the first scientist in the world to obtain Bose-Einstein condensation for the first time. Eric Cornell won the Nobel Prize for this contribution. According to the Landau ranking, he is about 3.0. In addition, Su Yun also met Russell Hulse, Adam Riess and others whose hairstyles are very similar to Kun Kun. These are also former Nobel Prize winners. Even among the people who arrived, Su Yun also met 2 special guests, Suzuki Atsuto, whom he met on the live broadcast yesterday, and Amano Hiroshi, the 2014 Nobel Prize winner in the Japanese scientific community. I don't know if it was because of the announcement of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Suzuki Atsuto's face was a little ugly, and he had a stinky face from beginning to end. Even when shaking hands with Hao Zhengyun, his expression was wooden. It looks like some online writer owes him a few hundred chapters. In addition, he has been coughing since he showed up, and Su Yun is very worried that he will die on the spot and ruin the press conference. On the contrary, Amano Hiroshi's attitude is very humble, and he keeps bowing to everyone. To be objective, bowing is actually quite magical. If someone keeps bowing in front of you, you will easily bow back subconsciously. So Hao Zhengyun and others also passively experienced a wave of bowing spirit, which looked like a couple bowing to each other. Then, with Suzuki Atsuto coughing, the Baga team finally left the scene. After Suzuki Atsuto left, the next batch of scientists to arrive were from the Middle East and the Indian region. After that, the African continent delegation came. There were more than 50 people in both groups, and it was very lively. There were also several officials in the African delegation. Listen to Lu Chaoyong's introduction. They seemed to have some equipment sales projects to discuss with the Academy of Sciences. These African scientists were generally very enthusiastic and shook hands one by one like Polyakov. After shaking hands with the last African scientist, Su Yun borrowed Chu Sheng's on Meiji account, which cost Chu Sheng 3 months of Magatama and drew a bunch of Zashiki Warashi and a deer man. Su Yun found out a long time later. Among the group of African scientists who shook hands with him, 5 were tribal chiefs. Watching the African delegation go away with resentment, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong waited obediently again. After about 40 minutes, 4 more guests appeared in the aisle. When he saw the arrival, Su Yun, who was already a little numb, was stunned. The big man who appeared this time was none other than Anton Salinger, the 2021 Nobel Prize winner and the teacher of academician Pan. Anton Salinger's belly was a little bloated, but with the support of his white beard, the whole person's appearance was still very good. The impression he gave was a bit similar to William Whewell, the dean of Trinity College in the 1850 copy. At first glance, he looked like a trustworthy expert. Anton Salinger first shook hands with Hao Zhengyun, and when he came to academician Pan, the master and apprentice hugged each other, and their faces showed excitement at the same time. After all, at their level, it is easy to make phone calls or even video calls, but it is still difficult to meet in person. Then academician Pan exchanged a few words with Anton Salinger, and suddenly turned around and waved to Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong. "Zio Lu, Zio Su, come here, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyuan looked at each other, and came to Academician Pan in the envious eyes of the people around them. Teacher Salinger, Academician Pan held Su Yun and Lu Chaoyuan on his left and right, and spoke in fluent English. These two are my best students. This is Xiaolu Lu Chaoyuan. You should have heard of his name but have never seen him in person. As for this one, it is Su Yun, a graduate student I am currently teaching. Hudan Bioscience is his company. After saying that, Academician Pan looked at Su Yun and whispered, Xiao Su, do you still remember the admission ticket that the University of Science and Technology helped your company get? Teacher Salinger made a lot of efforts in the whole process. Admission ticket. Su Yun was stunned when he heard this, but soon understood what Academician Pan was talking about. At the beginning, after the public opinion ended, the Academy of Science and Technology asked Hudan Bioscience for 3 compensations. In addition to Lu Xiao's return to China and Su Yun's 100 people a-book, the earliest compensation was the admission qualification for European cockroach medicine. Although the implementation of this qualification was the responsibility of several foreign companies such as Bayer. But the negotiations between the Academy of Sciences and foreign companies obviously also need an intermediary to contact, similar to the lobbyist Lu Su in the Three Kingdoms. Now it seems that the intermediary that the Academy of Sciences has kept secret is Anton Salinger. Thinking of this, Su Yun's eyes suddenly showed a trace of gratitude, and he quickly said to Anton Salinger, Mr. Salinger, I am Su Yun, thank you very much for the previous matter. Su Yun's words were also in standard English. He was an exchange student in the UK in his previous life, and his English was good enough. Even if there is no need for the translation blessing of the halo, at least it is not difficult to complete English communication in modern society. Anton Salinger first shook hands with Su Yun with a smile, and then looked at Academician Pan thoughtfully. As Academician Pan's teacher, he knew Academician Pan's character very well or understood Academician Pan's emotional intelligence. As Academician Pan said, although he had never met Lu Chaoyuan, he had long known about this quantum genius. Su Yun, who was introduced by Academician Pan, was obviously not just a chairman of Hudan Biosciences as he knew. However, due to the fact that there were too many people around, some questions were not suitable to be asked, and it would be useless to ask. Therefore, Anton Salinger had to keep this question in his heart for the time being. After greeting Anton Salinger, Su Yun was ready to return to the original position with Lu Chaoyuan to be a mascot. However, before he took a few steps, he heard a questioning voice, Student, please stay. Su Yun stopped and turned his head to look at the source of the voice. The person who spoke was one of the 3 foreigners who left the station with Anton Salinger. He was a very elegant old man. Su Yun thought for a short while and found that he really didn't know the other person, so he asked politely, Hello, what can I do for you? The old man looked him up and down and asked, My classmate, are you Su Yun? The Su Yun of the 5th generation of imidacloprid. Hearing the word imidacloprid, Su Yun knew that the other party must be looking for him. Yes, I am the Su Yun you are talking about. Sir, may I ask who you are? As soon as he finished speaking, the other party laughed, came to Su Yun, and patted his shoulder hard. Aha, it's really you. Do you know? I am the one who took your virginity, Su Yun. Chapter 428, Gathering of the Gods. It has been mentioned before. The academic status of the bigwigs who came to the scene today is very high, and most of them have given lectures such as English reports. So the people around Su Yun are either native English speakers or have strong English listening skills. It's just that they have never interrupted Su Yun and the old man rashly out of politeness. Therefore, after hearing the other party claiming to have taken Su Yun's first time, swish, including Hao Zhengjin and the senior official from Sichuan and Chongqing, everyone was slightly startled, and after coming to their senses, they quickly stepped back. The action of taking a half step back was serious JPG. On the contrary, many of the reporters showed their expectation of finding big news. After all, although Su Yun has no title or hat in the scientific research circle now, the introduction to industry insiders is either a student at the University of Science and Technology or a favorite disciple of Academician Pan. But on the internet outside the scientific research circle, with the end of the press conference of the University of Science and Technology, Su Yun has gradually gained a certain degree of popularity. After all, the press conference of the University of Science and Technology was really a show effect. Afterwards, someone with a keen eye also found a short video of Su Yun speaking a few months ago, during the live broadcast of USTC disinfecting cockroaches. So much so that now there are topics on a certain website, such as, how strong is the actual ability of USTC Suyun? Does USTC Suyun, who has been jointly smeared by foreign forces, have the potential to be a top scientist? Will Suyun still be a rookie after 40? Is USTC creating a god for food and biosciences products, etc.? Therefore, if there is really a breaking news at this time, a certain reporter even thought of what Zhang Rui said when he released the report at the Public Opinion Conference. Indeed, no female-specific bacteria were found in Suyun's sexual characteristics, but it cannot be denied that there are no other male bacteria in his body. Unfortunately, before the reporter's imagination was fully developed, he was actively refuted by the next sentence of the little old man. Student Suyun, I am Morton El Grabi. I was the one who reviewed your first paper. Do you still remember it? Not only the reporter was brought back to reality by this sentence, but also Suyun himself. He blinked in confusion, and after a few seconds, a memory quietly emerged in his mind. A few months ago, after a detailed discussion with Yan Liangwei, Suyun submitted the paper on the 5th-generation imidacloprid to nucleic acids res. At that time, the reviewer recommended by Yan Liangwei was Morton El Grabi, a famous biology master. So he was indeed the first master to review Suyun's paper. But why does it feel weird when Morton El Grabi said this? Could it be that when people arrive in Rongcheng, they will automatically be given the buff of Jitu? Seeing that Suyun seemed to be a little confused, Lu Chaoyuan on the side couldn't help but gently poke his heel with his toes. After being reminded by Lu Chaoyuan, Suyun completely came back to his senses. He quickly grasped Morton El Grabi's hand and shook it vigorously a few times, with a very sincere attitude. It turns out to be you, Mr. Morton. I have heard of your name for a long time. I even printed out the paper on combinatorial proteins that you published in March last year. Suyun's warmth was partly polite, but more of it was sincere. Firstly, Morton El Grabi was about the same age as Yan Liangwei. As a junior, he must respect his predecessors. Secondly, it was because Morton El Grabi helped him a lot. At the time of submitting the paper, Suyun was a complete novice, and even food and biosciences had not been established. At that time, let alone the international academic circle, he did not have even the slightest reputation in the domestic academic circle. Morton El Grabi was willing to be a reviewer for him, which was of great help to the approval and publication of his paper. What's more, the other party is the top gene and protein expert nowadays, and has deep attainments in some areas that Yan Liangwei has not delved into, but Suyun has needs. So Suyun has long wanted to meet this master, but he just has no chance. In short, although the first meeting process now is a little subtle, but there is no problem after talking it out. After all, Suyun walks, sits and stands straight, and he will never bend. Otherwise, he would have forgotten this oath on the spot. It's a pity that Yan Liangwei was not on the airport pickup queue today, otherwise it should have saved some effort. Then Morton El Grabi enthusiastically introduced Lucas and Lars, who he met on the plane, to Suyun. Suyun had heard of the former's name but had never seen him in person. Now he immediately remembered his background when he met him, director of the CDF detector at Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, a well-known unlucky guy who was nominated for the Nobel Prize twice but encountered a wall-level competitor twice. Not long ago, he was on the overseas hot search because of the voice of the bear. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have some common language with a bear like old man Polyakov. As for Lars, Suyun really didn't know him. However, he had seen Lars speak on stage during the live broadcast yesterday, so he also knew that he was from the CERN institution. Afterwards, Suyun and Academician Pan sent Anton Salinger and Morton El Grabi to the bus to the city. Suyun sent a message to Yan Liangwei on WeChat and returned to the original place. At this time, 10 hours had passed since the initial pickup period. Both Hao Zhengjing and the senior official from Sichuan and Shu were a little tired at this time, and occasionally yawned. After all, for Lucas and others, they left Paris at 7 o'clock in the morning in Europe. At that time, Polyakov had just arrived in Chengdu. But for Hao Zhengjing, or the local pickup group, due to the time difference, they arrived at the terminal at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That is to say, the local time at this time was close to midnight. But Hao Zhengjing had no intention of handing the scene over to his deputy. It seemed that some important person had not arrived yet. So who was Hao Zhengjing waiting for? Or was it one person, or 2 or 3 people? Thinking of this, Su Yun's curiosity overwhelmed his fatigue, and he waited patiently with Lu Chaoyong. After about 10 minutes, Hao Xingyun, who had been looking at his watch, suddenly stood up and walked quickly to the entrance of the passage. 10 minutes later, when the time difference was half a minute away from 0 o'clock, a foreign old man who was supported by someone appeared at the special passage. This man's figure was the same as many big men who had arrived before, and he looked a little bloated. His skin was sallow, his sparse hair was all snow white, and his forehead was smooth from forehead to forehead, like a smooth boiled egg. However, the muscles on both sides of this man's face were very plump, drooping below the corners of his mouth, and his muscles would tremble every time he took a step. Seeing this, Hao Xingyun hurriedly walked into the special passage, came to the side of the old man, and personally supported him. Click, click, at the same time. The reporters around also raised their cameras or video cameras and frantically took notes. Even some academicians were no exception. Because the visitors deserve this kind of formation. It has been mentioned before. Before today, the highest level physics press conference held in China was the quantum anomalous Hall effect discovered by academician Zhu Qiqan of Shumu University in 2013. In the case that both integer and fractional quantum Hall effects have won the Nobel Prize before. Perhaps many years later, the quantum anomalous Hall effect will also win this honor. Note: this is not why, because there are many examples of delayed announcements of the Nobel Prize. For example, Eric Cornell, who arrived not long ago. He made a Bose-Einstein condensation in 1995, but did not win the award until 2001. There is also the more famous Grandma 2. Grandma 2 extracted artemisinin as early as 1972, but did not win the Nobel Prize in Medicine until 2015, a full 43 years later. In fact, Grandma 2 is not the Nobel Prize winner with the longest interval between achievement and award. There was a person in the history of the Nobel Prize who waited for 49 years from achievement to final award. He is the old man supported by Hao Xingyun at this moment, Peter Higgs. He is the proposer of the God particle Higgs boson. That's right. The Higgs particle result released at the CERN press conference in 2012 verified Peter Higgs's conjecture. Many people may have been curious about a question when they were studying: if mass does not exist, what will the universe be like? You and I are as light as ghosts? The answer is not so. If mass does not exist, first of all, the mass of quarks, W bosons, and Z bosons will become zero. Since only about 1% of the mass of composite particles, such as protons and neutrons, is attributed to the quarks they contain, their properties will only change slightly. The mass of tau and muon will also become zero, but they have nothing to do with real life. But electrons are different. The smaller the mass of electrons, the larger the size of atoms. When the mass of electrons becomes zero, superlarge atoms will break apart due to mutual collisions, and all nuclei and electrons will be mixed together. That is, atoms cannot exist alone, and there will be no water, air, and the world where humans live. Everything will return to chaos. Therefore, our world must have a mechanism to give mass. But what is this mechanism? The standard model of particle physics, which is the basis of our current physical worldview, did not provide an answer for a long time. Until 1964. Higgs appeared. He proposed the concept of Higgs scalar field and established a Higgs mechanism himself. In the Higgs mechanism, W bosons and Z bosons are relatively simple, and they gain mass by applying the Higgs mechanism to the Higgs field. Fermions gain mass by applying the Higgs mechanism to the Yukawa coupling of the Higgs field and the fermion field. As for the particle that transfers mass, it is the Higgs boson. The existence of this particle makes our world no longer chaotic, just like the Western God or the Eastern Pangu who created the world. So it was named Higgs particle. Wrong, God particle. Unfortunately, it is just like Hawking mentioned before. A theory cannot win a Nobel Prize, no matter how beautiful and logical it is, if it has not been finally confirmed. Just like Einstein, the reason for the award was not relativity, but the photoelectric effect. But how difficult is it to find the Higgs boson? Let me give you a data. The Higgs boson only appears once in about 1 billion proton collisions, and its lifespan is as extremely short as that of the beluga. It decays again after less than 1/trillionth of a second. Therefore, the Higgs boson cannot be measured or observed directly, and it can only be tracked through the decay products it leaves behind. Unfortunately, these are composed of elementary particles, such as photon pairs, muons or Z bosons, And when countless other collision products decay, they will also release similar or identical traces. Therefore, finding the Higgs boson is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The LHC started in 2008, and it was not until July 2012 that the traces of the Higgs boson were found. This also pushed Higgs himself to the altar. Before the discovery of the Higgs boson, Higgs was probably a physicist ranked third in the Landau ranking. But after the discovery of the Higgs boson, he jumped directly to more than 1.5 levels, close to 1 level. If the Landau ranking is further subdivided, Higgs can probably be around 1.2 to 1.3. Even in the overall ranking of physicists in human history, Higgs can still be in the top 50. In today's physics world, he is probably in the same level as Gell-Mann, who died in 19, and is slightly inferior to Mr. Yang, Glashow, who is in the IQ, and Weinberg, who died in 21. To some extent, Higgs is like Macaulay, a ball blindness detector. Those so-called physics rankings that can see him may not be accurate, because he may be ranked very high or very low. But without Higgs ranking, it must be inaccurate. Higgs is now 94 years old. He just had a heart bypass surgery last year and his body has been recovering. Soo-yoon was indeed a little surprised that he could come to the scene in person. But on second thought, this behavior is reasonable. After all, dark matter is the goal pursued by 3 generations of scientists. As a non-party, Soo-yoon did not know whether Higgs was afraid of death and was not qualified to make a guess. But one thing is certain. If he had not witnessed this press conference with his own eyes, Higgs would definitely feel regretful even if he died. The desire for knowledge outweighed the fear of death, so he appeared here. Of course. No matter how strong the desire for knowledge was, Higgs' age was still there. The nearly 10-hour long-distance flight made his spirit quite depressed. Therefore, except for the Sichuan and Shu senior official who came forward to greet him, Higgs did not greet anyone and was quickly taken away from the scene. After Higgs left, Zhang Zhongjing returned to his original position again. And he remained standing without sitting down. Soo-yoon noticed. At this time, the nearest flight on the flight information would land in 20 minutes. Even if the visitor's luggage did not need to be picked up by himself, it would take at least half an hour including the transit time. In other words, given the other party's identity or contribution, Zhang Zhongjing would have to stand here for half an hour in vain. Looking at the current physics world, there are only 3 big men in the world who have this qualification. Who could this be? After about 20 minutes, when the time was close to midnight, there was a sound of wheels rolling at the end of the special passage. Half a minute later, a middle-aged man in his 40s pushed a wheelchair and appeared at the special passage. In the wheelchair sat a little old man with a square face, gray hair with a little black, and a few age spots on his face. More importantly, this is a Chinese. This is the first Chinese who appeared independently at the scene today. The moment they saw this person, without any signal, everyone clapped their hands. There were even several young people who excitedly called out this person's name, Mr. Yang. Chapter 429 The 2 Highest Peaks in Contemporary Physics. That's right. The big man who appeared at this time was none other than Mr. Yang. So far, he is the pinnacle of the Chinese physics community. Mr. Yang was born in 1922, and now he is exactly 100 years old, with great achievements. At the same time, he is also the most controversial scholar in the Chinese physics community so far, without a doubt. People who like Mr. Yang want to compare him to Niu Ai, and even Boldrak can only kneel down to polish Mr. Yang's shoes. What about people who hate Mr. Yang? They want to beat him into a rare students who can't even calculate F equals ma. And how high is Mr. Yang's actual achievement? When introducing Hawking before, I once refuted the rumor that Mr. Yang ranked 18th among the greatest scientists selected by Nature magazine, but I didn't introduce Mr. Yang's specific achievements, see chapter 211. Actually, Mr. Yang's achievements are many, but the most important ones are only 2, parity non-conservation and Yang-Mills field. Mr. Yang won the Nobel Prize with the former, and became great with the latter. Those who were Einstein's classmates in their previous life should know. After the problem of universal gravitation was solved, Li Feiyu heard the last words of Captain Olga before his death, so he did not stop his steps. He saw a new big problem in front of physics, that is, the unification of universal gravitation and electromagnetic interaction. So in his later years, Li Feiyu devoted a lot of energy to the work of unifying universal gravitation and electromagnetic interaction. But unfortunately, Liu did not succeed in unifying the two until his death, and the scientific community also discovered two other interactions inside the nucleus: weak interaction and strong interaction. At that time, scientists did not even know how to describe strong and weak interactions. At this time, Yang Liu appeared. In 1954, Yang Liu published his Yang-Mills gauge field theory. Several outstanding scientists such as Gell-Mann and Weinberg used this theory as a framework to give quantum chromodynamics an electroweak unification theory that describes strong interactions. That is, the unification of weak and electromagnetic interactions. So far, the electromagnetic interaction, weak interaction, and strong interaction among the four interactions are all completed under the framework of Yang Liu's gauge field theory. The basic particle model mentioned earlier is the result of the development of gauge field theory, which almost dominated the physics research after the 1950s. So this is why it is said that Mr. Yang has made great contributions to the physics community. Therefore, this theory did not help Mr. Yang win the award, but it is the core of his current influence. Of course, what needs to be explained is that at the beginning of Mr. Yang's theory, he did not directly give how to describe the interaction. He proposed more of a general framework. That is, a foundation was laid, and everyone added bricks and tiles to build a building later. For example, 't Hooft, who arrived one step ahead. Before 't Hooft, people could only do violent truncation when doing electroweak theory calculations, and the results obtained were far from the experiment. Because of this, the electroweak theory before 70 years ago was not widely accepted by people. And it was because of 't Hooft's work that the electroweak theory really became useful. Therefore, there has been a saying in the academic community. Although 't Hooft is younger than Mr. Yang, he has made Mr. Yang and Weinberg. Nowadays, many people have a tendency. It is because the Yang-Mills field is at the bottom of the theory that the entire standard model and even the entire quantum field theory are attributed to Mr. Yang. This is also not objective. If we want to compare Mr. Yang's situation, it is probably a bit similar to the Piao journey in the online article. That is, it belongs to the so-called Zhangzhongjing novel category. Almost all subsequent Zhangzhongjing novels have its shadow. It must be mentioned when talking about Zhangzhongjing novels. But you say that it completely defines the pattern of Zhangzhongjing novels? This is obviously a bit extreme. Readers of The Star Change, Xianyi and Mortal will definitely not be happy. So according to the previous statement, Mr. Yang belongs to the founder type, but strictly speaking, he cannot be regarded as a pioneer. For example, before Mr. Yang, there was Edward Mills Purcell, that is, Mills in the Yang-Mills gauge field theory. Before Mills, there was Schrödinger. Tracing back and forth, we finally returned to the early days of the physics world more than 100 years ago. So some sayings that Mr. Yang is in the top 10 in the history of physics and is in the 4th and 5th place are actually bringing him bad luck. It's not that his strength is not enough, but the time is wrong. The era in which Mr. Yang lived destined him to be unable to open up a new path, or to open up a new path independently. Objectively speaking, Mr. Yang's overall ranking in the physics community is about 35. He is about the same as Steven Weinberg, and is in the 1.2 gear of the Landau ranking. Whether it is traitor, trash, traitor, shameless love between the old and the young, or the top 5 in history are even on par with Einstein, better than Weinberg, Witten, Feynman, Dirac, Heisenberg and others, and there are still 100 Feynmans between Hawking and Mr. Yang. These words are all perverse logic with strong personal emotions or misunderstandings. Among the physicists of the present world, if nationality is not considered, Mr. Yang can probably be ranked in the top 5 or top 3, especially after the death of Gell-Mann in 19 and Steven Weinberg in 21. Mr. Yang is firmly in the top 3 from any angle. Of course, if you bring a little personal emotion, it's okay to say that Mr. Yang is the first. But one thing that needs to be corrected here is that the so-called statement that Mr. Yang is also considered the first person in physics abroad is wrong. For example, many European institutions believe that Mr. Yang is in the same league as Weinberg, while Europe and the United States believe that Glasgow's achievements are higher than Mr. Yang, but the gap is very, very small. And all of the above big guys are slightly inferior to another person at the same time. Another one. There is even controversy about whether he is a physicist of physicists. Compared with Higgs who arrived earlier, Mr. Yang's state is much more sluggish, only slightly better than Mr. Wang's spirit. Therefore, soon. Just a simple chat with Zhang Zhongjing, Mr. Yang was transported away by a team of security personnel. But after seeing off Mr. Yang, Hao Zhengjing still did not leave the airport. It is not difficult to see another meaning from this move. It seems that there is still a giant who has not appeared. At this time, Weinberg and Gelman had already passed away. And Glasgow obviously could not run from the IQ to Chengdu. Higgs had already arrived before Mr. Yang. Seeing this situation, Su Yun suddenly had a guess in his mind. Could it be him? He was called to the scene to pick up the plane in the morning, and more than 15 hours had passed. Therefore, even young people like Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong could not hold on any longer, and their eyelids were shaking like vibrators. Fortunately, Su Yun stuffed a few Snickers bars in his clothes in addition to the nut bars. Although these things were greasy, they were still very effective in resisting hunger. Professor Lu, looking at the banner that was still held high, warmly welcomed famous physicists from all over the world to Chengdu. Su Yun handed the Snickers to Lu Chaoyong and asked, "How long do you think it will take to finish the airport pickup today?" Lu Chaoyong took the Snickers, rubbed the corners of his eyes with his fingers, and thought, "It should be soon." Looking at Dean Hao's attitude of not taking a break, he is obviously ready to leave after picking up the next person, otherwise he will have to sit for a while. Su Yun nodded in agreement. It seems that Lu Chaoyong and he have the same idea. Hao Zhengjing's physical strength is estimated to be at its limit. Therefore, there is probably only one big boss who has not arrived yet. About 20 minutes later, when the time came to about 40 in the morning, the atmosphere at the airport reception area became visibly tense again. Su Yun noticed that even several physicists who had arrived earlier but had not left on the bus with other bigwigs stood up. Among them were even Nobel Prize winners such as George Parisi. It is also worth mentioning that the majors of these bigwigs are basically related to topological quantum field theory and supersymmetric gauge field theory. Seeing this, Su Yun's guess became more certain. 5 minutes later, with the sound of a suitcase roller, at the end of the special passage, a spirited, tall, and handsome oval-faced foreign old man appeared. This man was about 60 or 70 years old, wearing a gray wool sweater, leading the way, dragging the suitcase alone, without anyone accompanying him. Judging from his demeanor and dress, he looked like a foreigner who came to Chengdu for tourism. Seeing this, even some media reporters who didn't know much about the physics circle couldn't help but have a question in their hearts. What's going on? Could it be a passerby who accidentally walked into this occasion? After all, whether it was the pomp, age or appearance, he really didn't match the posture prepared by Hao Zhengjing in advance. But soon, the doubts of the reporters were completely dispelled by the deafening applause as when Mr. Yang appeared. Su Yun also clapped his hands, and there was a sense of relief in his heart that he had guessed the answer. It turned out to be him. As we all know, there are only two top scientists in human history, Xiao Niu and Lao Ai. But if one day someone told you that there is a person in the scientific community who is only at the 1.5 level of Landau, but once his theory is successfully verified, he will immediately be promoted to the level of Niu AI, do you think it is possible? The answer is yes. There really is such a person. He is Edward Witten. A god who is on par with Mr. Yang in terms of existing achievements alone, a physicist who is still debated whether he is a physicist. If you don't know much about this name, have you watched the American TV series The Big Bang Theory? Sheldon said that he is studying M theory, and he is very disgusted by others saying that he is studying string theory. The founder of this M theory is Edward Witten. Edward Witten was born in 1951 and is only 72 years old now. He is a topic that is no less than Mr. Yang. In college, his first major was actually history. Yes, he was a liberal arts student. He majored in history and minored in linguistics. Because of his strong interest in linguistics, Witten also had ambitions in politics. After graduation, he also participated in George McGovern's presidential campaign team. In early 1973, Witten entered Princeton University to study applied mathematics. Then under the guidance of theoretical physicist and 2004 Nobel Prize winner in physics David Gross, he obtained a Ph.D. in physics in 1976. He completed a thesis entitled Several Problems in Short-Distance Analysis of Gauge Theory. Yes, it took 3 years to go from the first year of undergraduate study to a doctorate. In the years before and after Witten graduated, string theory was in vogue. Physicists were looking for ways to incorporate fermions into the string theory spectrum, which led to the proposal of supersymmetry, a mathematical model of the transition from bosons and fermions. But the path to developing this new theory is not as easy as it seems. By the middle of the 20th century, Theoretical and mathematical physicists had developed 5 different versions of string theory, and no one could figure out which one was the real string theory. These 5 different versions of the theory are called type I, type IA, type IIB, and 2 types of hybrid string theory, SO32, and E8Z8. The big problem at the time was to determine which theory was the actual theory of everything and which theory had a low energy limit that matched the physics observed today. As a result, in the spring of 1995, Witten, speaking at a string theory conference at the University of California, San Diego, proposed a surprising insight into the solution to the problem, which later started the second superstring revolution in the physics community. He believed that these 5 theories were not actually completely different, but different limits of one theory. Then he unified all 5 theories into a new main theory, called M theory. That is, superstring theory. Up to now, superstring theory is still considered by modern science to be the most promising candidate theory for the theory of everything, that is, the theory that unifies general relativity and quantum mechanics. Note that superstring theory and string theory are 2 different things. However, one point that must be mentioned is that superstring theory is a theory based on supersymmetry, and so far no such supersymmetric particles have been found in the universe. At the launch of the Oka detector, Suzuki Atsuto played a word game. Therefore, the lack of experimental evidence is a serious limitation of M theory, although it is theoretically accurate and very consistent in mathematics. For example, other physical theories generally have physical inferences first, and then look for mathematical tools. For example, in order to develop general relativity, Einstein went back to school to study Riemann geometry for a year. For example, in order to study gravity, Mavericks came up with fluxions, which is calculus. But the most unacceptable thing about M theory is that it is forcibly fitted with a physical explanation on the basis of pure mathematics. So the current situation of M theory is very delicate. Not only can you not prove it is true, you can't prove it is wrong. So in the scientific community, Edward Witten's situation is also very special. First of all, he's extremely famous in the mathematics community. The 1990 Fields Medal was awarded to Edward Witten, and he was also the first physicist to be awarded the medal by the International Mathematical Union. But in the physics community, you can refer to Yang Lao in China, who is constantly controversial. He has won almost all scientific awards except the Nobel Prize. He was named the 6th most influential person after World War II by Life magazine in the United States. He is also the one with the highest H-index among contemporary physicists. Yan Liangwei's H-index is 77, and Edward Witten's is 287. How outrageous is he? In 2018, Edward Witten wrote 2 lecture notes for the summer school, and then he posted them on ramp.org/10.1103/revmod5s.90.045003 doi.org/10.1103/revmod5s.92.045004. The impact factor of this thing is as high as 44+. In addition to M theory, Witten has made many outstanding contributions. For example, some work in topological field theory, the most important of which are Donaldson-Witten, Gromov-Witten, Seeberg-Witten theories, and non-abelian Chern-Simons field theory. In addition, he also interpreted the Jones polynomial and its derivatives as objects of quantum field theory, which is also a very important work. There is also another proof of the positive energy theorem, and the physical proof of the 8-Isinger index theorem, etc. These theories may not be able to beat the Yang-Mills field alone, but when combined together, Witten's current achievements are actually not much inferior to Yang Lao. It's just that because the professional barriers are too high, Witten's reputation outside the industry is not that big. Basically, people who don't appear in primary and secondary school textbooks are like this. To put it very objectively, from a domestic perspective or from a perspective with the same national tendency, Yang Lao may be regarded as the #1 person in the current physics world. But from an international perspective, the ranking distribution is generally like this. Before 19 years ago, about 150% of people thought that Yang was the best, 150% thought that Lashow was the best, and 150% thought that Weinberg was the best. These 3 were in the same echelon. Then Gell-Mann, Higgs, and 't Hooft each accounted for 10%, and Witten accounted for 20%. Sometimes 't Hooft would replace Yang or Glashow. The remaining 0.50% were other people. However, with the death of Gell-Mann and Weinberg, The proportion of the mainstream has also changed. Old Yang and Glasgow each account for 20%. Higgs and T. Hooft each account for 1.5%. Witten accounts for 2.5%. The remaining 0.5% is from other people. Of course. The reason why Witten can rank first is largely because M-theory has no fixed number now. Whether it is Old Yang or Hans T. Hooft, their theories are complete, equivalent to completed novels, and everything has been determined. And what about Witten? He is like a work that is as famous as those completed novels after being serialized for 1/3 of the time. Maybe he will be the next Lord of Mysteries if he continues to write. Nowadays, many people oppose Witten not because of his ability, but because they think he is a mathematician and should not participate in the selection of physicists. Just like Zhang. Is the calculus he created great? Of course it is great. This is a tool that can be deified in the history of mathematics. But if you use calculus alone to say that Zhang is a physicist, it will definitely be very controversial. Another example is Zhang. Is Maxwell's equations beautiful? Is it strong? Of course it is beautiful, of course it is strong. But if Hertz had not discovered electromagnetic waves 10 years after Zhang's death, no one knows that Zhang's model is correct. This is the case with Witten. Although many people are now complaining that string theory is dead, this actually refers to its employment popularity, just like the 4 major pitfalls of biochemistry, environmental materials, etc. In fact, there are at least more than 15 Nobel Prize winners engaged in research in this field. When the Higgs particle was discovered, Tsinghua University in China also organized a symposium, and Edward Witten was invited to come, and his seat was still the first seat. You can search for Tsinghua universities after the discovery of the Higgs particle, where to develop basic physics theme symposium. Even Witten was arranged at the head of the dinner table after the meeting. Indeed, in the eyes of many people, M-theory may be a wrong model. But at least up to now, in the process of unifying the 2 pillars of modern physics, quantum mechanics and general relativity, and unifying the 4 basic interactions in nature, the most successful is superstring theory. In short, although Edward Witten is currently controversial, his position is indeed quite stable. Compared with Higgs and Old Yang, Edward Witten, who is now in his early 70s, seems very energetic and keeps shaking hands and talking with everyone. Then, under the guidance of the staff, Edward Witten left the scene with other bigwigs. At this point, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyuan, the 2 tools, were finally liberated. Then the 2 of them and the reception group took a bus back to the urban area of Rongcheng and returned to the Nicolo Hotel where they stayed. After washing up, they went to bed early. In the next few days, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyuan were occasionally called to be welcome mascots, and sometimes they assisted in proofreading reports. Just like that. Time passed slowly day by day. Finally, it was the day when the report meeting started. Chapter 430, Just looking at a photo can kill you. 2023. Jiayin month Jiawu Day. The 15th day of the first lunar month. It is suitable for meeting relatives and friends, traveling, getting engaged, and making money. It is taboo to plant, build a house, bury, urge for more, type, and build a stove 6:30 in the morning. No need for alarm clocks and hotel wake-up service reminders. Su Yun woke up early from the bed of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. This time, the Academy of Sciences has really made a big deal about accommodation. Even a small transparent person like Su Yun was assigned to a single room on a non-executive floor. You know, under normal circumstances, the organizers of most conferences often arrange 2 types of hotels. One is the high-end or even top 5-star hotels prepared for the reception of participants, such as Waldorf, W, Ritz-Carlton, etc., and the worst are Sheraton or Shangri-La. The other is an ordinary 4-star hotel near these hotels, such as Hilton and Hampton, which is the residence of small transparent people like Su Yun. Most of the time it is a double room. This can also be regarded as a small welfare of the Academy of Sciences. After getting out of bed, Su Yun got dressed, went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water, forcing himself to cheer up. Then he went out to the next room and met Lu Chaoyuan, who had also woken up. Today, Lu Chaoyuan rarely put hair gel on his buzz cut, and wore a Tudor Grantor watch on his hand, looking quite decent. Ahem, handsome. As for Su Yun, his clothes were relatively simple. Under the thick down jacket, he wore a shirt bought by his mother, and his watch was a Tissot quartz watch worth 2,000 yuan. The whole body, including the watch and trousers, only cost 4 or 5,000 yuan. This was already his best outfit. After the meeting, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong went to the restaurant to have breakfast together, and after the meal, they went to the designated reception desk in the hotel lobby to wait. More than 10 minutes passed. Academician Pan and Zhao Zhongjing, who had eaten and drunk enough, also slowly strolled over. When they saw Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong, they waved to them, "Zio Lu, Zio Su." Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong hurriedly walked to his side. "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, Academician Zhao." Academician Pan and Zhao Zhongjing nodded to the two. Then Academician Pan took out 2 plastic certificates with blue ropes and white shells from his body, handed them to Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong respectively, and explained, "Zio Lu, Zio Su, Academician Zhao and I have a speaking mission today, so we can't go with you. You two should take care of each other. This is your admission ticket, don't lose it. You are in the 10th row." Although there are no Nobel Prize winners around, there are many top experts. You should pay more attention. Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong took the admission ticket and nodded together. The venue of this press conference is located in the Xi'anfu International Conference Center in Xi'anfu New District, which is also an important part of Zibo City. Xi'anfu International Conference Center has more than 40 small and medium-sized conference rooms, and the hall where the Academy of Sciences press conference was held is the largest one. According to the information obtained by Su Yun, the area of that conference hall is nearly 7,000 square meters. It can accommodate large-scale conferences of 5,500 people, and is considered one of the large international conference halls of T1 level in China. As of yesterday, there are more than 700 experts and scholars coming to Chengdu this time, both at home and abroad. Including their assistants, media representatives, photographers and others, the total number of participants has reached more than 2,800. Compared with the upper limit of the conference room, this number is not large, so the layout can be more particular. As far as Su Yun knows, today's conference hall is similar to the fan-shaped distribution of a peacock, narrower in the front and wider in the back. Like the first batch of the front position, there are only 5 sofas in total. Nobel Prize winners are roughly distributed in the first 4 rows, and some well-known bigwigs in the industry are behind. For example, Michael Berry, the discoverer of the Ob effect, etc. In addition, Mr. Wang was not present today, but Zhou Xiaoping and Zhang Zhongjing would come. They were assigned to the 5th row. So the 10th row where Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong sat can actually be said to be a very good seat. Under normal circumstances, the people around the 10th row are probably professors from Ivy League schools, and it is estimated that there will be several academicians from home and abroad with relatively low qualifications. Even Lu Chaoyong, a professor at the University of Science and Technology, would find it difficult to be assigned such a position according to standard procedures. After distributing the admission tickets, Academician Pan and Zhao Zhongjing left the scene and joined some other scholars. Although Academician Pan seemed very calm throughout the whole process, it can be seen from some corner details that this quantum tycoon was also a little nervous today. After all, he is the speaker of today's meeting. Indeed, the achievement of solitary point particles is very hard. But when it is linked to the Chinese scientific community, it will inevitably bring some other colors. The color here does not only refer to distrust, but something deeper. For example, some people may not be happy to see China have the right to define the fundamental particles, and will certainly seize every opportunity to make trouble. Therefore, today's press conference is definitely not as simple as it seems. After Academician Pan left, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong rested for a while, scrolling through videos and moments. After 10 minutes, a staff member came to take them to a business bus outside the hotel. The passengers in this bus are generally young, generally around 30 years old, and at most around 40 years old. The ratio of men to women is about 6:4, and the proportion of women is much higher than the proportion of academic participants that Su Yun has learned. It can be seen that some people are still carrying equipment such as photographic equipment, or adjusting SLR lenses. It's obvious. It looks like either the assistant of the boss or the media person attending the conference. Of course, the media people who can be arranged by the official on the bus are mostly from prominent backgrounds, at least they are official media at the provincial level or above. After getting on the bus, Su Yun was just about to find a seat with Lu Chaoyong when a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Hey, Dr. Su." Su Yun looked over. He saw a beautiful young girl waving at him from the back of the bus. Of course, the term beautiful and youthful is relative to the perspective of a passerby. The moment Su Yun saw the other person, another word popped up in his mind. Cockroach girl. That's right. This is the cockroach girl Chen Shanshan, who appeared in the live broadcast of the disinfection at the University of Science and Technology and the public opinion press conference not long ago. Afterwards, Su Yun brought Lu Chaoyong to Chen Shanshan and found a seat nearby to sit down. Good morning, Sister Shanshan. Why are you here? What a novelty. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes when she heard that and waved the press card in her hand with a proud look on her face. Your sister. I am now a formal employee of Sichuan Provincial Observation. Chengdu is our home court. Where else could I be if not here? Su Yun looked at her in surprise. This is why I am confused. Isn't your Sichuan Provincial Observation known as a media that observes everything except Sichuan province? Why are you here to observe things in Sichuan today? Chen Shanshan, after joking. Chen Shanshan introduced Lao Zhou, the cameraman of her team, to Su Yun, and then asked Su Yun, Dr. Su, I heard that the results of this press conference are related to your University of Science and Technology. Do you have any inside information? Inside information? Su Yun shook his head firmly, with a silly look on his face. There must be inside information about this kind of thing, but it is not something that a little transparent person like me can get in touch with. Sister Shanshan, don't forget that I am just an ordinary master of physics. What can I know? If I tell you that I was the first to calculate the dark matter at the press conference, would you believe it? Chen Shanshan thought about it and shook her head decisively. Su Yun is very capable in biology and has good business potential, but physics is probably beyond his scope. Although his teacher is academician Pan. But as far as Chen Shanshan knows, academician Pan usually has most doctoral students, and master's students rarely have the opportunity to talk to him. So Su Yun probably doesn't know any inside information, and even if he has contact, he probably doesn't know much. As for Su Yun's so-called calculation of dark matter, just listen to it. If this is true, she would have bitten the axe-shaped key ring on Su Yun's waist on the spot. But then again, Chen Shanshan is not the kind of person who urgently needs inside information. Being able to get a regular job in advance has exceeded her career plan. Her so-called inside information is more like a joke between friends, so after no results, she began to chat with Su Yun about other things. Dr. Su, do you know? Chen Shanshan looked around and said in a low voice, after the public opinion press conference, many self-media accounts have been restricted in weight, and many people have been arrested. Su Yun nodded. Yeah, I heard about it. Then Chen Shanshan whispered again, if nothing unexpected happens, the arrested blogger should be in court soon. Court. Su Yun was slightly startled. This was a bit beyond his expectation. Although he was the party involved in the incident this time, the execution level was the matter of the higher-ups, so he didn't really know when the court would be held. Originally, he thought the whole process would be complicated, but now it seems that the efficiency is quite high. Then he looked at Chen Shanshan next to him. Chen Shanshan is a standard graduate of a first-class media university. Although she has no status in the industry, she is well informed. In addition, she has spoken up for Su Yun many times before, and her character is not like the kind of gossipy talker. The authenticity of the news should not be low. If the news is really correct, then this matter can also be expected. Then he shook his head, threw these thoughts behind his mind, and chatted with Chen Shanshan again. With Chen Shanshan, a beautiful woman with a face value far above the standard, as a companion, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong were not bored along the way. Everyone picked and shared some insider stories with each other, and they all gained a little. An hour later. Swish, the bus stopped outside the Xi'anfu International Conference Center. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Xi'anfu International Conference Center has the word international on it. But in fact, its appearance is not a classic European or modern style. It is the ancient Chinese main body. Its lobby is a corridor composed of wooden structure mortise and tenon components, which is 430 meters long, 32 meters high and 16 meters wide. It is classical and magnificent. It is also the largest single wooden structure in Asia. The main entrance is designed with the intention of rainy rainbow in the traditional Chinese garden, presenting a peaceful and beautiful Oriental artistic conception. The welcoming square is based on the traditional Chinese form, and the paving style extracts the paving patterns unearthed in the Tang and Song dynasties in the collection of the Chengdu Museum. The two sides of the axis are supplemented by the three stars accompanying the moon, the light of the golden sand, and the fashion of the Ma family, showing the three most important stages of Sichuan culture. Compared with other international conference rooms with crystal glass structures and metal textures, such an authentic Chinese-style conference center is indeed rare. The reason why the superiors agreed to hold this press conference in Chengdu may be to promote Chinese culture. After arriving at the Xi'anfu International Conference Center, Su Yun and others got off the car in order. The media seats and expert seats are located in different directions and are divided into 2 traffic areas. Therefore, after agreeing to have a hot pot meal together after the meeting, Su Yun and Chen Shanshan parted ways. Then Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong came to the B2 area, showed their passes, and were allowed into the venue. There were only a few security guards in the venue, most of whom had their hands behind their backs, and only had tear gas and batons on their waists. It seemed that the security conditions were a bit sparse. But Su Yun knew very well that this was just an open measure. A meeting of this size and nature must have a large number of security personnel on guard in the dark. Maybe the scholar next to you who looks gentle and elegant, or the photographer on the second floor who is responsible for filming, is actually a CAPF. If things really get out of hand, maybe someone will run out with a PLL-01 155mm sniper rifle. In addition, as soon as Su Yun entered the venue, he saw a banner at the front of the venue. UCOM Technology warmly welcomes all top physics experts to the scene. That's right. Oak Technology. This rather dazzling banner was the agreement reached between Academician Pen and Guo Hao. At the same time, the drinks on everyone's table were printed with the words of Oak Technology, which made Oak Technology show its face. In addition, the information of Oak Technology will also be displayed on major live broadcast platforms, and at Su Yun's suggestion, a live broadcast room was also set up. Supercomputer customized coupons will be issued regularly, with a discount of 700 for purchases over 30 million. This is a kind of marketing, just like the Lamborghini 5 yuan coupon, which is mainly to expand influence through popularity. This is a marketing method that will not bring a lot of negative impressions to the public. For example, similar pictures can often be seen in some groups, some of which are photoshopped, and some are indeed real. The 20th row. The 15th row. The 11th row, soon. Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong found the 10th row arranged by Academician Pen. The number of participants in today's meeting is far from the upper limit of the venue, so there is a large gap between rows, and it is easy to pass through as long as you are not a near route. Therefore, half a minute later, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong came to the seats with their names written on them and sat down. Today, the table in the conference room is not an independent single seat, but a row of red wooden tables connected together, which presents an arc shape when viewed from above. At the same time, the terrain of the conference hall is a bit like a movie theater, that is, the back is high and the front is low, but the degree of ups and downs is not so obvious. Lu Chaoyong is sitting on Su Yun's left-hand side, and the participant on the right-hand side has not yet taken a seat. The name of the other party is written on the sign on the table, Lisa Randall. It is not difficult to see from the beginning of Lisa. This should be a scholar with a biological gender of female. As for the psychological gender, it is not easy to speculate. After all, he is a foreigner. After a while, Su Yun suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look around. After finding that many people were taking pictures with their mobile phones, he boldly took out his mobile phone and entered the other party's name in the search bar. His action was very casual, but he didn't expect that the other party's information would actually be displayed in the search bar. Lisa Randall. Born on June 18, 1962, she is a female theoretical physicist, an authority in the field of particle physics and cosmology, and a professor at Harvard University. She is also the first female tenured professor of physics at MIT and Princeton University, and the first tenured female professor of theoretical physics at Harvard University. She was also one of the 100 most influential people in the world in 2007 selected by Time magazine, and was once hailed as the most beautiful scientist. There is also a photo of the other party below the search results. To be honest, this professor is really good looking. Even in the unretouched photos of the lecture 4 years ago, he looks at most in his 40s. At the same time, Su Yun also noticed. In the attached search results, this professor who looks very elegant actually took a half-naked photo. Out of curiosity, he clicked in. Lisa Randall may not be as beautiful as those stars, but under the blessing of the academic halo, she has a very literary beauty, which is very real at first glance. And just as Su Yun was scrolling down the page to look at the photo, suddenly, a very nice female voice came to his ear. "Hey, Chinese boy, do you know it's rude to see a girl's mother's album in front of her? Su-yoon raised his head. He found that there was a girl standing next to him who looked similar to Lisa Randall, but was only in her early 20s at most. Su-yoon. Chapter 431 The Filial Daughter and the Opening of the Press Conference. Looking at the beautiful blonde girl who suddenly appeared behind him, Su-yoon froze at the scene. It was not because he could not move when he saw the beautiful girl, but because of the girl's words and her appearance. At this time, any normal person could easily judge one thing: the other party was Lisa Randall's daughter. So the question is, what should I do if I am caught looking at her mother's half-naked photo in front of a girl? It's urgent. Waiting online. Seeing this, Lu Chaoyuan on the side quickly put on an expression of indifference, sitting upright and pondering the mineral water bottle in front of him. It seemed as if there was some ultimate secret engraved on it. Pure passerby JPG. However, his ears quietly stood up, and his eyes kept glancing at Su-yoon, with an expression of watching the fun. Su-yoon, and just when Su-yoon was a little at a loss, the girl who looked like Lisa Randall suddenly sighed, raised her eyebrows, and shrugged her shoulders. Forget it, you can watch it if you want. Anyway, no key parts are exposed. My mother is really something. Just take a photo shoot. Why not take a paid photo shoot? Those welfare girls selling meat on the internet make so much money. At least you can open a channel on YouTube and collect subscriptions. Su-yoon, in a very short time after the other party spoke, he even thought he was hallucinating. This amount of information is a bit too much. Is this really Lisa Randall's daughter? Then there was not enough room for Su-yoon to think. The girl took off her shoulder bag and put it on the table, and took the initiative to extend her hand to Su-yoon. Let me introduce myself, Lisa Kristen Randall, the biological daughter of Lisa Yachten Randall, and currently an assistant researcher at Harvard University. My mother had a car accident and broke her bones a few days ago, so she can't come to Chengdu, so I will attend the meeting on her behalf this time. Also, if you want to buy my mother's high-definition photo collection, you can also find me, and I will give you a 10% discount. Note, this person really did this on Instagram, including the above paragraph as the original sentence. Su-yoon was stunned for 2 seconds, and then hesitantly and awkwardly extended his hand. USTC, Su-yoon, this is really a filial daughter with personality. If this girl were in China, it is estimated that she would not survive the 4th grade of elementary school. However, after being surprised, a question in Su-yoon's mind was also answered. Although he didn't know Lisa Yachten Randall. But from the search results, Lisa Yachten Randall should be a very prestigious theoretical physicist. Even if she had not won the Nobel Prize, considering her achievements and gender, she should have been in the 4th to 6th row. Although the Chinese Academy of Sciences is not as politically correct as the international community, it obviously would not refuse such a thing that can avoid suspicion and has little cost. So Su-yoon always felt a little strange. Why was Lisa Yachten Randall assigned to the 10th row? It turned out that the person present today was not Lisa Yachten Randall, but her filial daughter, Lisa Christine Randall, who had the same name as her but a different middle name. I guess this girl wouldn't take the opportunity to promote her mother's photo album to other people at the venue. Kristen's personality seems to be a bit flamboyant. Or maybe you can say she's a social bull. After sitting down, she looked around and whistled softly. Tisk, tisk, it's really lively. If a missile falls at this time, human physics will stagnate for at least 20 years, right? It's a pity that this is in your China. If it was across the sea from us, it might really happen. Su-yoon. Then Kristen turned her head again, looked Su-yoon up and down, and said to him, Hey, Su, what direction are you researching? Me. Su-yoon blinked and said with a smile, my major in physics is condensed matter. The field of physics research is not very fixed. I know a little bit about each direction. By the way, Ms. Randall, what about you? Kristen crossed her hands in front of her chest and leaned back in her chair. The same theoretical physics as my mom, but not as mysterious as my mom. I'm currently working on the project of gravitational lens. Just call me Kristen. Gravitational lens. Su-yoon nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Christine's presence today is not just to replace her mother. As we all know, mass causes the curvature of space-time, and light travels along the space-time line. Massive celestial bodies will bend the space-time lines on both sides like a lens, and the light of the same star can be observed from 2 directions. Then, based on the distance in the 2 directions and Einstein's equation, the mass density can be calculated. The mass of the galaxy observed in this way is much larger than the model calculation, So many results of gravitational lensing are also the key to supporting dark matter research. Therefore, Christine must have attended this press conference partly for the truth about dark matter. She just took her mother's seat. Then Su-Yun thought for a while and asked Christine, "Ms. Christine, has Harvard's gravitational lens made any new discoveries recently?" Su-Yun's remarks were actually just a casual topic, but Christine nodded frankly, "Yes, not long ago, we and the project team at Oxford University discovered a large number of new magnetic filaments in the center of the Milky Way, all of which are more than tens of light years long. This result has reached the stage of publication, so it doesn't hurt to tell you about it." Su-Yun was stunned. "Magnetic filaments? Are you talking about those hydrogen filaments?" Christine nodded, leaning back in her chair with a calm demeanor. "Moreover, the magnetic filaments discovered this time are all perpendicular to the areas of high star formation activity. Some experts in the group with extreme views even believe that we have discovered the secret of star formation. If it weren't for the Chinese Academy of Sciences suddenly breaking out such big news, we were originally planning to give K-Mika and CERN a big surprise. The professor in charge of our research group is about to stab the Academy with a voodoo man." Su-Yun was silent after hearing this. It's not that he didn't know how to respond, but he was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Speaking of the Milky Way, many people must be familiar with it. But few people know that in the center of the Milky Way, there are more than 1,000 filaments tens of light years long. These filaments are all radiofilaments, discovered in the 1980s. They are like a harp with broken strings, crisscrossing the center of the Milky Way. Not long ago, the Meerkat telescope team in South Africa released a new set of filament photos. But even that set of observation records that took 3 years to render could only confirm that those filaments were magnetic hydrogen filaments. The longest of these filaments is more than 150 light-years long, and the outrageous point is that the intervals between almost every filament are exactly the same, about the distance between the Earth and the Sun. The combination of these filaments is called Maggie, and the Chinese name is Magdalena, named after the longest river in Colombia, where the discoverer Juan Diego Soler was born. This is also the largest object in the Milky Way, about 5,500 light-years away from the Earth. Those magnetic filaments are also a very cutting-edge research topic, belonging to the standard Nobel Prize category. After all, astrophysics has been very popular in recent years, and 4 Nobel Prizes have been awarded in 6 years, which can be called an absolute outlet. The deadline setting in the three-body problem is partly derived from these magnetic filaments. Of course, if there are only more than 1,000 deadlines in the Milky Way, then our location is really a bit desolate. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the edge of the universe that was fought by the Supreme. If the Chinese Academy of Sciences had not suddenly jumped out to make a big news, and Christine's description was not mixed with water, then this year might really be able to steal a chicken for their research group. At the same time, Su-Yun suddenly had a subtle inspiration in his mind, but he couldn't catch it when he wanted to. So he could only keep this matter in mind for the time being and put his attention back to reality. Christine is a very outgoing girl, with a personality similar to Li Feiyu in Love Apartment, who looks carefree. In the following time, she talked to Su-Yun about the customs of Chengdu. At the same time, both parties tacitly did not inquire about the core secrets of each other's fields. About half an hour later, the more than 2,000 seats at the scene were almost all full. Su-Yun took out his mobile phone and took a look, and found that the broadcast screens appeared on major platforms. Among them, the screen promoted by Station B was the Sichuan Provincial Observation hosted by Chen Shanshan. At this time, the girl was talking to the audience with a beaming face. "Guess who I just saw?" "You guessed it, it was Dr. Su-Yun. He was also on the scene. It's a pity that the expert seats and the media seats are separated. I don't know where Dr. Su is sitting." At the same time, the live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments such as, "Baby bird, chirp chirp chirp." Su-Yun, in theory. If I want to get rid of this social death title, it seems that there is no way except to go to Japan to make a movie. Forget it, don't think about it for now. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain, there is no need to think too much. In addition to Sichuan Provincial Observation, Su-Yun also saw official media such as Tuan Tuan and Renri in the live broadcast list, as well as some non-official media but influential news organizations. Then he returned to the desktop and looked at the groups he had joined. Whether it was the official graduate students group or undergraduate group of the University of Science and Technology, or the book club group, anime group, and book group that Soo-yoon joined in his spare time, many people were discussing the content of the press conference. Of course, due to the problem of professional barriers, the traffic of this press conference is likely to be like this: the cumulative traffic is high, but the instantaneous traffic is low. That is, there may be many viewers coming to watch the entire press conference, but most of them are estimated to watch for 3 to 5 minutes and then quit. So it is basically impossible to expect this press conference to break the online record of domestic live broadcasts. But on the other hand, the portrait of the audience of this press conference should be the same as the black fans of a male artist named Jai, who does not know CNKI. The education level is basically ridiculously high. It is estimated that the average undergraduate and master's degree starts. Then more than 10 minutes passed. Several staff members closed the entrance door. Seeing this situation, the venue with thousands of people gradually became quiet. It was not until this time that Soo-yoon realized that he had forgotten to bring something, a laptop. Although this thing may not be useful, if there is no notebook on the table in such occasions, it will look much less professional. Fortunately, Lu Chaoyuan on the side quickly brought a tablet and a Bluetooth keyboard, which was barely enough for Soo-yoon to show off. This is the lack of experience, insert a word, this is a real experience of a stupid author, very embarrassing, at the same time. The stenographer sitting in the aisle was also prepared. Due to the barriers of the industry, many people may not have heard of the profession of stenographer. However, in large-scale meetings, they are actually an indispensable type of people. Unlike ordinary typists, the hand speed of a typist is generally only about 100 words per minute, and 200 words is almost the upper limit. But the stenographer uses a special keyboard, and each keystroke is 2 or 3 Chinese characters. The typing speed of a stenographer is between 200 and 400 words, which can catch up with the broadcasting speed of the fastest announcer. The entry requirement for a stenographer is generally 220 words per minute, and the highest input speed in the steno industry can reach 684 words per minute, which is quite outrageous. See here. Some students will probably have a bold idea: give up, it's impossible, goodbye. Ahem. Of course. The more senior the stenographer, the higher the income. The unit price of a general on-site meeting record is about 1,200 yuan for half a day, and the ordinary marching record, that is, following you to negotiate at your doorstep, is 500 or even 800 yuan per hour. For example, the stenographers at the press conference of the Chinese Academy of Sciences today, the price of their appearance is basically 4,000 yuan or more for half a day. But it is worth mentioning that this price is the unit price reported to the steno company, and generally only 40% or even lower is received by the stenographer. In addition, the demand for stenographers in China is not very high, so most stenographers in the industry generally have a monthly income of only 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. But in any case, it is higher than that of ordinary typists. Well, it seems that there is nothing to brag about being higher than a typist. Compared with the previous public opinion press conference of the University of Science and Technology, a half-minute delay was set at the press conference to prevent some special circumstances. About 10 minutes later, the special passage at the front was opened, and several top figures in the current physics community appeared: Yang Lao, Witten, Higgs, Polyakov, Joseph and Candela, Lugano Mayani. When these big names appeared, everyone at the scene stood up at the same time without any instructions and applauded enthusiastically. It can be said that after the death of Gell-Mann and Weinberg, except for Glasgow, who is also ranked in the top 3 in contemporary physics, all the top big names in the current physics community appeared at the scene today. So to some extent, what Christine said about the missile landing causing the physics community to stagnate for 20 years is quite reasonable. Then these big names took their seats one by one amid applause. In addition, all over the world, Fermilab, K-Mavka Laboratory, CERN Center Mihai Experimental-Based Earth Dark Matter Detection Project Team. All the top institutions in the world have a large number of experts and scholars sitting in the conference room, waiting for the press conference to begin. Expectations, doubts, hatred and even curses were all locked on the big screen at the same time. About 10 minutes later, at the leftmost position in the second row, Academician Pan, who is already prepared, took a deep breath, picked up a document, and walked to the podium. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. Sure enough, someone is causing trouble. Conference room scene. Amid the expectation of everyone in the audience, Academician Pan walked slowly and firmly to the podium. He first laid the speech on the table, took a deep breath, and then looked around. Judging from his resume, Academician Pan is undoubtedly a standard young celebrity. He was selected as an outstanding young scientist 22 years ago, and won the Schmidt Award and the Marie Curie Outstanding Research Award in 2003 and 2004. In 2005, he was elected as one of the top 10 outstanding young people in China. In 2006, he won the Fresnel Award. In 2016, he won the highest honor in the Chinese scientific community, the first prize of the National Natural Science Award. At these large and small award ceremonies, Academician Pan has made various reports to the big guys. But whether it was the graduation report as a student representative at the doctoral graduation ceremony, or the acceptance speech at the award ceremony of the first prize of the National Natural Science Award, Academician Pan has never been so excited or nervous. In a sense, this press conference is not only about Academician Pan's academic status, but more importantly, it determines whether China can have a place in the high-energy physics community in the future. In other words, this is also a press conference involving national destiny. Since it involves national destiny, there is bound to be a fierce battle, whether it is in front of the stage or behind the scenes. Then Academician Pan calmed down and said, "Hello, all the guests and reporters in the industry, colleagues and audiences outside the broadcast camera. I am Pan Jianwei from Huaxia University of Science and Technology. I am honored to represent the Chinese Academy of Sciences and share an exciting report with you here. I believe everyone has heard about the content of this report. Yes, with the joint efforts of many experts in the Huaxia physics community, we have discovered and verified the real cold dark matter." The moment Academician Pan opened his mouth, the audience outside the screen may not feel anything, but many Huaxia experts at the conference were stunned. Because the language used by Academician Pan is not English, but standard Huaxia language. You know, under normal circumstances, at this kind of international press conference, the spokesperson should use English. This is already a default rule. So if you pay attention to those scientific press conferences, you can often see Chinese, Japanese and curry-flavored English speeches. But today is different. Academician Pan's use of Chinese is the result of repeated discussions among the leaders of the Academy of Sciences and a group of academicians. After all, this is the most glorious moment of the Chinese physics community so far, and the press conference is still held in our home field, in such an ancient building. In this case, let's just use Chinese. To put it politely, it means respecting the host language and letting the world understand Chinese culture. People just listen to what they like and don't listen to it. Anyway, there are simultaneous translation machines these days, and you can basically keep up with Academician Pan's introduction. By the way, the supplier of the translation equipment is one of the well-known subsidiaries of the University of Science and Technology, IFLADEC. Of course, it is precisely because it is Chinese that many viewers notice the last few words of Academician Pan, cold dark matter. In the past few days, the concepts of hot, warm and cold dark matter are the mainstream of popular science on the internet. Some of these popular science are truly objective analyses, while others are full of personal emotions or suspicions of distrust. The Rational Party, represented by the blogger named Zhejiangmianides, swears every day that the Academy of Sciences has at most discovered warm dark matter this time, playing word games from beginning to end. The first sentence that Academician Pan said directly dispelled this possibility verbally. In other words, there is no so-called retreat at this press conference. After finishing this prearranged opening, Academician Pan lightly pressed the laser pointer in his hand, and the large screen behind him quickly changed to vast starry sky. As we all know, the discovery of dark matter can be traced back to the 1970s, and it is an important part of cosmology. It is called the three major phantoms that must be solved in the 21st century together with gravitational waves and Higgs particles. Now that the Higgs particle has been discovered by CERN and gravitational waves have been successfully detected by LIGO, dark matter has become the lonely unlucky little guy. All current observational evidence proves that dark matter exists 99%, but before that, we can only find various hot dark matter, or warm dark matter. Academician Pan paused after saying this. At the same time, The camera that was originally locked on academician Pan also instantly switched to Suzuki Atsudo, who was sitting in the fourth row. Suzuki Atsudo's expression was still wooden, but after the camera turned away, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Damn, these Chinese must have done it on purpose. Academician Pan then smiled elegantly and said, but what's interesting is that just over 4 months ago, a series of very subtle things happened. He pressed the laser pointer again, and the introduction of Zhao Zhangguo appeared on the screen. On a drizzling day, my colleague, academician Zhao Zhangguo, a professor of physics at the University of Science and Technology of China and a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, discovered a brand new hyperon in the decay sample. This hyperon was soon published on PDG Live, with a particle number 4685. I believe some of my colleagues here should have some impression of it. Hearing this, a few scholars in the audience nodded. Most of these scholars are engaged in the study of baryons, so they all have some memory of the 4685 hyperon. After all, hyperons or baryons have always been a hot research topic. However, there are not many scholars in this group, and more experts took out their mobile phones and logged on to PDG Live. For example, Christine next to Su-Yun did the same, burying her head and swiping her phone. At the same time, Zhao Zhangguo, who was sitting on the other side of the fourth row, was also smiling and introducing some information to his acquaintances. Being mentioned in public on such an occasion is an honor worth bragging about for a lifetime. If you meet someone who likes to make fun of things, you may even carve a QR code on the tombstone, and others can see this content by scanning it. About half a minute later, academician Pan glanced at the audience again, and after estimating that most scholars had read it, he continued, as you can see, this particle belongs to a type of standard hyperon. From the data, it is probably the result of an ordinary first-tier journal, but more than half a month later, one of my students, Su-Yun, discovered something unexpectedly when he was studying this hyperon. He found that the energy level of this hyperon seemed a little strange, so with the help of the Aurora system of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he calculated a special probability orbit. Then academician Zhao Zhangguo and I used this orbit as the basis to discover a particle named Lonely Point Particle, which is the dark matter particle we will announce at this press conference. Academician Pan finished speaking. The picture on the big screen behind him instantly changed to a headshot of Su-Yun. After a few seconds, Christine beside Su-Yun suddenly turned her head and looked at Su-Yun in surprise. Hey, Su, you haven't graduated yet, you are still a student. Su-Yun glanced at the girl with a strange expression. Is this a matter of age and identity? Shouldn't he ask questions like, are you actually related to this matter, or have you really calculated the probability trajectory of a particle? This girl's train of thought is a bit strange. Although his heart was full of complaints, Su-Yun still answered obediently, well, I'm still a student now, I will study for a doctorate in physics in a few months. Christine was silent for a moment, and asked faintly, how old are you this year? Su-Yun was inexplicably frightened by the girl's stare. Just like a Fujianese seeing a Cantonese, I was 24 years old last year, and I was a graduate student. Christine looked at him for a few seconds, then her shoulders slumped and she exhaled. Damn, she is younger than me, all geniuses go to hell. Su-Yun, can you ask a question other than age? Hey. While talking, Su-Yun's mobile phone, which had been turned to silent in his trouser pocket, suddenly vibrated. Seeing this, Su-Yun took out his mobile phone and found that many people had sent him WhatsApp messages. Of course, researchers like Chu Sheng, who have a lot of interactions with Su-Yun, basically already know the situation, so most of the people who sent WhatsApp messages at this time are some friends outside the University of Science and Technology. For example, the sender of the message at the top is the cockroach girl Chen Shanshan, who I just met in the car. Mixed feelings JPG, Dr. Su, you actually lied to me. Su-Yun immediately replied, when did I lie to you? Did I say that I calculated the dark matter, doghead, Chen Shanshan, just wait for me. In addition, people such as Gu Guiqing from the company, academician Li Ning, and Lin Zhenhe who is far away in Ningbo City also sent messages of congratulations or praise. But soon, Su-Yun's good mood was dispelled by another screenshot of the live broadcast room barrage sent by Chen Shanshan. From this picture, we can see that the barrage in the live broadcast room is unprecedentedly uniform at this time. Fuck, chick, Su-Yun, fuck, XXXX. This is a barrage format that has gradually become popular in the past 2 years, and is generally common in game live broadcasts. When a player has a brilliant or bad performance, the barrage will be filled with a word that can describe the player's character. For example, wakaobing, wakafei, wakaun and so on. As for the purpose of Chen Shanshan posting this screenshot, it is obvious that it is to hurt each other. While Su-Yun was looking at the message on his phone, academician Pan on the stage also continued to talk. According to our detection, this solitary particle is a companion of the 4685 hyperon in nature, and its spin is half-odd. The decay parameter measurement result is 0.633 plus or minus 0.002, and the observed magnitude of the interaction with the 4685 hyperon is 140 MeV. Hearing this number, there was a commotion in the audience. It was mentioned earlier. The property of spin belongs to the intrinsic degree of freedom of the particle. According to the Pauli exclusion principle, if two identical fermions have exactly the same wave function, then the distribution probability density given by their overlapping wave functions is zero. Therefore, fermions can only have half-odd spins, that is, 1/2, 3/2, 5/2, 7/2, etc. Electrons, protons, neutrons, and baryons are all fermions. Mesons, photons, weak gluons, and Higgs particles are all bosons, and their spins are integers. The value of 140 MeV belongs to the category of electrically neutral mesons, but it has the spin of fermions. Su-Yun spent a lot of time thinking about this problem at the beginning, but don't forget that all the people present today are top bosses in the industry. Therefore, soon, except for a few mixed people, more than 95% of scholars subconsciously came up with a concept: there is something wrong with the way this particle moves. It is not walking or drifting, but flickering. More importantly, everyone already knows that the results to be released at the press conference are related to dark matter, that is, they have been prepared for the answer in advance. Therefore, after a little reverse deduction, many bosses have determined another thing: the kinetic energy of this solitary particle is less than the corresponding static energy. And this is one of the most important intrinsic natures of dark matter. Then, academician Pan on the stage pressed the laser pointer again, and the screen behind him changed again. This time, many data that few students could understand appeared on the screen. Secondary divergence parameter. 3.445 parity difference. 226.5 points/1 billion wave function derivative operator. 114,514 flux value. 17.885 exponential mapping generator. 1.3399596 wave function expression, and amp, GT, 0, FT, equals S then plus, X, equals Xings, plus cosx. 1 second later, including top guys like Higgs, almost all physicists picked up pens and paper when they saw this value and started calculating quickly. Of course, in sharp contrast to the many scholars at the conference, there were a group of media people at the scene and the confused audience outside the live broadcast room. At this time, the expressions on their faces were almost the same. What can these numbers calculate? Of course, although there are not many professionals who are proficient in high-energy physics, there are still many. For example, some research institute employees who cannot come, or students of corresponding majors in major universities, and a very small number of amateur scientists who do have strong professional knowledge but have not entered or stayed in the scientific research circle for various reasons. In addition, what is tested at this time is more about computing ability rather than creativity. Therefore, it was very fast. Instead, the answer appeared first in the barrage of the live broadcast room, below 0.0004, 10 times lower than WIMP, then very quickly. Many people at the conference also obtained calculation results. For example, Edward Witten, who has the highest mathematical achievement in the physics world today. He drew a circle on the result of 0.000193, and his expression was thoughtful. This value is called the Oxyka value, which is a simple tool for pen and paper calculation of electromagnetic interactions. This value is far less accurate than that detected by supercomputers or precision instruments, but it has a very special feature: it can classify dark matter. For example, the value calculated for hot dark matter ranges from 0.294 to 1. Warm dark matter is 0.00331 to 0.294, while cold dark matter has no lower limit, and the highest is 0.00331. For example, The most likely WIMP particle at present has an Oxyca value of 0.000106. Of course. The above premise is that the basic data provided is accurate and there is no falsification. In other words, judging from the results of pen calculations alone, the solitary point particles discovered by the Chinese Academy of Sciences do meet the requirements of cold dark matter. However, as a top mathematician, during the calculation process, Edward Whitman always felt that another vague thing was attracting him. But before he had time to think about it, he was shocked back to reality by a voice behind him. Kayano Daumate, Mr. Pan, how can you prove that your values are accurate? Chapter 433, The Chinese Academy of Sciences is Operation. At the press conference, after hearing these words from the audience, academician Pan paused slightly and cast his eyes on Suzuki Atsudo in the audience. At this moment, the former head of the neon K-Mikan detector and the famous neutrino boss was standing proudly in his seat, looking at the main stage with questioning. Seeing this, academician Pan shook his head slightly in his heart. Sure enough, it was the same as the Academy of Sciences had expected. The meeting was just halfway through, and someone came out to make trouble. What? Do you think it is possible that Suzuki Atsudo was purely curious? Are you kidding? Did you see the loudspeaker in the hands of this old bastard? This is why his voice can be heard throughout the audience. He is obviously well prepared. To be honest, this kind of thing is not uncommon, but it is not so widely spread because of industry barriers. For example, a few months ago, at the 30th International Conference on Neutrinos and Astrophysics held in Seoul in June 2022, a Korean did exactly the same thing as Suzuki Atsudo. At that time, the stick appeared even earlier than Suzuki Atsudo. Suzuki Atsudo at least appeared after academician Pan introduced the relevant information. It can only be said that some people are too conceited. By the way, the press conference released the neutrino measurement results of the Diabei reactor, which is the press conference mentioned earlier that China has made the greatest contribution to basic physics. So, the stick that jumped out was slapped in the face by the Diabei team led by academician Wang Yifan, and rubbed over and over again. On the third day after the meeting, he took the initiative to resign from the position of Professor of Modern Physics at Seoul University. The site returned to the original place. Suzuki Atsudo's move caused some commotion at the scene, and many people were extremely surprised by this sudden situation. Bah, Chen Shanshan suddenly heard a light rebuke in her headset. She turned her head and found that the cameraman Lao Zhou was looking at Suzuki Atsudo in the audience with a sullen look. This old Japanese guy is here to mess up the show. How shameless. Chen Shanshan couldn't speak in front of the audience, so she could only blink at Lao Zhou quickly, indicating that she agreed with his point of view. Then she suddenly realized something and took out her mobile phone to look at the live broadcast room. Sure enough, at this time, the live broadcast room was full of comments like, Baga, Geneva, and, the Japanese have entered the village. There were also a few comments like Ziba. But being angry is being angry. Whether it was Chen Shanshan or the cameraman Lao Zhou. In fact, they all had a hidden worry in their hearts. What if this Japanese guy really succeeded in macing up the show? After all, these people are really bad, but if you think they are stupid, you are very wrong. Suzuki Atsudo dared to do this. There must be a deeper force behind him making plans, and maybe he would hit some pain points when he spoke. There were many people who had similar thoughts, so the atmosphere at the scene soon became solemn. But in the blind spot of these people's vision, Su Yun, Lu Chaoyuan, Zhao Zhangguo, Zhou Xiaoping, and even Hao Zhengyin, who knew the inside story, quietly showed a smile on their faces. Although the arc of this smile was very low, it was extremely brilliant. Just like when the 5 people went online in advance and squatted on the road when they were playing together, watching a cute Timo walking towards the bushes. Of course, fishermen know it. When buying fish, the fish cannot be put on the pole when it just bites the hook. The fish must be played for a while before it can be dragged out of the water. Academician Pan obviously understood this. Therefore, the smile on his face was fleeting, as if it had never appeared at all, and was replaced by a gloomy look in the eyes of outsiders. At this time, academician Pan's expression was quite dignified and he looked a little angry, but he was just forcing himself to remain restrained. Mr. Suzuki Atsudo, what do you mean by this? This time academician Pan used authentic English, which was not to worship foreigners, but to leave no room for Suzuki Atsudo to play dumb. At the same time, He signaled to the staff and handed a microphone to Suzuki Atsuto. Seeing this, Suzuki Atsuto snorted coldly, took the microphone, and said in English, "Academician Pan, I personally respect your past work results very much, but I would like to ask you, or the Academy of Sciences, a question. According to what you said, there is actually no definition of rest mass for isolated point particles, is that right?" Academician Pan nodded, "That's right, and its secondary divergence parameter is 3.445? It belongs to the broken two-dimensional category." Indeed, Suzuki Atsuto suddenly chuckled, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. "In that case, how did you complete the Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow topology mechanism? There are quite a few experts and scholars on the scene, and they are all senior colleagues in the field of physics, so I hope you can answer my question clearly. If you can give a relevant answer, I am willing to apologize on the spot in my personal capacity, but if you can't give a direct answer to this question, then I doubt it." Having said that, Suzuki Atsuto paused deliberately and said in a long voice, "The data of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is falsified." Hearing what Suzuki Atsuto said, some Chinese physicists frowned and shouted, "Danger! This old bastard! Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow. This is a matching mechanism for the anomaly of the high-dimensional upper body state and the anomaly of the low-dimensional upper boundary state." Of course, the high dimension here does not refer to the dimension of the universe, but a classification involving Dirac mass. For example, some two-dimensional Raman-coupled optical lattices, two-dimensional gases, three-dimensional spin-coupled orbits, etc. It is not difficult to see from the data previously published by Academician Pan. The gauge symmetry of the solitary point particle chiral fermion is spontaneously destroyed, so it must complete a match on the boundary state. And this is an unresolved problem in the physics community. This topic is not worthy of the Nobel Prize, because it is a purely theoretical category, and the Nobel Prize looks more at phenomena and results. But in terms of the difficulty of cracking, it is not inferior to the conventional Nobel Prize. At least based on Suzuki Atsuto's understanding of the Chinese physics community, Academician Pan and his team should not be able to successfully match it, or no one in the world can successfully match it at the baryon level. In the current field of particle physics, the most common way to solve this problem is the approximation method. That is, it does not need to be 100% accurate, and it is enough to just barely make do in the process, such as 90% or 91%. After all, particle physics is more based on experimental results, and pure mathematics does not need to be completely consistent. This thing is like a mobile phone. A Huawei Porsche or Apple 14 is certainly easy to use, and it is also very face-saving to take it out. But when it comes to the moment when some materials are in urgent need, the 300 yuan Meimang can still be used to support it. But the problem is that the outside audience and the media don't know about this. Once they hear that the Chinese Academy of Sciences did not complete the Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow ratio in the process of making dark matter, then there will be a lot of things to say. Even a little shameless. Other institutions can completely publish a paper in a well-known journal after solving the Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow mechanism. It means that they have verified the accuracy of the results of the Chinese Academy of Sciences under the condition of absolute precision, and pulled this adaptation field into the category of so-and-so. Although the results still belong to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But these papers can be used to confuse the public and even affect China's right to speak. And this is also Suzuki Atsuto's main task today. After all, those top institutions or the political groups behind them are not fools. The Chinese Academy of Sciences dares to hold such a high-profile press conference, so there must be some results. So at the beginning, Suzuki Atsuto's purpose is very pure. It is not necessary to overturn the table, but it is necessary to spit in every dish, disgusting and disgusting. So his actions seem a bit abrupt, and even unmannerly, but the questions raised are also very fatal. Facing the imposing Suzuki Atsuto, Academician Pan was silent for a moment, with a trace of difficulty on his face. Mr. Suzuki, the issue of the Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow mechanism involves very complex data and calculations. According to the schedule of the press conference, now is not the formal Q&A session, so if your personal ideas disrupt the press conference arrangements, these colleagues here may have opinions. So you see, Academician Pan had just finished speaking. A tall white man stood up next to Suzuki Atsuto. He took the microphone from Suzuki Atsuto and said, Mr. Pan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm Evil Sykes from the EBC laboratory of the University of Zurich. I understand that you want to standardize the process of the press conference, but as a physicist, I am also very curious about this issue. Our laboratory is currently working on the topic of Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow mechanism. He looked around at the people around him, exchanged glances with them calmly, and continued, I believe that many of my colleagues here have the same opinion as me, so your concern that everyone will have opinions in advance about the Q&A session does not actually exist. Evil Sykes finished speaking. Representatives from many institutions nodded at the same time. Of course. There were also many people who remained silent or showed opposition, but they were just not willing to refute out loud from a neutral perspective. So from a global perspective, these bigwigs were either silent or expressing their agreement. What made Suzuki Atsudo a little strange was that Anton Salinger, who had always had a very good relationship with Huaxia, and several other foreign academicians of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences also did not speak at this time. He originally thought that he would have an argument with these people. On the podium, he looked at the representatives of these institutions who expressed their opinions. Academician Pan raised his eyebrows and said to Suzuki Atsudo, Mr. Suzuki, I would like to ask you a question first, can I? Suzuki Atsudo was startled when he heard the words, and nodded after he came to his senses. Sure. Academician Pan stared at him for a few seconds, tapped his fingers on the podium twice habitually, and asked, Mr. Suzuki, I wonder if my colleagues in Chemical Laboratory are also watching this live broadcast now. Suzuki Atsudo wanted to say that this was nonsense, but it was not a good occasion to get angry over such a small matter. After all, he also represented the Japanese scientific community. Yes, almost all employees of Chemical Laboratory are watching this live broadcast now. I just contacted my colleagues in the laboratory before the meeting started. Academician Pan looked at representatives of other institutions again. Is it the same for you? A burst of affirmative responses soon came from the audience. Click. Academician Pan snapped his fingers happily upon seeing this, and the expression on his face suddenly became much more lively. In that case, it will be easy now. Mr. Suzuki, and colleagues from other institutions on the scene, please notify your laboratory staff to take their positions and get ready to start the machine. Hearing this, Suzuki Atsudo, the old man who always had a sullen face, showed a rare look of bewilderment. Mr. Pan, what do you mean? What do you mean by turning on the machine? Academician Pan still had a gentle smile on his face, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Mr. Suzuki, aren't you curious about how we solve the Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow mechanism? Because the entire dark matter generation process is too complicated. If I answer your question, you may have another question about the self-state or complex scalar field, and after you finish asking, there may be other questions from CERN experts, and after CERN asks, it will come to the BDL laboratory. So in this case, then we simply don't give a written answer, and all the institutions will come together to work with us from the process, reproduce it on the spot. Swish, Academician Pan had just finished speaking. Two sets of pictures appeared on the big screen behind him in an instant. The first set of pictures was the operating table of the Synchrotron Radiation Laboratory on the campus of USTC, and several researchers were busy at the table. On another set of screens, there is a paragraph, materials and processes required for the first stage. First, prepare 2 lead ion beam tubes, a pair of arbitrary radiation light sources, and a beam tube with a circumference of 500 to 800 meters. After cleaning, let it stand for 20 minutes, then hit the beam wall to 158 degrees, start radiating the light source, and start emitting lead ion beams when the electron signal in the closed tube drops to the order of 10 to the -3 order of magnitude. Wait for the ion beam reaction to be completed, and search for the corresponding magnitude trajectory of x0 in a clockwise direction. Note that no hydrogen-containing substances can be added in this step, otherwise it will easily cause the finished product to appear burnt and mushy. At the moment the screen appeared, the barrage on major live broadcast platforms paused for a short time, but in less than a second, it was replaced by a full screen of question marks. In fact, it is not just the online platform. Even many bigwigs at the press conference showed a look of surprise. Higgs, who is already a little cute, couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looked a little confused. In Higgs' long research career, he has participated in at least hundreds of press conferences online and offline, and even more than 1,000 if lectures are included. But whether it is an ordinary university lecture or the release of Nobel Prize-level results, he has never seen such a spectacle. To be honest, Although Higgs has no intersection with the wills behind Suzuki at pseudo, he is not completely ignorant of the idea of those wills wanting to sabotage the stage. After all, his status is here, and there are no big secrets in the industry in his eyes. The same reason. He also knows that the Chinese Academy of Sciences must know about this matter and will definitely take some countermeasures. Unexpectedly, the Chinese Academy of Sciences actually came up with such a counterattack. This is really surprising. Use the reproduction of the experimental process as evidence. This is indeed a more powerful counterattack than language explanation, but the corresponding difficulty and risk are very high. Unless the Chinese Academy of Sciences can guarantee the high intensity and high probability output of solitary point particles. There are many smart people present, and Higgs is not the only top scholar who realizes this. Witten, Telheft and others also thought of this quickly. So many bigwigs looked at Zhang Zhongjing on the side, and their eyes suddenly became meaningful. Looking at the whole scene at this time, the participants whose faces did not change much were still only a few members of the Academy of Sciences, such as Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong. However, even though he had learned about the Academy of Sciences plan from Academician Pan in advance, Su Yun was still a little nervous at this time. After all, this is too bold. This was a plan that was prepared on the day the press conference was set, but for the sake of confidentiality, he and Lu Chaoyong were not informed of the general content until yesterday. As for the reason why the Academy of Sciences did this, it was naturally like what Academician Pan said above. If the result of the solitary point particle is a dish with good appearance and great taste, then Suzuki at pseudo's behavior is to accuse the Academy of Sciences of using some shameful technology in the process of cooking, when the other party is deliberately finding fault. Even if you tell him that the black traces of a certain person are the base color of the dark soy sauce, he will still continue to find problems. For example, they questioned the knife skills, thinking that such thin dishes must be processed by machines rather than cut by hand. Another example is that they questioned the taste, saying that some additives must have been used. In this case, the Academy of Sciences simply did not waste words and directly changed to another way of proof, directly conduct another experiment on site, and at the same time tell other institutions the process and the required materials, and everyone will come together to repeat the test. Anyway, these data will be published in the end. Of course, this approach is not purely impulsive or risky. In fact, the Academy of Sciences made the decision after repeated analysis. After all, there is a very special thing about solitary particles. It is completely different from the Higgs particle, which only appears once in a billion proton collisions, and its lifespan is far more than 1/1,000,000th of a second of the Higgs particle. Su Yun calculated the probability orbit of solitary particles, and in the process of ground state processing, the lifespan of solitary particles was extended to more than 10 seconds. So far, the single beam capture rate of solitary particles has reached 83.4%. After 2 beam tubes, theoretically, except for the institution behind the African delegation, other institutions can capture them successfully. This is the confidence of the Academy of Sciences. It is also the reason why Academician Pan, or the Academy of Sciences, will introduce Su Yun's contributions separately in the PPT. After all, Su Yun's 2 works are of great help to this experiment. The hero behind the scenes JPG. In addition, the materials needed to verify the solitary point particles are basically the common materials used in neutrino detection. Ordinary people may not be able to access them, but for those large institutions, it is as easy as finding an egg in the kitchen. Therefore, based on the above comprehensive considerations, the Academy of Sciences decided to do a whole wave of show this time. Chapter 434, The Real Purpose, Counterattack. At the report conference, as Academician Pan finished his words, many representatives of institutions at the conference showed a subtle look on their faces. It must be said that Academician Pan, or the Chinese Academy of Sciences approach, was indeed somewhat unexpected. In fact, before the press conference began, those institutions that were hostile to China had secretly organized a meeting. With the assistance of the political groups behind them, they had actually already summarized many possible responses that the Chinese Academy of Sciences might take. For example, a tough refusal, or using the spring and autumn style to blur the past, etc. Even the Chinese Academy of Sciences Plan B that could fully explain the relevant questions was considered. But the only thing missing was the plan for the Chinese Academy of Sciences to complete the re-inspection on site. This was just like the many operations at the public opinion press conference where Su Yun was slandered. which was beyond reason. There were so many important press conferences in the world, and no one had ever done it, or dared to do such a thing. It was like someone questioned the moon landing on the other side of the sea, and the other side of the sea said, "Stop talking nonsense, I'll land on the moon on the spot and show you." At the same time, he also taught you how to assemble a launch vehicle, and called on others to go to the moon to find change and non-Zizi to have a silver party. Who could have thought of this? Thinking of this, even the tough-minded Suzuki Atsudo didn't know how to refute for a while. After half a minute, the heads of several institutions looked at each other and sighed, whatever. When encountering such an unexpected emergency, you can only search for the serial number while strolling and watch one step at a time. Then Suzuki Atsudo took a deep breath, looked up and said to Academician Pan, "No problem, Academician Pan, we agree with your plan." Academician Pan smiled at the old man with a kind smile, no, a friendly smile, and said, "Very good, Mr. Suzuki. On behalf of the Academy of Sciences, I would like to thank everyone for their cooperation." Then, without waiting for Suzuki Atsudo to take a seat, Academician Pan added casually, "By the way, Mr. Suzuki, considering that our press conference is aimed at audiences from all walks of life around the world, in order not to affect the audience's viewing experience, in Chinese, to prevent us insiders from being self-satisfied, I think the audience also has the right to know the relevant information in real time, so I have an idea here." Academician Pan stretched out his two index fingers and drew a square frame in the air towards the screen. "Can we connect to the main control room of each laboratory, and then preset some simple prompt signals in the background to let the audience keep up with the progress? For example, we can put an icon at the bottom of each laboratory screen, which will display red when the step is in progress and green when the result is out. Then if 80% of the laboratories complete the corresponding links within the corresponding time limit, we will directly enter the next stage. Otherwise we will wait." This kind of thing should be very simple for major institutions. After all, our cameras are mainly aimed at the operating table. At most, we will take pictures of some researchers or keyboards, and there is no confidentiality. So, I wonder what you think. Hearing what Academician Pan said, Suzuki Atsudo, who was about to sit back in his seat, was stunned and froze in the air. After coming to his senses, he suddenly changed color. In fact, it was not just Suzuki Atsudo who lost his composure. Many representatives of institutions around him also showed the same expression on their faces. Even Edward Witten, who had been a little absent-minded after completing the calculation, finally straightened his face at this time, and a trace of realization appeared in his eyes. It turns out that the purpose of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is here. The fourth row behind Witten. Carlo Rubbia, the head of CERN, glanced at Hao Zhengjing and couldn't help saying, "President Hao, you are too calculating. Now even our CERN, no, it should be said that the world's top scientific research institutions, have to work for you." Hao Zhengjing smiled at him reservedly and said nothing. At this time, admitting it would make the other party even more unhappy, and being modest would be suspected of being a traitor. So silence is the best way. As Carlo Rubbia said, the reason why the Chinese Academy of Sciences proposed to let all laboratories participate in the latest verification of dark matter is not simply to avoid being criticized. After all, if you simply let others follow you to do experiments, those institutions will still be at a high point in terms of status and can look at you with scrutiny. Just like some visitors to an exhibition, they can open their mouths and make comments at will. This is obviously a bit unpleasant. So the real idea of the Academy of Sciences is to turn the passiveness of the press conference into activeness. That is to let these visitors become the role of being visited and evaluated by others. The opportunity to achieve the goal lies in Academician Pan's request for the docking screen. The underlying logic of the Academy of Sciences is actually very simple. You asked us to answer questions, and we went through the retest to show our sincerity. At the same time, considering that the press conference is for the general public, it is reasonable for you institutions to show your sincerity, right? Once the results are synchronized, a very realistic problem is placed in front of all institutions, that is, ranking. For example, Suzuki Atsudo's chemical laboratory and CERN, both institutions claim to be the world's top dark matter research institutions, and have some complicated grievances. If CERN is the first to produce results during the retest, but chemical laboratory is a step slower, then CERN will have something to say in the future. Even if chemical laboratory is eliminated, the fun will be even greater unless you don't need to care about public image and reputation in the future. Therefore, Under the watchful eyes of tens of millions of viewers around the world, these institutions must do their best to complete the verification of dark matter in order to ensure their ranking. Of course. Perhaps someone will have such a question: what if these institutions refuse to participate or outperform the Academy of Sciences? The answer is simple. Neither of these two situations can happen. Academician Pan's previous concession or slip-up was precisely to make Suzuki Atsudo think that he had a great advantage and pull in other institutions. This was a war that they took the initiative to provoke. Academician Pan mobilized the audience's trend again, which was an approach that engulfed the will of all the audience. It was the same as Suzuki Atsudo's previous attempt to find a loophole in the Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow for the audience to see. The will of the general public may not be professional, but when the magnitude is high enough, no one can ignore its influence. This is the trend. Before the trend, many countries were powerless, let alone a few scientific research institutions. There may be some institutions that are rogue and give up, but at least the main force of these institutions will definitely not slip away. As for the possibility of collective acting, this involves a question of time and communication. Although there are many institutions that are hostile to the Chinese scientific community, there are also many institutions that are objective, neutral, or even close to China. Conservatively speaking, they are 50-50. In addition to the long-standing contradictions in the European and American scientific circles, at least they will never reach a unified intention in a short period of time. As long as 10 institutions can conduct verification normally, it will never be played by others. This is also the reason why the Academy of Sciences proposed this plan after the press conference began. If it was earlier, readers would know. If it was earlier, there really had the possibility of collusion. The more important point is that even if an agreement is reached verbally, how do you know that the friendly forces are really friendly forces? For example, is evil sex, who came from the EBC laboratory of the University of Zurich and cooperated with Suzuki Atsudo, really one of the European and American scientific circles? Suzuki Atsudo probably won't know until his death. Evil Sex father is a custom furniture businessman. His wooden furniture factory just received a furniture pre-order from China the day before yesterday with a profit of nearly 100,000 euros. Half an hour later. Germany. Planck Institute for Nuclear Physics. As a scientific research institution established in 1948, the name alone is enough to show the background and strength of the Planck Institute for Nuclear Physics. After all, not everyone can use the name Planck. This is a research institute engaged in particle astrophysics and quantum dynamics. Although it has not produced 18 Nobel Prize winners like the Planck Institute of the same name, it is equally famous in the field of particle physics. Today, the project team responsible for studying dark matter at the Planck Institute of Nuclear Physics is called CRESSTII. The entire project team uses dozens of ultra-low temperature calcium tungsten crystals to explore traces of dark matter in the deep underground. According to the original plan, the project team will conduct a neutral particle collision test today, with a magnitude of more than 80 GeV. In the physics world, high magnitude can basically be equated with high cost. For today's experiment, CRESSTII prepared for a full 2 weeks, and the pre-investment funds exceeded $700,000. More than 80% of these funds are time-sensitive materials or equipment, which means that they will be useless after today. The delay error of this kind of experiment is basically measured in minutes, but at this moment, the leader of the project team, Adolf Nandler, there is such a person, is calling on the project team members to dismantle and rotate many pre-installed equipment. Team leader. A young female assistant with a ponytail came to Nandler quickly and handed him a report. The lead ion beam is ready, and the magneto-optical trap can be used at any time, but you need to sign the process in person. Nandler took the document and quickly wrote his name on it. What about the liquid xenon? How long will it take to be ready? The young female assistant glanced at the tablet in her hand and quickly answered, about an hour and a half. What about the photoelectric effect tube? It has been shipped. It will take about 40 minutes to assemble and debug. This part of the work can be done at the same time as the liquid xenon? Nandler nodded gently. Very good. The Chinese Academy of Sciences gave each institution 1 hour to debug the capture equipment of isolated particles. The time seems to be very urgent, but the capture step does not require many instruments. Whether it is liquid xenon, isotopes, or photoelectric effect tubes, these are all part of the verification stage, which is the equipment required in the second step. In other words, the preparation time of these instruments is 1 hour plus the time spent in the capture stage, which is actually very sufficient. After signing his name, the female assistant took the file back from Nantler, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Team leader, do you think those Chinese people have really discovered dark matter?" Nantler saw the worry in the female assistant's eyes. After all, once dark matter is discovered, there will definitely be a lot of follow-up projects to study dark matter, but many of the previous detection projects will basically be cut in half. At that time, they will not be unemployed, but they are likely to be transferred to an unknown position. Whether it is income, interpersonal relationships or daily life, they need to start from scratch. Then Nantler thought about it and shook his head gently. "Ms. Oslin, I'm afraid I can't give you an answer to this question for the time being, but judging from the Chinese people's formation, as long as they don't plan to make a big joke that is extremely embarrassing, they have probably discovered something. But no matter what the real answer is, what we have to do now is to prepare the materials and listen obediently. Anyway, in a few hours, the experimental results will give us the answer, right?" The female assistant named Oslin was silent for a moment, and forced a smile. "You are right, team leader." After Oslin left, Nantler couldn't help but reach out and touch the nearest device. This is a Raphael 100 low mass signal detector specially produced for searching for dark matter signals. In order to ensure sufficient accuracy, it is only suitable for receiving feedback from calcium tungsten crystals. So it is foreseeable that once dark matter is really discovered, the value of this instrument will be greatly reduced. It may be directly put into the cold palace, or it may be sold at a discount to a country in Africa. And by then, it is probably not just this machine that will leave this laboratory together. Similar conversations are not unique, they also happen in many institutions around the world. Some people are looking forward to it. Some people are panicking. Others are full of confidence and want to find loopholes in the Chinese people after the experiment begins, and become famous in one fell swoop. On social media, whether it is domestic or foreign websites, the relevant entries of USTC have already jumped to the first place. The entries on the foreign website are relatively normal, just a simple USTC. As for domestic social media, they are not afraid of trouble and use the topic of Einstein teaching at USTC. However, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room of HKUST did not increase much. After all, at this time, everyone on the scene was looking at the big screen and waiting for the preparations of many institutions. There were no interesting pictures. Most of the audience basically clicked in to watch for 3 or 5 seconds, and chose to leave when they found that it had not started. However, as time passed second by second, the popularity of the live broadcast room gradually began to rise. After about an hour, the backstage of the press conference, Academician Pan, Housing Gideon's assistant Go Hongwen walked quickly to Academician Pan with a mobile phone in his hand. On the screen of the mobile phone, a call interface that had just been hung up could be seen. Among the 62 first-line institutions in our preset list, except for 4 institutions that said that the beam tube could not be terminated due to other projects and sent relevant certificates, 8 institutions refused to participate in the joint re-inspection on the grounds that the laboratory secrets might be leaked, and 1 institution had all its staff evacuated due to an emergency due to volcanic eruption. The remaining 49 institutions all expressed their participation in the verification. As of just now, 42 institutions have expressed their willingness to prepare the equipment for the first step. The remaining 7 are the Solon Laboratory in Italy, Bulimia in Australia, and the Maple Leaf Country. Academician Pan listened quietly, glanced at Go Hongwen, and asked, "It's almost the expected time now. What did President Hao say? Should we ignore them or wait a little longer?" Go Hongwen shook his mobile phone at Academician Pan and pointed at the time bar. President Hao discussed with several bigwigs on the scene. Considering that there are many top dark matter institutions like Bulimia among them, they decided to give them another 15 minutes. If they are not ready by the time the time comes, we will ignore them. It's not your loss anyway. Academician Pan nodded slightly. Bulimia Laboratory can be ranked among the top 5 dark matter research institutions in the world, and its strength and status are unquestionable. If compared one by one, there are not many that can surpass Bulimia Laboratory. But now there are as many as 42 institutions that are ready. In the face of this scale, Bulimia's position is not much of an advantage. While there is still some time, Academician Pan sat down and did a hot compress on his eyes. After all, after the experiment begins, he has to stand on the stage for at least a few hours. If some variables appear, it may even take more than 10 hours. Therefore, he must seize every opportunity to maintain his spirit as much as possible. 15 minutes passed quickly. Go Hongwen hurried to Academician Pan again. Academician Pan, please get ready. All institutions have indicated that they are ready. Quotation mark. Chapter 435 Another Battlefield. Backstage at the conference center. After hearing Gao Hongwen's words, Academician Pan slowly took off his eye mask, stood up from the armchair, and asked, "Are you all ready?" Did the bulimia laboratory not exceed the time limit? Gao Hongwen shook his head, with a trace of disdain on his face. The news that came in the last 20 seconds is obviously disgusting. Academician Pan smiled indifferently. His expression looked very casual. It's okay. Doesn't this just mean that they have no tricks? They can only play some tricks in these corners. Don't take it too seriously. Let's go to the front desk. After saying that, Academician Pan picked up the American ginseng beside him and took a sip, then strode to the front desk. Half a minute later, seeing Academician Pan return to the scene, the originally somewhat casual atmosphere in the audience instantly condensed. Many industry experts who were just chatting sat up straight. At the same time, the barrage on the live broadcast room also changed from complaints such as, "Boring, lol doesn't even have such a long pause," to, "Is it about to start?" or, "Go." After arriving on the stage, Academician Pan still looked around and said, "Dear experts, media guests, colleagues and audience friends on the scene, due to some temporary emergencies, we have kept you waiting for a long time, but I believe that the next results report session will not make you feel that this hour has been wasted. Okay, without further ado, now please ask the technicians to access the signals of the 49 institutions participating in this retest." As soon as the voice fell, on the big screen behind Academician Pan, a 7x7 layout video screen instantly appeared. These 49 video modules are marked with the corresponding institution names, and you can see which country and laboratory they belong to. For example, the first one is Chemical Laboratory, the second and third ones are CERN, and so on. In addition, although the layout of the screen in each video frame is different, it can be seen that it is a monitoring view near the main control desk of a laboratory. In the video, you can see various equipment and many staff members walking around. Let me introduce it to you first. Academician Pan pointed to the screen and said, "This is the screen of the experimental site we are docking." All institutions have understood the detailed rules and agreed to transmit the real-time screen. In addition, you can pay attention to the red indicator lights next to the names of each institution. When the corresponding institution completes a certain step, they will turn the indicator lights green. We will plan a corresponding time limit for a certain step. If more than 80% of the institutions have not produced results by the time the time limit expires, we will wait until 80%. If it has exceeded 80% by then, we will not wait for the remaining institutions, but will proceed directly to the next step. That is, the last place will be eliminated. Hearing Academician Pan's words, many people at the scene subconsciously twisted their bodies, and a trace of discomfort flashed across their faces again. Although they knew that this was a conspiracy of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But for many foreign institutions, the moment Suzuki Atsuto opened his mouth, or stood up from his seat, they were doomed to be unable to avoid a big pit dug by the Academy of Sciences. Now they can only pray that the success rate of the results of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the experimental process is not so high, or the quality is relatively not so strong. Otherwise, all participating institutions will become a stone brick on the long steps of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After the signals from various institutions were connected, Academician Pan adjusted the microphone in front of him and continued, "Now for the last confirmation, please ask colleagues from each institution to activate the accelerator power supply. Please press the indicator light when completed." Swish, all red lights turned green. Academician Pan's face remained unchanged. After the staff reset the green light back to red, he continued, "Very good, please turn on the beam tube and emit the lead ion beam. The inclination value is 12.8762 degrees, the scalar field is 4, the magnitude is 50 GeV, and the Feynman path integral expression is, the ion beam collision time is 10 minutes, the jet column intercepts 7 peaks, and the probability orbit is as shown on the screen in advance. Now you can start." As soon as the voice fell, most of the institutions in the video began to get busy. Neon thousands of kilometers away from Chengdu, Gifu Prefecture, Hida City 1,000 meters deep in the Mizumi mine, the headquarters of the Chemical Laboratory, The 2015 Nobel Prize winner in physics, Takaaki Kajita, was standing in front of the main console, watching the operator input various coefficients into the equipment. This old man, who looked somewhat similar to the famous Japanese actor Yuzuru Yuki, no longer had the usual relaxed and smiling look. Instead, he was serious as a rock, and had a hint of worry. A few minutes later, a bald operator stopped snapping his fingers and said respectfully to Takaaki Kajita, "Mr. Kajita, the data has been entered. Shall we start the collision now?" Although the Super K-Mikan detector of the K-Mikan laboratory is mainly used to detect neutrinos and search for dark matter, it cannot perform particle collisions at too high an energy level. After all, there is no such a long pipeline. However, the data provided by the Chinese Academy of Sciences is not particularly over the limit. With the equipment reserves of the K-Mikan laboratory, it is completely possible to meet the corresponding requirements. Hearing the operator's words, Kajita Takaaki took a deep breath and nodded without hesitation, his tone barely maintaining his usual amiability. "Please start, Matsuda-kun." The bald man said yes quickly and quickly typed in the command. A moment later, a 1/4 wavelength superconducting prototype cavity consisting of 42 beam lines was quickly opened, and a beam of lead nuclei flew out at an extremely fast speed. And with the support of the multi-bend achromatic lens, they were accelerated again in just 100,000th of a second. 700,000ths of a second later, they quickly passed through a large gap-high-field superconducting wiggler with an intensity of 2.6 T and began to scatter at a small angle. Many people born in the 1990s or 2000s should have played with a kind of cheap fireworks that were about 20 centimeters long, as thin as a rope, and could be used to swing in circles during their childhood. At this moment, these scattered lead ions began to splash or scatter under the action of the Niobe device, just like the flame core of a waving firework. When the two fireworks started to rotate at the same time, a low probability event occurred. Some sparks collided with each other. These colliding sparks left corresponding ash residues after the collision, which were quickly recorded by the detection equipment. As mentioned earlier, the trajectory of electrons cannot be calculated in advance, and can only be analyzed through a cloud chamber, which belongs to a probability model. The trajectory given by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or calculated by Su Yun, is also a probability value. It's just that the probability is quite high. Therefore, soon after indexing according to the corresponding probability trajectory, an energy level diagram appeared in front of Kajita Takaaki and others. Kajita Takaaki's eyes paused on the chart for a few seconds, and touched his chin thoughtfully. As a top figure who once won the Nobel Prize, Kajita Takaaki made a judgment in just a few seconds. The observation level is 134 MeV, which is lower than the value given by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, but it is still the property of an electrically neutral meson. But the 4685 hyperon itself has a Greek letter pi meson, and it is impossible for another identical particle to appear. In addition, based on the integral data of the differential width, its spin must be a semi-odd number. So, is it really a particle with a very special way of moving? But soon, still sighing, Kajita Takaaki suddenly thought of something. His calm expression suddenly changed. He asked the assistant beside him, "Mr. Imura, have you sent the signal back to the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" The assistant named Imura was a middle-aged man with a flat head and wearing a plaid shirt. Hearing this, he put his legs together in a very old-fashioned way and bowed to Kajita Takaaki. "Mr. Kajita, the signal has been sent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What is our ranking?" "Fourth place. Ahead of us is the Leiden Low Temperature Laboratory in the Netherlands, and the first place is the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory across the sea." "What about CERN?" "Seventh place." Hearing that it was faster than CERN and still ranked high in the overall ranking, Kajita Takaaki breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't embarrass the Super K-Mikan detector. But soon, this sense of relief was filled with depression. According to the steps notified in advance by China, the K-Mikan laboratory will be forced to compete with other institutions 4 or 5 times. This is forcing everyone to show their best skills. Damn it! How did things develop to this point? Didn't we agree to sabotage the Chinese? Why did we become actors on the stage? There are many institutions that hold this idea, but at this point, no one can withdraw. The focus returns to the live broadcast. In order to allow many viewers to keep up with the pace of these industry insiders as much as possible, the Academy of Sciences has also equipped each live broadcast room with professional researchers to cooperate with the explanations of each platform. Chen Shanshan's partner is an equally young girl. This person is Zhang Han, a doctoral student and one of the members of Su Yun's project team. Although Chen Shanshan doesn't know much about academic knowledge, her ability to control this situation is still not weak. After seeing half of the indicator lights turn green, she asked Zhang Han, Dr. Zhang, according to the rules introduced by academician Pan before, can we now consider that the first step has been successfully verified? Zhang Han nodded with a stern face. It can be seen that she was still a little restrained in front of the camera. Yes, the preparation of isolated particles is the simplest step in the whole process. With the capabilities of these top institutions, it is not difficult to prepare them successfully. Chen Shanshan nodded as if she understood, and continued to ask, then Dr. Zhang, how many institutions do you think will be eliminated in the first round? Zhang Han thought for a moment and guessed, the number should not be large. I think it will not exceed 2. It is even possible that all of them will pass, but the next steps will be more difficult. At that time, some institutions should be eliminated. Sure enough. Not long after Zhang Han spoke, the number of lights behind academician Pan began to increase rapidly. At the fastest, 3 lights were lit in 1 second. Among them, several well-known institutions ranked very high. For example, Chemical Laboratory, CERN, and Fermi Accelerator Laboratory where Lucas worked, etc. Whenever an institution lights up, the representatives of the institution will happily applaud and congratulate each other with their peers around them. At least they look happy on the surface. As for how many times they cursed Geneva in their hearts, only they themselves know. More than 10 minutes passed. When the time came to the deadline given by academician Pan, only one laboratory in Malaysia had not achieved any results. Then in less than half a minute, the official tweet of this institution was overwhelmed by the melon-eating party on the foreign network. The first hot comment came from China, and the content was an emoticon package. Is it okay, little dog? This text has also been translated into multiple languages, and even the melon-eating party in other countries can understand the meaning of the picture. Of course, academician Pan didn't know that the live broadcast had been so effective. He was still focusing on the experimental process. Okay, half an hour has passed. I'm sorry to those who can't keep up. We can't give you any more time. Your feedback signal will be removed, but you can still follow our live broadcast and complete the subsequent retest by yourself when the results come out. Now please let us return our attention to the retesting stage. The next step we have to do is convert the solitary point particles to the ground state. This part of the results is still completed independently by my student Dr. Su Yun. The relevant papers will be published on the preprint website after the conference. According to our data statistics, the solitary point particles after ground state treatment can be stored for more than 15 seconds under the conditions of magneto-optical traps, which is enough for the final electromagnetic interaction verification. Although Su Yun's research group has successfully extended the lifespan of solitary point particles to 4 hours, that technology is not needed on this occasion today. After all, the secondary processing of solitary point particles takes at least 2 hours. Not to mention the waste of time, it has little effect on the test results. The solitary point particles with a lifespan of 15 seconds are enough for the verification of electromagnetic interaction. Then quickly, the large screen behind academician Pan showed the relevant steps of the second step. LB1 value 13,638.28, K position points, T, F, T, design index, 10-21, brightness, 10-28, magnetic stiffness, 9.4 T, M. Since this round involves magneto-optical traps and double achromatic structure vertex detectors, the difficulty is more than 10 times higher than the first round. Therefore, the Academy of Sciences thoughtfully gave a longer time limit, 1.5 hours. Looking at the second round of data given by the Academy of Sciences, while many experimental institutions were cursing in their hearts, they were forced to start a new round of internal competition. At the same time, in a room near the conference hall, Zhang Karen, Deputy Director of the Special Event Committee, specially set up by the Academy of Sciences for this press conference, and mainly responsible for live broadcast maintenance and network security, glanced at the staff who were typing on the keyboard beside him, and asked someone beside him, Zhao Zhou, how is the live broadcast data now? Zhao Zhou, as Zhang Karen called him, adjusted his heavy glasses with at least 1,200 degrees, and quickly reported a number, directors on. If we don't consider the number of viewers in special channels, that is, The values of major laboratories, the number of overseas viewers is about 27 million, and this number is still slowly declining. Zhang Zhongjing nodded slightly. This is normal. The press conference was held at 9 o'clock in the morning in China, which is basically between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning when converted into the time of European countries. This time period has a great impact on the enthusiasm of the audience, so the number of people from Europe is basically not too large. Although it is 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening on the other side of the sea, the other side of the sea emphasizes elite education, and many people actually have no interest in physics at all. Therefore, various factors combined have led to the number of overseas viewers being below 30 million. Zhang Zhongjing thought for a moment and asked Xiao Zhou again, what about the number of people in China? Xiao Zhou clattered for a few seconds again and reported a number again, 24 million, 24 million. Zhang Zhongjing was stunned. What's going on? In an experimental session, the number of viewers increased by more than 1 million compared to before, about 10 minutes ago. Zhang Zhongjing once asked about the number of viewers. At that time, the number of domestic viewers was about 23 million. Zhang Zhongjing thought. At this time, the second round had been going on for more than 20 minutes. The Bowen process should have squeezed out a lot of viewers. As a result, these viewers were unexpectedly sticky. Looking at the confused Zhang Zhongjing, Xiao Zhou thought for a moment and said, Director Zhang, you may not know that there are obvious differences between the situation of netizens in our country and those abroad. Nowadays, the more difficult things are to understand, the more people are interested in them on the internet. For example, Professor Zhang Yin's live lecture before, few people could understand what he said, but the popularity was forced to top the small broken station. For example, I used to follow a novel called The Technological Empire Starts from Eliminating Cockroaches, also known as The Axe and the Donkey. The author often writes some knowledge that makes you dizzy, but after getting used to it, you will feel particularly addicted to it. The more you don't understand, the more you want to read it. It's always interesting, so if nothing unexpected happens, our live broadcast today will be the same. Zhang Zhongjing, is there such a thing? Then Zhang Zhongjing took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and forced himself to calm down. Anyway, facts speak louder than words. It can only be said that he is a little confused about the brain circuits of young people nowadays. Then he patted Xiao Zhou on the shoulder, left the traffic monitoring area, came to the Network Defense Center, and asked another person, Xiao Wang, how is the network security? Chapter 436 Another Battlefield. The Xiao Wang mentioned by Zhang Zhongjing is Wang Qingchen from the Cybersecurity Center of HKUST. As the top expert in cybersecurity in the HKUST department, he was also transferred to the press conference to assist in security. He quickly blocked a round of attacks and said, the attack intensity is very high. DDoS, CSRF, and SYN flood attacks are all launched. We just defended a very strong round of attacks 5 minutes ago. If nothing unexpected happens, we should face the next round of offensive in 5 to 8 minutes. If we hadn't prepared a defense system a few days ago, we would probably have to fight with the other side. Zhang Zhongjing's expression immediately became more serious after hearing this, and he asked, Xiao Wang, can you defend it? Can you defend it? Tell the truth. In the past 6 months, Wang Qingchen has heard this sentence more than once. Whether it is the live broadcast of cockroach killing at HKUST, or the day when the one cockroach killer product was first launched, or at the HKUST Public Opinion Press Conference, different people have asked Wang Qingchen this question. Wang Qingchen's answers were always very confident, and he did fulfill his promise. But this time, he was a little unconfident. This time, the cybersecurity team of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was divided into 2 groups, A and B, according to personal ability and response methods. Group B has a larger number of people, about 100 people, and they are defending in the famous National Supercomputing Center in Chengdu. They mainly target ordinary attacks with high traffic but relatively low technical capabilities, such as conventional DDoS, and their main function is to intercept traffic. In game terms, it is used to clear small monsters. As for the A module, it is a special warfare team composed of Wang Qingchen, Xiao Rong and the elites of the Information Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. There are 31 members in this team, all of whom are big men in plaid shirts with high hairlines. It can be said that except for those masters who have retired or work in private enterprises, the top hackers in the country have gathered here. This is a top lineup in the cybersecurity circle, which can theoretically crush 99.99% of opponents. But the problem is that Wang Qingchen, Xiao Rong and others are facing the 0.01% led by Hai Duan. From some habits, it can be seen that there are many old acquaintances of Wang Qingchen or Huo Shihong. Even during an attack, Wang Qingchen vaguely glimpsed a figure that should not appear in this occasion, Eric Raymond. According to some details, it can be basically ruled out that his apprentice or grand disciple participated. It is 100% that he personally went out. This big guy was pulled out, which shows how many strong soldiers Hai Duan has invested this time and how determined their attitude is. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the highest official battle between the two sides. Except for the bear next door, no country is qualified to participate in either of the two. So to be honest, Wang Qingchen really doesn't have much confidence in defending the opposite side. After all, attacking is easier than defending. But at this juncture, he was not allowed to say discouraging words, so this well-known hacker who looked very artistic gritted his teeth and said with his chest puffed out, "No problem, director's on, don't worry. I will definitely not let those guys ruin our live broadcast," after making a promise to Zhang Karen. Wang Qingchen immediately put his mind on network security maintenance. Pa. The security center was filled with a sound of keyboard tapping. Behind the live broadcast that seemed calm to the outside world, there were invisible swords and swords. After terminating a computer worm attack, a hoarse male voice suddenly came from Wang Qingchen's side, "Brother Yi. The TCP connection has been attacked, and the program has been returning ACK messages." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes. His hair was messy like a bird's nest. At first glance, he was a middle-aged man addicted to the internet. He didn't shout Wang Qingchen's name, but Wang Qingchen's code name in the Red Hacker Alliance, Wings of Chaos. That's right. This person was also a member of the Red Hacker Alliance at the time and participated in the Sino-US hacker war that year. Or to be more precise, more than 60% of the 31 people on the scene were members of the Red Hacker Alliance. The rest of them basically had some intersection with Wang Qingchen, Xiao Rong and others. Either they were apprentices they had personally taught, or they had studied their courses. This is actually normal. After all, the participants in the Sino-US hacker war were all top hackers in China, and there were many who were recruited like Wang Qingchen. Even Xiao Rong was no exception. He had been working for the country for 15 years before he was poached by Su Yun to Huadong Biosciences. Hearing the news from the man with dark circles under his eyes, Wang Qingchen immediately took up defense. TCP problems belong to the category of SYN flood attacks, which are much more difficult than simple DDoS attacks. Of course, here refers to DDoS attacks below a certain level. Students who have been programmers in this life should all know. Usually, the establishment of a TCP connection includes 3 steps. The client sends a SYN packet to the server allocates certain resources and returns a SYN ACK packet, and waits for the last ACK packet of the connection establishment. Finally, the client sends an ACK message. In this way, the connection between the two is established, and data can be transmitted through the connection. The process of SYN flood attack is to send SYN messages frantically without returning ACK messages. When the server does not receive the confirmation packet from the client, the standard stipulates that the SYN ACK request packet must be resent until it times out, and then the entry will be deleted from the unconnected queue. SYN flood attack consumes CPU and memory resources, resulting in excessive system resource occupation, inability to respond to other operations, or inability to respond to normal network requests. At the same time, because TCP/IP believes in the source address of the message, attackers can forge the source IP address, which makes it very difficult to track down. The live broadcast process cannot be disconnected from the network, so Wang Qingchen and others must solve this problem before the server is overloaded. Wang Qingchen first used the netstat command to check the port connection status and found that the queue was full of half connections, and the destination port number was the uncommon port 23. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingchen quickly established a gateway timeout setting and increased the maximum half connection to strengthen the TCP/IP protocol line. Affected by this, part of the video signal from the outside world paused, and the screen went black for a full 6.7 seconds. Question marks flashed across the live broadcast platform in an instant. Fortunately, the pause did not last long, and Wang Qingchen took this opportunity to complete the setting of the filtering gateway. The attack was suspended. But before Wang Qingchen could take a breath, he heard another exclamation from his side. "Oh no, my link layer was attacked." TCP is a feint. Wang Qingchen was stunned. Fortunately, there were many capable people on the scene. Before Wang Qingchen could react, another expert from the Information Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences helped fill the gap. A few minutes later, the entire loophole was completely blocked. The tasks faced by Group A are urgent and difficult, but there are not many in number. So after solving these problems, Wang Qingchen and others finally had a chance to breathe. Here, Xiao Rong, who was sitting next to Wang Qingchen, threw a can of magic claws at him. After Wang Qingchen gulped down a big mouthful, he asked meaningfully, "Xiao Wang, do you feel that this wave of attacks is somewhat familiar?" Wang Qingchen was slightly stunned, and said in surprise, "Why, Brother Rong, you also feel this way? I thought I was overthinking it." Xiao Rong was silent for a moment, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It seems that I was right, Xiao Wang, those real old friends in 2001 are here." When Xiao Rong said this, there was still a trace of fighting spirit with emotion in his eyes. It was mentioned earlier. The Rabbit Eagle hacker war in 2001 was the most intense and well-known internet battle in China's history. However, although we broke through many websites across the sea in that war, we also suffered a lot of damage. In the entire 10-day offensive and defensive battle, more than 1,000 websites in China were destroyed, of which more than 600 were important websites in the context of 2001. This number actually covers a very wide range. As many as 1,600 websites were destroyed across the sea, and 900 important websites. It's just that, relatively speaking, our portal website was not breached. Therefore, the battle at that time was called attack and defense, but in fact it was almost all about attack. The defense section was actually very small. By the way, the tactic of pulling out the network cable was also promoted in that battle. Now 20 years have passed. Xiao Rong didn't expect that he would unexpectedly meet those old friends on this occasion. You know, in the previous attacks, Xiao Rong saw some familiar figures sporadically. But the number of those figures was generally only one or two, and some were later determined to be the opponent's apprentices. After all, the magnitude of many previous events was not high. But today, Xiao Rong and his friends encountered more than one or two familiar people. For example, this feint attack. This is Kevin Poulsen's famous skill. That's right. Kevin Poulsen. He was one of the top 5 hackers across the sea, who had hacked into the Wunasha building and was the first computer criminal to be charged with espionage. However, Kevin Poulsen was recruited after he was released from prison in 1996. He was an investigative reporter on the surface, but actually worked for Across the Sea. In the hacker war in 2001, the Chinese Academy of Sciences Education and Research Network, the Pig Farm Portal, and the Suguang BBS, which are well-known websites, were all attacked by Kevin Poulsen. Now Kevin Poulsen can come forward. To be conservative, at least 50% of the old acquaintances back then should also appear today. After confirming the reunion of old friends, Wang Qingchen and Xiao Rong once again put on 120% of their spirits and quickly returned to their seats to wait. In the next 10 minutes, although Group A still encountered several attacks, it was generally calm. However, Wang Qingchen and Xiao Rong had no intention of slacking off. They knew very well that those old friends were experts in big deals. If they didn't make a move, it would be fine, but if they did, it would be a storm. Another 4 minutes passed. Wang Qingchen suddenly fixed his eyes. "Brother Rong, here it comes." In fact, without Wang Qingchen's reminder, Xiao Rong also noticed the changes in the detector in front of him. In just 5 seconds, the live broadcast server suffered a DDoS attack with a peak of 0.11 Tbps. DDoS attack is an ordinary botnet charge, which can be done by common DDoS attack script kiddies, and it is not difficult to defend. But if it is a high-level DDoS attack, it is another concept. The highest DDoS attack in China occurred on April 8, 2018. At that time, a game on Tencent Cloud suffered 7 consecutive DDoS attacks from 1913 to 1950, with a peak of 1.23 Tbps. That is 1.23 megabits per second. And the appetizer that Wang Qingchen and his team encountered today reached 1/10 of the original record. Almost in just a few seconds. Xiao Rong realized the identity of the other party, C2, the DDoS king across the sea. He was also one of the core members who attacked the Chinese internet at the time. However, unlike Kevin Poulsen, who was first imprisoned and then recruited, he started to serve the officials across the sea. In a sense, he is the red hacker across the sea. Fortunately, the Chinese Academy of Sciences was well prepared for the hacker attack this time and prepared a very high bandwidth in advance. With a bandwidth hard to resist, Xiaorong cleaned and diverted the traffic, and finally curbed C2's attack. The price was that the video quality of all the viewers in the live broadcast room was slightly reduced by half a level. Fortunately, many institutions were still conducting experiments at this time, and the camera perspective was either a global bird's-eye view or locked on the commentators of their respective media. The reduction in image quality was relatively not too obvious. But for Xiaorong and others, this was just the beginning. C2's attack involved Xiaorong, the most capable hacker on the scene, and he was temporarily unable to withdraw to help others. At the same time, across the sea far away, the Pentagon, this place name is not easy to describe with Chinese characters. It seems a bit sensitive. If you don't know what it is, you can Baidu it. It will be referred to in English below, a closed but quite open room. Hundreds of programmers were typing away at their computers. These programmers had different skin colors, including whites, Hispanics, blacks, and even a few Asians. In the front of the room was an area that looked more advanced, and a man was sitting in one of the seats, typing in commands. Judging from his skin color, he should be a Hispanic. About 40 years old, with decent facial features. However, every 10 or so seconds, the muscles on the left side of his face would twitch violently, as if there was some problem with his facial nerves. Behind him were 6 men, all of whom looked to be in their 40s or 50s. After a while, the man on the seat groaned, clenched his left fist, and hammered his right palm in annoyance. FXXK, a big man with a round belly and a full beard behind him saw this and couldn't help but whistled, "Aha, C2, I admit defeat. I'll give you a $100 discount." The man named C2 reached into his trouser pocket and took out a crumpled bill. He slapped it on the table in annoyance. "Here," the big bearded man hummed a la 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 tune while happily taking the money. "C2, I haven't seen you for so many years, and your skills haven't improved much? How can you be the king of DDoS?" C2's facial muscles twitched again. It was not known whether it was because of anger or the original nerve twitching. He couldn't help but raise a middle finger to the other party. "Shut up, $100 won't stop you from talking, you're just as good at it. Do you know who's on the other side?" The bearded man didn't seem to care about C2's ridicule, but asked curiously, "Who is it?" C2 glanced at him. "Xiaorong." The accuracy is not less than 90%. Hearing the name Xiaorong, the atmosphere around them suddenly condensed, and the bearded man's smile instantly withered. After a few seconds, one of the handsome guys who looked a bit like Beckham suddenly showed a trace of brutality that didn't match his appearance. It turned out to be him. The people present had participated in the hacker war 20 years ago, and naturally they were impressed by Xiaorong, the main attacker who had personally planted the national flag on the homepage of the White House official website. This is indeed a tough opponent. The last handsome guy who spoke had fallen on Xiaorong in the past. Just when the atmosphere was a little solemn, a gray-haired old man walked to the front of the crowd and asked C2 and others, "How is the situation now? Can we break through the Chinese defense?" C2 shook his head, sighed, and explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Abbott, I failed too. The defense system of the Chinese Academy of Sciences has a preliminary screening module, which should be specially prepared for this live broadcast these days. The logic and code are seamless. If we don't break this layer of defense, we can only play 50% to 60% of the effect when invading. I'm not afraid of Xiaorong in a full-scale battle, but the outcome is uncertain. With the obstruction of this module, I am sure I can't capture the core node, not to mention that there is more than one master on the opposite side." The others nodded in agreement. Although their experience of watching the battle from behind was not as intuitive as C2, the person involved, they could still detect a lot of information. As C2 said, the Chinese Academy of Sciences directly blocked many overseas access applications, forming a solid protective layer. To use film and television works as an example, it is somewhat like the barrier set up by Hogwarts before the final battle in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. If this barrier is not broken, it will never be possible to enter the front battlefield to fight. Not to mention that before C2 took action, several of them had also tried to attack, and the effect was also not very ideal. Seeing this situation, the little old man named Albert looked around at several people and asked, "Gentlemen." "Oh, and this gentleman with psychological female," Are you sure that we can't break through the defense of the Chinese Academy of Sciences through a frontal attack? Right, everyone nodded without hesitation. Yes, I'm sure, I'm sorry, it's true. After all, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has a long time to set up a defense system in advance MR. Albert, I said, please call me Ms. Salfin after receiving affirmative answers from everyone. Albert stood there like a sculpture, with a solemn and complicated expression on his face. It seems that he is weighing something. As the director of the Pentagon's China Strategy Department, Albert has already stepped into the high-level power across the sea. Whether it is the information they have or the perspective they have on things, they are far beyond what C2 and other hackers can compare to. It can be said that since October 1, 1972, the other side of the sea has never stopped its blockade of China. At first, it was technology, trade, and equipment. In the past 30 years, it has turned to education and awareness, and has done everything possible to implement desinicization. The word New Year is very representative. They and the Koreans spent 8 years with great patience to change Chinese New Year to Lunar New Year. Now on the foreign internet, Lunar New Year has become a synonym for political correctness, and it is euphemistically called the Lunar New Year in the East Asian cultural circle. For 8 whole years, just for such a word. There are many similar small actions. On the one hand, they block and suppress China's right to speak, and on the other hand, they distort China's right to public opinion. For example, on the day of the Martyrs' Day, a Japanese company released a poster of a dog in a bush, and also added the great man's Bu Swansea Yongmani. Such an obvious mockery, but there are still people who criticize China for being too sensitive after the official ban on the company's Weibo. How ridiculous. In short, in this case, Abbott, or the will behind him, will never allow China to have such an important definition in the field of particle physics. Otherwise, it will not only affect basic physics. A few decades ago, a senior who held the same position as Abbott, named Daniel Kimball, once fell into this matter. Daniel Kimball once said in his autobiography with great regret, "We have made countless wise decisions in our relations with China, but the failure of the decision to release the people made all the correct decisions before lose their meaning. If we had known this day, we should have given up the 11 captive pilots." Therefore, although this confrontation only took place on the internet, the nature involved is no less than that of the original incident. The Chinese Academy of Sciences' practice of ranking all institutions and broadcasting them live has already made all the plans of the opposite side on stage scrapped. In other words, the only turning point now is the dark side of the Pentagon. As long as the live broadcast signal is cut off, the momentum of the Chinese Academy of Sciences with the public will be cut off. Tomorrow will still be beautiful. Maybe China can win a Nobel Prize with this achievement, and that's it. Without the ranking of live broadcasts and public attention, everything can be remanaged. In the words of the Chinese people, this is a battle for national destiny between the two sides. Chapter 437. The enemy also has a backhand. The battle of national destiny. After this word popped up in his mind, Abbott's mood suddenly became extremely heavy. As the minister of the China Strategy Department, he can be regarded as one of the few non-Chinese people across the sea who can fully understand the word national destiny. In a sense, the phrase "let's be great again" essentially refers to national destiny. Thinking of this, Abbott couldn't help but take a deep breath, a flash of determination in his eyes, and said to everyone, I will give you 10 minutes to get ready. After 10 minutes, I will activate the Titan vulnerability. By then, you will have at least half an hour to fight with the Guardians of China. I hope that by then, I can receive news that the live broadcast signal of the Chinese has been completely interrupted. Titan vulnerability. The man who looked like Beckham was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes widened. The 7 people at the scene, except Abbott, were all top hackers affiliated with the Pentagon. Even the weakest one could be ranked in the top 20 worldwide. They had done countless dirty things for the Pentagon, so naturally they also knew some confidential intelligence on network security. For example, the Titan vulnerability. This term represents the highest level vulnerability or mechanism that the Pentagon has mastered and has not yet been cracked. It is defined as an important backup plan that will only be opened during a nuclear war. At present, no one knows how many Titan-level vulnerabilities the Pentagon has mastered, not even Abbott. But what is certain is that in the Asia-Pacific region, there are no more than 10 vulnerabilities of this level. The mastery or layout process of each Titan vulnerability consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. and these deadly backups are prepared for the current situation. Then soon, a wave of attacks from IPs in 125 countries' regions attacked the defense line of the Academy of Sciences again. Wang Qingjun and others successfully blocked it. But in a corner that no one noticed, a section of JS code content that was filtered of dangerous characters at a certain input point was rendered and output in a hidden area. A few minutes later, in the Network Security Department of Xi'an Conference Center, a panicked voice suddenly rang. "Oh no, there's a zero-day vulnerability in our background, zero-day vulnerability." Hearing this word, the scene suddenly stopped. Even Xiao Rong, who had been typing the code, paused for a while. Wang Qingjun also looked up in surprise, with a strong tone of surprise. Zero-day vulnerability? How is this possible? How can there be a zero-day vulnerability in our system? Zero-day vulnerability, also known as zero-day vulnerability. That is, zero-day. It refers to vulnerability that has been secretly discovered but has not yet been patched by the official. In layman's terms, no one knows the existence of this vulnerability except the discoverer of the vulnerability. And the discoverer can effectively exploit it, and the attack launched is often very sudden and destructive. Even giants like Microsoft and Apple, when facing the attack of zero-day vulnerabilities, they can only take post-event remediation or upgrade the system to make up for it. For example, in August 2016, the largest vulnerability in the history of Apple's iOS system appeared. Because of its extremely high quality and composed of 3 zero-day vulnerabilities, it was named the Trident vulnerability. Users only need to click on the link sent by hackers, and the phone will be remotely jailbroken, and hackers can instantly obtain the highest permissions of the phone. This is the origin of iOS 9.3.5. The price of zero-day vulnerabilities in large enterprises is basically around hundreds of thousands of US dollars, and in some cases it can even reach millions of US dollars. What surprised Wang Qingjun was that the Chinese Academy of Sciences had already checked all system software before today's live broadcast. And theoretically it was impossible for a zero-day vulnerability to exist, because the live broadcast framework of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is not complicated. As the strongest institution in the field of computer science in China, if the Institute of Information of the Chinese Academy of Sciences can still allow zero-day vulnerabilities to exist in such a simple live broadcast system when it is fully deployed, then these people in the Institute of Information can run to Jiangyin and jump into the river. However, this is not the time to think about these things. Wang Qingjun can only force himself to calm down and ask the speaker, "Da Wang, at which note does the vulnerability appear?" Share it quickly. The person who discovered the zero-day vulnerability was a tall and thin young man in his early 30s. At this time, he was sweating profusely and kept typing on the keyboard. But soon, his movements paused, and he looked up at Wang Qingjun in astonishment. "Brother Yi, there is a problem with this loophole." "What's the problem?" The tall and thin young man rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he immediately said to Wang Qingjun, "The loophole is not inside the system, but in the live broadcast line of the conference center, that is, the hardware equipment, the converter, signal receiver, and wave frequency debugger. These devices have problems. I don't know when they were given decoding permissions." Equipment. Hearing the tall and thin young man's words, even though the situation was extremely critical at this time, Wang Qingjun couldn't help but stagnate for a few seconds. But soon, he reacted, took a deep breath, and ordered, "Xiao Zheng, you try to fix the loophole first, I will take care of the equipment." After that, Wang Qingjun quickly leaned over and searched for some content on the computer. After a few seconds, the content was refreshed. He slammed his fist heavily on the table. "Fuck, these foreigners." 3 minutes later, Zhang Karen, who was in charge of the overall dispatch of network security, hurried into the room. "Xiao Wang, I heard something happened." Wang Qingjun, who had just defended against an attack, nodded heavily and said to Zhang Karen, "Director Zhang, there is a very serious situation. The other side of the sea had tampered with the lines of the International Conference Center a long time ago. Now they have activated this backup plan and intercepted all our preset defense codes and sent them to the other side of the sea, which means that the barrier we relied on before is now invalid." Zhang Karen's pupils shrank and he asked, "Xiao Wang, doesn't that mean our live broadcast signal will be cut off?" Wang Qingjun pulled a far-fetched smile at the corner of his mouth and explained, "That's not the case, or not for the time being, but after the barrier is destroyed, the advantage we built up by the time difference will be gone. and we can only fight with bare arms. After hearing that the live broadcast signal was temporarily unaffected, Zhang Zhong's chest suddenly relaxed slightly. It's good that it's not the worst case. As the person in charge of live broadcast data, he knows very well how much attention this kind of live broadcast has received from the outside world. It is not the case that some people imagine. Will the public really pay attention to this thing? For example, in the early morning of June 16, 2016, the press conference where the LIGO collaboration announced the results of gravitational waves had a peak global audience of 56 million. Afterwards, the discussion on the internet reached 1.24 billion, and it was also a hot search in China for several days. There are also photos of black holes. After the black hole photo was released, the number of people watching the live broadcast of the Event Horizon Telescope EHT press conference exceeded 12 million in China alone, and the number of global viewers was about 70 million. In addition, at the beginning of the epidemic, didn't you see how many people who watched the live broadcast of the construction of the square cabin hospital stayed for several hours or even half a day? So this is not a case of no one watching or overthinking. In short, although the current situation is a bit critical, it is not the worst. The question that he was most concerned about had an answer. Zhang Zhongjing breathed a sigh of relief and also had the energy to pay attention to another thing. By the way, Xiao Wang, what do you mean by the other side of the sea leaving a backhand on our equipment a long time ago? Wang Qingzhen took a deep breath and turned over the notebook on the table. Directors on, please take a look at this. Zhang Zhongjing leaned over and looked at the screen for a few seconds. This is, Wang Qingzhen nodded and explained, yes. This is the equipment bidding document for the International Conference Center. Although the supplier of the conference center equipment is a domestic enterprise, many of their key components and technologies are imported from the other side of the sea. After all, the International Conference Center is not a military organization in normal times, and many links cannot be completely domestically produced. Zhang Zhongjing pulled down the screen and continued to watch for a while, thinking, in other words, the other side of the sea had already laid these means when the equipment was imported. This is a reasonable explanation. He had felt strange before, why there would be such a big bug as a zero-day vulnerability when all the main forces of the Institute of Information of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were involved. It turns out that this loophole is not inside the system, but is preset in the equipment access of the conference center. Then, without waiting for Wang Qingzhen to answer, Zhang Zhongjing frowned again, but it's not right. Not to mention that the International Conference Center was completed 2 years ago, and the equipment was obviously purchased even earlier. Just talk about the purpose of the other side of the sea. What is their purpose? Such a business-type conference center, what value can make the other side of the sea willing to risk breaking the law and risk the world's disapproval to set up such a backhand? Looking at Zhang Zhongjing with a frown, Wang Qingzhen couldn't help but glance at Xiao Rong beside him. Directors on, to be honest, I actually had this question at the beginning, until Brother Rong reminded me of a sentence. This is Ziran, the absolute core area of China's strategy. 3-line death. Zhang Zhongjing repeated the word, and a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind. So that's it. Under normal circumstances, Xianfu International Conference Center is just an ordinary business center. But once the war comes and the critical moment comes, Ziran will inevitably become the political center after the transfer, at least one of the political centers. At that time, the International Conference Center will inevitably have a strong political color. Various meetings, various press conferences and even mobilization orders may be held here. Imagine, if at a critical moment, the conference signal is cut off, or replaced with some negative pictures and content, then this situation will be a huge blow to morale. Indeed, from the current global situation, it is basically impossible to start a nuclear war, let alone move westward. But the backhand thing has little to do with the probability, especially for the two major countries. As long as the probability of something happening is 0.000001%, it is still worth arranging a backhand. Not to mention that Ziran was originally a den of thieves. This is why Ziran has many incidents. Therefore, during the construction of the conference center, through various means, whether open or covert, it is entirely possible for the den of thieves to extend their tentacles into the International Conference Center. Today's zero-day vulnerability explosion is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that it is equivalent to eliminating a major crisis in the future. The scope of this elimination is not limited to Ziran, but includes the whole of China. It is absolutely impossible that the other side of the sea has only tampered with the equipment in Ziran, and there must be the same vulnerability in other places in the country. Therefore, after this incident, China will definitely conduct strict inspections on all sensitive points. In other words, this vulnerability will be invalid in the future. The rabbits have fallen over the years, and it can even be said that they have fallen many times, but they have never fallen over the same thing. As for the bad thing, it is naturally that the defense system that Zhang and his team have built with great difficulty has a fatal gap. Once this gap is not blocked, all the calculations of the Academy of Sciences will be in vain. Due to the urgent situation. Therefore, Zhang Karen only briefly understood some problems with Wang Qingjun, and left the scene with the information related to the problem nodes. He wanted to find someone to replace these devices as soon as possible. Wang Qingjun, Zhang and others continued to devote themselves to the tense defense line. Although cyber attack and defense are not as bloody as real battlefields, there is one element in common between the two. That is morale. Especially when the strength of the two sides is almost the same, the importance of morale will be magnified many times. For example, in this attack and defense, C2 and others who used the zero-day vulnerability to break into the defense of the Academy of Sciences were greatly encouraged, and many of them burst out in a state far beyond the usual state. Whether it was Group A or Group E, their respective lines were rapidly eroded. Fortunately, the resources on the other side of the sea are not unlimited, so every once in a while, Wang Qingjun and others can have some breathing time. After repelling Kevin Poulsen's attack, Wang Qingjun glanced at the chaotic scene. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire cybersecurity center has fallen to a low point, and only the dull sound of keyboard tapping is left. Seeing this situation, a hint of gloom flashed across Wang Qingjun's face. Academician Pan and others on the stage performed so perfectly under heavy pressure, and completely controlled the rhythm of the entire press conference in their own hands, and those institutions that fell into the trap could only obey obediently. But his team behind the scenes failed to defend the rear line. Once the press conference was interrupted due to signal problems. No, the other party did not even need to interrupt the live broadcast signal. As long as they could cut off the feedback signals from those institutions, the most critical goal of the Academy of Sciences this time, to let those institutions personally verify and personally admit that the Academy of Sciences was correct, would be completely wasted. Indeed, the Academy of Sciences can still announce the results in front of Higgs, Witten and others, but the influence of the press conference will be reduced to a very low level. Even in the future, when many people mention dark matter, they will think of the bug that appeared at this press conference. The word mass does not necessarily mean professional, but they can easily deny the so-called professional. No political system or institution can ignore the influence of the masses. And just when Wang Qingjun's face was wooden, he suddenly felt a warm and heavy touch on his shoulder. "Xiao Wang, are you ready to give up?" Wang Qingjun raised his head and found that Xiao had come to his side without knowing when. Seeing that Wang Qingjun was still very depressed, Xiao patted his shoulder a few more times. "Xiao Wang, do you remember 22 years ago? The night before the hacker war?" Then, without waiting for Wang Qingjun to answer, Xiao continued, "At that time, our organizers were King, Lion and Eagle, the commander-in-chief of the attack was Binger, and the main force was you, me, Bingsa Fanking, Goodwell, Bing, Oleg 5, and the Lonely Swordsman. That night we squeezed into the chat room, distributed flood software to everyone, and relied on the internet speed of dozens of KB to wrestle with the other side of the sea." Listening to Xiaorong's description, even though he was a little depressed at this time, Wang Qingjun couldn't help but show a trace of reminiscence on his face. It must be said, that was indeed a memory he would never forget until his death, and it was also the most dazzling song of Chinese hackers. At that time, the technical level of the other side of the sea was at least 5 years higher than that of China. Their irregular army was able to suppress the other side of the sea and limit the loss ratio to 3-7. It must be said that it was indeed a miracle. Xiaorong then paused and said, "Xiao Wang, in 2001, we could fight back and forth with the opponent without any defense system. Why do you have no confidence now that the internet is developed? Whether it is 2001 or 2023, there is actually one thing that has never changed. Do you know what it is?" Wang Qingjun heard this and forced a far-fetched smile. Xiaorong's purpose of saying this is obviously to cheer himself up, so most of what he is going to say next is chicken soup for the soul, such as passion and courage. However, as a science student in his 40s, Wang Qingjun has long passed the age when he would be fed chicken soup. Moreover, the problems facing him now are far from being solved by one person, Even if Kevin Mitnick, the strongest hacker in human history, is present, it is impossible. However, considering that Xiao Rong was saying these words for his own good, Wang Qingchen decided to go along with Xiao Rong. I understand the unchanging things, Rong brother, you mean faith, believe in your uncle. Xiao Rong was stunned for 2 seconds after hearing this, and after coming to his senses, he suddenly slapped Wang Qingchen on the head. Do you really think that reality is a Japanese comic novel, and you can beat the enemy by shouting a few words of Ali Jai? I told you that you, a man in your 40s, should watch less second-year anime, and sell any Asuna and Rem figurines at home as soon as possible. There is no cure for the late stage of second-year anime. Wang Qingchen touched his forehead with a confused look on his face. Then the unchanging things you are talking about, Rong brother, are. Xiao Rong really wanted to slap this guy on the head again, but after thinking about it, he gave up. I'm talking about people, don't you understand? There were so many great people in the Chinese Red Hacker Alliance back then, you wouldn't think of calling people to fight in a group battle. I just contacted Dean Hao, and a group of people will be online in 15 minutes. Xiao Rong's voice fell. Wang Qingchen's mobile phone suddenly rang. Wang Qingchen subconsciously took out his mobile phone and pressed the call button. After a moment, a familiar loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Wang, our University of Science and Technology of China owed you a favor, and now I'm here to repay you. At the same time, in a chat room software that is almost extinct now, an account called Ming Xiaozi suddenly lit up from the gray and white. Then it was King, Chineagle, Goodwell, Ice Blood Seal Love, Ice River, Lion 22 years ago. A group of grassroots netizens from all over the country, with their passion, showed the world the Chinese chivalrous spirit of a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger and who roars when seeing injustice 22 years later. With Xiao Rong's arrow that pierces the clouds. These first generation of internet hackers, who are brave and courageous, gathered together again because of a call. The fire that was ignited that year still has its warmth. Chapter 438, The Hacker War between China and the United States begins again after 22 years. 10 or 20 years ago, when the Chinese internet was not yet fully popularized, chat rooms and BBS were the rigid needs of netizens. At that time, there was no QQ group or MSN multi-person chat function. If you wanted to organize a group of people to discuss, you had to go to the chat room. But with the changes of the times, the emergence of Penguin, WeChat, Zhihu, the first moderator, Weibo, and other chat tools or social media has gradually made the chat room, a product of the times, withdraw from the stage. But for some people, the chat room is the place where they first met, accumulating their fading youth and passion. There are indelible memories that have been nurtured and fermented by time. So 10 years ago, a retro online chat room software was quietly born in a corner of the internet. There are only more than 30 members in the chat room, and most of the time it is as quiet as the Busan Library. Only on the night of April 30th every year, the chat room will be a little lively. This day is not an official holiday, so many times due to life or work, the number of people online is only a dozen or 20. But today, the chat room is a bit lively for the first time, with nearly 30 people online. King, so many people. Bing, hey, hello, brother Tan, Goodwell, fuck, Bing, you two are here too. Bing, Gong Wei, your uncle. Say one more sentence. Tutu, Xiangxing, Eat Melons JPG. Whether it is the nicknames or the chat content in the chat room, they all look ordinary, nothing special. It seems like a group of idiots chatting about daily life. But the nicknames of these users who spoke up are all legendary figures who are admired by thousands of people in the network security industry. For example, King, who spoke first. He was the former webmaster of the Chinese hacker union Shu. The Chinese hacker group meeting room chat room during the 5.1 hacker war was the predecessor of the Chinese hacker union. In the early days of the Chinese internet, the Chu official website had been coquettish and prosperous for several times. Later, it experienced many ups and downs due to various reasons such as harmony, funding, and meetings. Before its death, it became a semi-entertainment website, and finally completely shut down. King was once the absolute leader of the Chinese hacker community, a true soul figure, and a legend. If the history of Chinese hackers is a book, then King is the first person to open the cover. Another example is Bing. Bing's English name is Glacier, his real name is Wang Xin, the creator of the Trojan Bing. Of course, when Bing wrote the Bing Trojan, he intended to develop a powerful remote control software. But once the Bing Trojan was launched, it became a tool for hackers to launch invasions by relying on its powerful functions. In terms of nature, the Bing Trojan ended the situation where foreign Trojans dominated the world, and later became the symbol and synonym of domestic Trojans with a later gray pigeons, etc., although this symbol is not very glamorous. However, it needs to be explained that as the creator of the Bing Trojan, Bing did not use this Trojan to invade any machine. Later, Bing joined the network security system and wrote the widely acclaimed scanner, which plays an important role in China's network security industry today. In addition, his wife Zhuangzi is also a hacker. So the two are also known as the Condor heroes in the domestic hacker circle. For example, Bing and his wife are Goodwill, which means dog and bitch. This hacker, whose pronunciation looks very similar to God at first glance, is also a fat man. His full name is Gong Wei, the founder of the well-known hacker organization Green Collar. The remaining Xiangxing, Kang Su, Big Su Fenking and others were all top bosses in the past. It can be said that if all the hackers and red hackers in China are made into a genetic map, then anyone in the chat room is definitely a top-level existence in the genetic map. After about a few minutes, an ancient avatar with purple hair and glasses and a note called Lion popped up. Yo, everyone is here. After seeing this person, a greeting suddenly rang out in the chat room. This person is the famous founder of the Red Hacker Alliance, Lion Lin Yong. Although he and King are both the most experienced hackers in China, one founded the Red Hacker Alliance and the other founded the Hacker Alliance. But King has never competed with Lion for power. Even in the original hacker war, many affairs were arranged by Lion on the execution side. Therefore, in terms of reputation, Lion is higher than King. Then soon, Lion initiated a chat room voice. Hello everyone, Lion's Mandarin is not standard, and even sounds a bit stiff. I believe you all know the reason why I called everyone online today. Since time is tight, I will mention a few key points here. First of all, those who are online now are friends who have the conditions to carry out network security defense, which is what we call instant combat power. Next, I will upload a compressed file. This is a small plugin similar to our original Flood, which can be connected to the system of the Information Institute of the Academy of Sciences. After the plugin is activated, the Academy of Sciences will optimize the bandwidth and power resources in your area within 1 minute. But Xiangxing, you who originally work in the Network Security Center, do not need it. As for your respective tasks, they will also be displayed in the background of the plugin. Finally, Lion's voice paused, and his tone was faintly ethereal. It's time to end the battle 22 years ago. Although our battlefield this time is not as well known as before, I think it's not bad to end the fate in this quiet corner. Ding. After speaking, an installation package was uploaded in the chat room. 1 second later 29 people online downloaded it successfully at the same time. A few minutes later, Pengcheng, in a certain well-decorated residential area, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a slightly dark complexion but looking quite handsome, was typing on the keyboard attentively while talking to another elegant and virtuous woman beside him. Wife, what is your assigned task? The woman's fingers clacked on the keyboard a few times, looking very skilled. Fix the Axelian vulnerability of an FTA server. What about you? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said concisely, stealing the house. It will probably be 1v2 or even 1v3. The woman was slightly stunned. Just you? The middle-aged man shrugged at her, and a small dimple appeared on his slightly dark face. Fly and Chunshan will also attack with me, but they also have their own opponents. So there shouldn't be many opportunities for cooperation. I don't know which acquaintances I will meet this time. The man who spoke seemed to be casual, but his eyes showed a fighting spirit. This person was none other than Bing. The woman next to him was his wife, whose English name and Weibo name were both Wolf's Zhuangzi. Although Zhuangzi was also a hacker, her technical ability was obviously not top-notch, and she could not be the main attacker in such a battlefield. Therefore, the Academy of Sciences assigned her a patch repair task that was somewhat difficult, but not a frontline battle. As for Bing, the famous founder of the Bing Trojan, he was naturally used for attacking and killing. Although the main purpose of the Chinese side this time was defense, harassing the enemy's rear has been one of the standard tactics of China since ancient times. So it was not surprising that Bing was sent to steal the house. The Academy of Sciences and Bing knew very well that it was completely wishful thinking to want to break through the defense of the Pentagon with only 3 people on the field. But as long as Bing could contain some of the opponent's manpower, he could relieve a large part of the pressure on the main battlefield. In the battle of that year, Bing, Xiangxing and Xiaorong were also the three warriors who broke through the most websites on the opposite side of the sea. Pa. Bing's fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. The Bing couple, who were still working at 360 a few years ago, had very good network conditions at home even without the optimization of the Academy of Sciences. Therefore, it was very fast. Bing then activated the Trojan programs on the 1,400 computers he had prepared a long time ago. At the same time, he opened the Net Terminal program to set the parameters in IP, and then tested the connection. Then he set up the server and changed the IP. After everything was done, Bing began to infiltrate. This time, the Chinese Academy of Sciences equipped Bing with 12 TFLOPS of computing resources and a secret network code named Taishang. Soon, Bing broke through the basic protection barrier of the Pentagon. Gradually, form components began to transmit data to the back-end host, and then input items with input type as text pass parameters through the path specified by Forminet. But not long after, Bing's originally smooth infiltration encountered a strong counterattack. The if judgment he had originally solved began to encounter a loop again. The variable rooted was like teacher Fan Wei in a wheelchair, and his IQ once again occupied the high ground. So soon, Bing was kicked out without any room for resistance. The other party also coquettishly sent a photo of Hyoga in Saint Seiya to the first-level chicken. It was obvious. The other party was telling Hyoga, "I know who you are." Seeing this, Hyoga couldn't help but sigh softly. Interesting. Hearing her husband's mumbling, Zhuanzi, who was not under much pressure, couldn't help but raise her head and asked curiously, "Did you meet an acquaintance?" Hyoga nodded and patted both sides of his waist behind him with both hands. First use a small hammer to dig the seam, then use a big hammer to get it done, and the buttocks were kicked on both sides. This old combination technique can only be used by Hayward and Godzilla. The full name of Hayward mentioned by Hyoga is Bilson Hayward. He is a hacker who immigrated from Slovakia to the other side of the sea. The way he obtained immigration qualifications is very special. He directly hacked into the official website of the Immigration Bureau across the sea, left his phone number, and then took the initiative to turn himself in. He can be regarded as the first generation of foreign-loving dogs. Godzilla is a hacker who is very active on the internet. He is also a well-known old ACG. His avatar is Yukino Yukinashida. He originally wanted to change his name to Tiga, which means Ultraman Tiga. As a result, his social media was destroyed the next day. There was also a Japanese hacker who hacked his account and posted a lot of self-deprecating remarks, which is also a joke in the international hacker community. Of course, Godzilla's account being hacked does not prove that his technology is bad. After all, this is a problem of a certain platform. In the battle that year, Godzilla and Hayward were the absolute main force to resist China's attack. They fought with Hyoga many times. Hyoga won less and lost more, with a winning rate of more than 30%. After all, China's network resources were originally poor at that time, and Hyoga had to fight 1v2. It was already very good to have a winning rate of more than 30%. Unexpectedly, 22 years later, the three of them actually had the opportunity to fight again. Maybe there's really a destiny in the dark. As the attacker, Hyoga's tolerance rate is relatively large, so he quickly reorganized a round of attacks. Then he failed again. This time, Godzilla sent a photo of Billy Wang, with a few Chinese characters written on it, "Don't eat the sour radish." This is a transliteration from Son of a Bitch by B Station, which is obviously a provocation in this situation. However, Bing didn't care, but continued to attack. After all, the stronger is offensive, the less pressure on the main battlefield. While Bing was trying to attack the Pentagon, the main battlefield where Wen Qingjun and others were responsible was also in fierce fighting. Dean Hao, a very young clerk, walked quickly into the network security department, supported his thighs with his hands, and said breathlessly to Hao Zhengjun, who had already arrived at the scene, "Dean Hao, the problematic converter node has been found, and the master of the conference center engineering department is debugging it. The whole process will take about 8 minutes, which means the live broadcast screen will be black for 8 minutes. We have already contacted several major platforms. We will start playing advertisements in 3 minutes until the converter is loaded and unloaded. The advertisers are Chang'an Automobile, Nanfu Battery, Shadow Elf and Rocket. If nothing unexpected happens, the live broadcast effect will definitely be affected. Xiao Gao, don't think about the live broadcast effect at this time. Solving the problem is the most important thing. Hao Xingyun waved at Go Hongwen, interrupting him, and looked at Wang Qingchen beside him. Xiao Wang, how is your vulnerability repair going? If the converter can be replaced, will it help your defense? Wang Qingchen's face was still a little solemn, but after the reinforcements arrived, his whole mental state was obviously much more excited. The current situation is still at a stalemate. The other side was only one step away from intercepting the live broadcast signal several times, but we beat them back. As for the converter, it certainly helps a little. But the other side of the sea has already expanded the gap a lot by taking advantage of the previous loophole, so even if the converter is replaced, it will not have much effect on the immediate battle situation. Hao Xingyun nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked around, and the crackling sound of keyboards filled his surroundings. The tense atmosphere on the scene made him, the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, feel a little depressed. So he took a deep breath, walked to the window, and looked into the distance with a vague look. While looking at the scenery in the distance, he relieved the pressure and ensured that he could think normally. Tell the truth. From the beginning of the press conference to now, both China and the other side of the sea have come up with killer moves that were unexpected by the other side. China is prepared, and the other side is not stupid. With an absolute advantage at the front desk of the press conference, the offense and defense of the network security center is particularly important. If the other side's invasion can be prevented, the press conference can proceed as usual. By then, the Chinese physics community will obtain the coveted right to define particle physics. Unless other countries can immediately discover a new dark matter, they will inevitably give up some of their interests to China. But if the invasion cannot be prevented, the influence of the press conference can only be limited to the scene, and the public will lose this trend in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Hao Xingyun couldn't help but clench his fists. A battle for national destiny. In fact, Hao Xingyun is not the only one who is paying attention to this. Academician Pan in the background, many old academicians who have been informed of the situation, and Mr. Wang who is recuperating in the Jinyu Hotel. Everyone's heart is on this battlefield without gunpowder. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away in Yanjing, the State Administration of Cultural Heritage, a middle-aged man with a flat head walked out of the door with a smile on his face, holding a document that was still a little warm in his hand. Then he took out his mobile phone, thought for a while, and posted a status. Thanks to the country, the project has finally landed. This year, I didn't go home to run the project. My baby daughter still spent the Spring Festival away from home, tears, but if this can make other projects go smoothly in the future, I want to say to my daughter, don't come back for the new year in the future, smiley face. Then he set the WeChat user with a note, daughter, to invisible status, and the middle-aged man pressed send fluently. After doing this, he put the phone back in his pocket and was about to think about where to have a good meal. As a result, he didn't walk a few steps. Suddenly, a very soft and warm feeling came from his face. The middle-aged man subconsciously touched it with his hand, was stunned for 2 seconds, and looked up at the sky. Huh? Is it raining? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 It Rains Again. Although divided according to the nature of the seasons, the first 3 months of each year can be regarded as the standard opening quarters. But from the perspective of the seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter, in the first 3 months of each year, only March can barely touch the spring, and sometimes it may not even touch it. March is like this, let alone February. The first half of February is not as cold as deep winter, at least the rain during this period will never be comfortable when it hits people. However, what surprised the middle-aged man at the door of the Cultural Relics Bureau was that the rain falling on his face at this time was inexplicably warm, and there was no feeling of winter rain at all. The middle-aged man even subconsciously raised his head and looked up to welcome the rain. However, he did not do this action for a few seconds, and suddenly realized something. He was still holding a paper with a document printed on it. So he could only quickly stuff the document into his clothes and put it away, and left the Cultural Relics Bureau with some regret. What a pity. However, what the middle-aged man did not know was that in addition to the characteristics of this rain being as warm as jade, its rainfall range was far more than just Yanjing, but covered the entire territory of China. Just like the rain 4 months ago. Not only the middle-aged man noticed the rain, but also Zhang Zhongjing, who was far away in Chengdu. He looked at the non-existent but somewhat dull air in the room, thought for a moment, and said to his assistant Go Hongwen, "Xiao Gao, open all the windows." Go Hongwen was slightly stunned, and subconsciously rubbed his hands. "Dean, if we open the windows in such a cold day, will it affect the work efficiency of Director Wang and others?" Zhang Zhongjing shook his head and casually moved his chin in a certain direction. "Let's open it for a while and see. The room is too stuffy. It's good to get some fresh air. If you really feel cold, just close it again later." Seeing Zhang Zhongjing's insistence, Go Hongwen gave up the idea of persuading him and obediently opened the window. To be honest, when he opened the window, Go Hongwen was actually prepared to be shivered by the cold wind. After all, it is just the beginning of February, and this winter is relatively cold. The temperature in Chengdu is still in the single digit. What surprised Go Hongwen was that when he opened the window, it was not the cold winter wind that blew into the house, but a warm and gentle breeze. Along with the gentle breeze, there was also a little bit of equally gentle rain. In addition, I don't know if it was an illusion. When the rain fell on his face, Go Hongwen's mood, which was originally tense because of the offensive and defensive battle, inexplicably gradually calmed down. Go Hongwen couldn't help but stretch out his hand, caught 2 drops of rain, and put them in front of him to look at them. Was it his own illusion? Or is this rain really special? After a few seconds, Go Hongwen, who couldn't think of an answer, shook his head, threw these thoughts behind his mind, and continued to open the window. At the same time that Go Hongwen opened the window, Suzuki Atsuto's cough in the conference hall suddenly became more intense without any warning, and it seemed as if he was going to cough out his lungs in the next second. Some scholars who knew that Suzuki Atsuto had tuberculosis were even thinking about whether to call 120 or contact the crematorium directly. Of course, the people in the network security center did not know what happened in the conference center next door. At this time, Wang Qingchen, Xiao Rong and others were in the most intense time of the offensive and defensive battle. About 5 minutes ago, the engineering department had removed the problematic signal converter and replaced it with a safer and tested device. Although this action did not have a particularly obvious visual effect, it more or less relieved some of the pressure for Xiao Rong and others. Now they have to plug all the gaps. Wang Qingchen is currently leading most of the main forces of the Red Hacker Alliance to defend against a Trojan horse that has been implanted in the external connection. This is also the most dangerous offensive so far. If it were not for Kang Su, the founder of the Kangsa Forum, who terminated the ASPAC shelling process in time, the press conference signal would have been black by now. Wang Qingchen quickly patched and terminated the format or regged the segment Trojan transmission one by one, and asked in the voice, "Urgent need, who has time, please help to make a hexadecimal command to process receiving and sending." It's best to create an illusion so that the other party thinks that the program is still running, so that Brother Eagle can free up his hands. The Brother Eagle mentioned by Wang Qingchen is the famous Old Eagle Wan Tao, who is also one of the leaders of the Sino-US War. He, Lion and King are the 3 highest leaders of the Chinese side in the Sino-US Hacker War, but King did not show up frequently at that time. This man with the same nickname as a well-known tentacle monster on Kidian only types at a speed of less than 80 per hour. He seems ordinary among a group of hackers, but he is an indelible symbol in the history of Chinese hackers. Because his personality is so special. Wan Tao, nicknamed Old Eagle, established a famous Hawk Alliance, and this organization is a standard hawk as the name suggests. So the Hawk Alliance is very aggressive. Or aggressive. Sometimes they do things very crazy or even extreme, and their image may not be in line with the restrained Chinese people. For example, he once said that the country should control a large number of bots, and at the same time, every public computer should be equipped with a plugin, which can mobilize all domestic computers to carry out large-scale traffic attacks during special periods. Of course, Eagle has never entered the political arena and has no relevant position, so his words cannot represent the official will. But it is interesting that Eagle, who has an extremely aggressive personality, later invested in network security education. The Eagle Eye Security Network, which is still well known today, is his entrepreneurial product, and he can often be seen participating in activities in various places. But it is also because of this. Eagle is in better condition than Bing, and can be ranked in the top 3 even among all people today. After Wang Qingchen shouted these words, someone quickly took over the job in the voice, "I'll do it, Wang Qingchen has only been in regular contact with a few friends in recent years, so he didn't know who the owner of the voice was for a while, and could only simply thank him. "Okay, thank you." As soon as the voice fell, another anxious voice rang out in the voice channel. "Old Wang, I can't stand it anymore. I can't filter out the return value. I have to let the packet go." Wang Qingchen was startled. Packet. This is an important data in hacker attack and defense. The return packet often carries text messages such as ASCII code, as well as the movement and selection of the mouse and the name of the program being operated. The attacker can use this to judge which keys the defender has used. This is a very fatal problem. What's more important is that the person who spoke was Zhang Zhongjing, the director of the Cybersecurity Center of the University of Science and Technology of China, who came to support. He was the bald man with a wig who took the attack on behalf of the University of Science and Technology on the day of the release of imidacloprid, and later fought back with the University of Science and Technology. To be fair, Zhang Zhongjing's strength is not much different from Wang Qingchen. They are both core members of the Red Hacker Alliance. There are not many opponents who can make him unable to stand up, not to mention that they use packets. There is only one top hacker on the other side of the sea who likes to use this at the most, Messiah. A super strong man who dares to use Messiah as his name, affiliated with the Pentagon, and is considered to be one of the top 3 hackers today. In the Iran-Iran war in 2003, Iran's electronic equipment was also scrapped by Haiduan's backhand, and Messiah was among them. Looking at the entire scene, only Zhao can be evenly matched with him. But the problem is that Zhao has already been restrained by C2N, another hacker, and he can't get away for a while. Obviously. This is also the tactic preset by Haiduan. Thinking of this, Wang Qingchen could only grit his teeth and yell to someone beside him, "Chen Sheng, the attack on the uplink node is left to you. I'll go to Lao Xiong to help. You have to hold on for at least 15 minutes. Chen Sheng is Wang Qingchen's old colleague at the Cybersecurity Center of HKUST. The two have worked together for 5 or 6 years, and they know each other well. So Wang Qingchen is very clear. It is very unlikely that Chen Sheng can completely resist the enemy's attack, but with Chen Sheng's strength, there is still a chance to hold on for 15 minutes. After all, after this round of attack and defense, both China and the other side have basically reached the same understanding. The gap in strength between the two sides is very small, or even almost non-existent. The reason why China is relatively passive now is mainly because the other side activated the zero-day vulnerability and caught them off guard. Therefore, at this critical juncture, both sides are competing with resilience and faith. Different from chicken soup for the soul and empty talk. The word faith actually exists in the reality and heritage of China, and it has never been cut off. Old Xiong, after connecting to Zhang Zhongjing's frontline, Wang Qingchen didn't bother to argue with his former rival, and quickly asked, "What data has been transmitted from the other side?" In less than a second, Wang Qingchen heard Zhang Zhongjing's answer, "CLL command and a small number of system core files." Wang Qingchen's index finger that was tapping the keyboard paused for a moment, and although he quickly resumed tapping, his tone was much higher. "Core files? Which core files?" "The P3 system of the Xianhang host." Wang Qingchen was silent for a moment, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "Then stop P3 operation first and switch to the secondary backup system." The Xianhang mentioned by Zhang Zhongjing is the name of a supercomputer, which belongs to Rongchang's Honk Information Company, Limited, which was once the Rongchang Institute of Computer Applications of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This supercomputer is mainly responsible for signal analysis, transfer and pre-processing on weekdays. It is a device with relatively specialized functions, although its performance is not particularly top-notch. Just like an ordinary electric tricycle is definitely not as good as an Audi A6, but the advantage of the tricycle in hauling goods is even greater. The power and water cooling energy required for the emergency switch of the backup system of the Xianhang supercomputer would cost at least 200,000 yuan in cash. But Wang Qingchen couldn't care too much about the current situation. He could only stop the opponent's attack as much as possible at the cost of switching the system. Then Wang Qingchen quickly formatted the two partitions with a format program, and cut a loss as much as possible. 3 minutes later, he and Zhang Zhongjing barely blocked Messiah's attack. Wang Qingchen wiped the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "It's really Messiah." Wang Qingchen had a brief fight with Messiah during the Sino-US war, and he had a deep memory of the attackability of this top hacker. At that time, the website he defended only lasted less than 15 minutes before it was quickly destroyed by Messiah. Now more than 20 years have passed. Messiah's ability has not regressed at all. A simple packet requires Wang Qingjun and Xiang Heihua to go all out to temporarily eliminate the risk. I don't know if I can hold on to the subsequent attacks. Just when Wang Qingjun frowned, a breeze suddenly blew by his ear. This breeze was gentle and cool, but not as biting as the winter wind. For a moment, Wang Qingjun was a little absent-minded. Driven by some inexplicable emotions, even though every second counted, Wang Qingjun couldn't help but look out the window. It's raining. Wang Qingjun sat relatively close to the window. Under the influence of the breeze, a few drops of rain quickly floated onto his face and merged with his sweat. I don't know why. After seeing the rain outside the window, Wang Qingjun suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. This is a subtle state that is difficult to describe. The heart is peaceful, the mind is clear, and the thinking is unstoppable. Wang Qingjun seemed to have returned to 22 years ago, at 11 o'clock in the evening on April 30th. He was listening to Lion arranging tactics in the chat room, and the computer page showed the photo of the hero who crashed the plane. At that time, there was a fire burning in his chest. In fact, it was not just Wang Qingjun. Chen Xing, Xiao Rong, Xiao Zhou at the scene. Xiang Heihua thousands of kilometers away. And the hundreds of elites of the Academy of Sciences who were responsible for dealing with ordinary attacks in Module B, all had the same emotion in their hearts. So, after a certain moment, the originally tense battle situation suddenly began to change. Some loopholes were gradually repaired, and the cordon slowly began to be pushed back. More than 20 minutes later, FXXK, across the distant sea, a middle-aged black man with dreadlocks slapped his hand on the table, swearing non-stop, $, at his target of attack. This time was the uplink node of the Science and Technology Academy system. Considering the importance of the uplink node, the think tank assigned him two different tasks. If the person defending the uplink node is a core member of the Science and Technology Academy, then the black middle-aged man must contain the opponent for at least half an hour. If it is just an ordinary elite of the Science and Technology Academy, then he must break through the opponent's defense within 10 minutes. At the beginning of the attack, the black middle-aged man encountered very stubborn resistance, and the Pentagon also quickly locked the opponent's identity through behavioral analysis. Director of the Cybersecurity of USTC, a former core member of the Huaxia Red Alliance, Chaos Win Wang Qingjun. Considering the opponent's strong strength, the black middle-aged man adopted a containment tactic. As a result, 20 minutes ago, the opponent's defense suddenly changed significantly, and the finesse was obviously lower than Wang Qingjun's. Therefore, the black middle-aged man immediately launched a more fierce attack, ready to seize this opportunity to break into the live broadcast system of the Academy of Sciences. The whole process went smoothly at the beginning. The black middle-aged man pushed forward step by step, and the opponent was beaten without any defense. The black middle-aged man even had time to open a bottle of champagne produced in Milan, ready to taste the wine to welcome the victory. Unexpectedly, a few minutes ago, a strange wind suddenly blew in the room. After being affected by the wind, the black middle-aged man felt that his entire operation and thinking were much stiffer. The Chinese man on the opposite side suddenly burst into the wild, regained lost ground one after another, and finally kicked the black middle-aged man out. You know, the black middle-aged man is the famous Caleb. Even in the original Hacker War, he did not encounter many opponents, otherwise he would not have been sent to attack the upstream node. After more than 10 seconds, Caleb exhaled a breath with body odor, turned around and looked at another friend beside him. Lambert, what's wrong with you? Before Caleb finished speaking, he noticed the big 404 on his friend's screen. This is the sign that the first level broiler was destroyed. Then Caleb suddenly realized something and turned around to look at the entire computing hall. At this moment, only 1/3 of the colleagues were still insisting on or could still persist in the attack. Chapter 440 All Tactics Transformation. While there were wailings across the sea, Wang Qingjun, who had successfully blocked a Messiah attack, was about to switch to the next node. However, before he could right-click his mouse, his eyes suddenly fixed and locked onto a code, B626. As he gradually took the initiative in the offensive and defensive battle, Wang Qingjun could observe more calmly, or think about the problem, compared to more than half an hour ago. B626. This was the code that appeared most frequently in Messiah's previous packet return, consisting of 4 hexadecimal digits of the Big 5 code. This code used 4 combinations of encryption methods, using the hidden bits of the file header as an operation formula to return the packet. Let's give a better example. If the packet is a high-speed rail, and the data in the packet is cargo and passengers, then these basic codes are the tracks that provide the conditions for travel. Thinking of this, Wang Qingchen suddenly had an extremely bold idea in his mind. Although this idea was subconsciously rejected by him the moment it came up, but as time went by, this thought appeared in Wang Qingchen's mind again, and it became clearer and clearer. Gulu, Wang Qingchen swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look around the computing room. Compared with more than half an hour ago, the atmosphere in the computing room was obviously much more relaxed. The mechanical sound of XX vulnerability has been fixed that sounded at intervals also meant that the defense team was slowly getting out of the predicament. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. Just 5 or 6 meters away from Wang Qingchen, Zhang Zhongjing was also reporting the situation of the offensive and defensive battle to Hao Xingyun. Dean Hao, as of now, we have suppressed the biggest and most deadly offensive from the other side of the sea to low point, and it is expected that the impact of the zero-day vulnerability can be completely eliminated within an hour. Although our live broadcast signal was interrupted 7 times during the whole process, each time it lasted only 10 to 15 seconds, and most of the audience were just complaining about the poor signal. In addition, our publicity department was also urgently mobilized, and through the Weibo of several computer big versus. The news that the other side of the sea was harassing our live broadcast was simply spread out. According to the intelligence we have obtained, the feedback from public opinion is still very good. For example, in the live broadcast room barrage, you can occasionally see some speeches explaining the reason for the signal interruption to passers-by audiences. Although the number is not large, it can be regarded as spreading the information that the other side of the sea is interfering with our live broadcast. Hao Xingyun nodded as he listened. Although his main business is scientific research, he does not know much about computer knowledge. But even if he only observes the indoor atmosphere and the content of the conversation before and after calculation, it is not difficult to judge that the crisis is about to be resolved. After Hao Xingyun and Zhang Zhongjing finished speaking, Wang Qingchen couldn't help but take a deep breath and raised his hand in his seat. Dean Hao, I have something to talk to you about. Hao Xingyun was stunned when he heard the words. After coming to his senses, he made a pause gesture to Zhang Zhongjing and walked to Wang Qingchen. Xiao Wang. What's the matter? Wang Qingchen was first recruited into the National Network Security Center, and was considered a standard member of the national team. Later, the reason why he came to USTC to serve as the Director of Network Security was that Hao Xingyun played a significant role in promoting it. Therefore, although Wang Qingchen and Hao Xingyun had no intersection in their profession, they had a very good relationship in private. Hearing Hao Xingyun's question, Wang Qingchen hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak out his thoughts. Dean Hao, I have a bold idea, which is feasible in terms of success rate, so I would like to ask you to make a decision. Bold idea? Hao Xingyun blinked, with a hint of curiosity on his face. When Wang Qingchen was young, he attacked the White House with Xiao Rong. Not long ago, on the day of the launch of the One Roach Killer product, he and Xiang Heiho defeated 7 top universities in Japan. If you say he is timid, there are basically no brave people in China. Therefore, even he calls it a bold idea. Hao Xingyun looked at Wang Qingchen for a few seconds. Go ahead. Wang Qingchen nodded and led Hao Xingyun to the computer desk. Then he explained the nature of the code B626, so this code is the basis of the packet sent back by Messiah. After intercepting some data, Messiah is still trying to retrieve the packet in our system, so I have an idea. Dean Hao, can we do something with the packet data to let Messiah retrieve the packet smoothly, and then see if we can steal some data from the Pentagon's nest? Although this behavior may not be successful, even if the stolen data may be useless, but what if it is valuable? There is a saying that goes, it doesn't cost money anyway, so try it a little. Even though Hao Xingyun was prepared for Wang Qingchen's idea, he was still a little confused at this time. Good guy. Wang Qingchen hasn't dealt with a defense problem of his own home yet, but he has set his sights on the nest across the sea? This is really bold. If it were someone else, Wang Qingchen's idea might be ruthlessly denied as soon as it came out. It is not impossible to even be scolded. But don't forget, standing in front of him at this time is Hao Xingyun, a big man who is famous in the industry for his reform and courage. The above words are really not bragging. After Hao Zhengjing took over the mess of Zhu's Shi, he carried out drastic reforms on USTC and revived USTC. Otherwise, USTC is estimated to lose even the bottom 985. This is true. In addition, since he became the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in 2020, the improvement of domestic scientific research results is also very obvious. The result of synthesizing starch with carbon dioxide was completed by the Tianjin Institute of Biotechnology under the Academy of Sciences. It can be said that Hao Zhengjing is a very dynamic and enterprising person, not a traditional conservative person. Therefore, after listening to Wang Qingchen's introduction, Hao Zhengjing did not rush to deny it. Instead, he turned around and asked Xiao Rong, do you think Xiao Wang's idea is feasible? Xiao Rong came to the two of them when Wang Qingchen introduced a B626 code. After hearing what he said, he pondered for a moment and said, first of all, it is indeed feasible from an operational point of view. Because packet interception is indeed an efficient means of invasion, especially in the case of a blind selection where it is only transmitted back once and then stopped. Secondly, there are two external factors that also support this idea. External factors. Hao Zhengjing was a little puzzled. What are those? Xiao Rong pondered for a moment and explained. First of all, there is Messiah. He is the real descendant of the Pentagon, not the kind that was recruited halfway. He has an official identity since his debut, and he has done countless dirty things for the Pentagon. In addition, he is a very arrogant person. He has always been a loner and refuses to be supervised by the Pentagon during the operation. Take the situation we are discussing now as an example. That is, after receiving the packet, the Pentagon will not have a second process to detect the packet, which is the first critical external factor. As for the second factor, Xiao Rong glanced at Wang Qingchen or the chat room on Wang Qingchen's laptop desktop. That is, we have a Trojan expert outside the Pentagon system who can provide support. Trojan expert. Hao Zhengjing subconsciously prepared to ask who the other party was, but before he could say it, he was the first to react. Are you talking about Bing? Xiao Rong nodded, and a somewhat subtle emotion emerged in his heart. Is this considered an accidental success? Bing. At the beginning of the entire offensive and defensive battle, this Trojan expert was assigned a containment mission to launch a remote attack on the Pentagon. In order to cooperate with Bing's containment, the Academy of Sciences even provided him with a large amount of resources. Bing's original mission was just to contain the elites of the Pentagon as much as possible, but after Wang Qingchen proposed this plan, Bing's positioning suddenly became special. All the configurations on his side can be used as a special channel for receiving packets. This is equivalent to the other side of the sea first spreading rumors to China, and then China countered with a false report, for example, deceiving the other side of the sea to vacate an F-22. But deceiving is deceiving. It is not easy to transport the F-22 back from the other side of the sea. And Bing. It is equivalent to a cargo ship that was inserted around the border of the other side of the sea in advance. It will be much easier for him to pick up the F-22. Of course. The above is just an example. If Bing really transported the F-22 back, it is estimated that he would see the news of his execution while eating hot pot in his villa in 2 days. After listening to Xiao Rong's introduction, Hao Zhengjing was silent for a moment, and then asked another question. Xiao Rong, do we have any evidence of the attack on our live broadcast system by the other side of the sea? It doesn't have to be particularly complete, but it can prove that it was done by the other side. Xiao Rong nodded and said decisively, yes, that is to say, even if our attack did not achieve any results, the public opinion can still explain it as a self-defense counterattack. Right, yes, in that case, Hao Zhengjing's eyes suddenly showed a trace of murderous intent, and he said to Xiao Rong, then try it, but remember, it is still the main thing to ensure that the live broadcast will not be disturbed. This is the premise that you cannot compromise. Xiao Rong's expression suddenly became serious. Understood. After receiving Hao Zhengjing's instructions, Xiao Rong immediately returned to the chat room and told the Red Alliance with Wang Qingchen the news of the counterattack on the Pentagon. After 5 minutes of discussion, the Red Alliance decided to send 7 top players to form a temporary team with Wang Qingchen, Xiao Rong and Bing. Codename Zhongqi. Papa. Xiao Rong's fingertips quickly tapped on the keyboard. At this moment, his heart was also a little surging. 22 years ago, he personally planted the Chinese flag on the official website of the White House. With countless online names, he issued the legendary roar in the history of the Chinese internet as an ordinary person. China have atom bomb too, And now, he has the opportunity to break into the Pentagon, a place of evil that he could not break into 22 years ago, and where countless demons and monsters are hidden. How can he not be excited? But because of this, Xiao Rong's every keystroke seemed extremely serious. After all, this was a packet that was going to fool Messiah, so he had to be extremely cautious. If the packet wanted to avoid being detected as abnormal, the first thing to do was to use the same port. If the packet was likened to rail, then the port was the raw material of the rail, and no one could change it. Then, we used the query to transfer the hrk.exe destruction program to hidden directory and modify the file parameters loaded after exp1 or exexp1 or.exe is reloaded. Considering the stability, Xiao Rong even prepared a gift for the hard disk, a program attached to the command mode that can invalidate the file configuration link and destroy the magnetic zone data. Then, we put a harmless shell on the packet, that is, the way to attach the EIG protocol. An hour later, Xiao Rong and others finally completed the disguise of the packet. Then, after Messiah launched another attack, the defense barrier of the Academy of Sciences was very extremely broken. A large number of packets were sent back to the Pentagon through the proxy server. At this point, Xiao Rong, Wang Qingjun, Lion or King, the only thing they could do at this time was to wait patiently. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, which was connected to the signal of Bing. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 8 minutes. When the time came to the 12th minute, 2 words suddenly appeared in the chat box where Bing had been silent. It's done. At the same time, in the K-Mika laboratory, Kajita Takaki looked at the laboratory results in front of him and sighed with mixed feelings. It's done. Note, tomorrow, at the return press conference, the big one is coming, lol. Chapter 441 Second Activation of National Destiny Reward. In the K-Mika laboratory, Takuki Kajita stood beside the huge Super K-Mikan detector, looking at a report in his hand with a complicated expression. This was the latest result from the laboratory. At this time, 3 hours had passed since the experiment of the Chinese Academy of Sciences began. Just a few minutes ago, the K-Mika laboratory officially completed the second round of experiments of the Academy of Sciences and successfully extended the life of isolated particles to 15 seconds. In reality, 15 seconds may not be able to do anything important, but in the field of high-energy physics, 15 seconds is enough to detect a lot of new data. At least according to Takuki Kajita's personal feeling, the possibility of China discovering dark matter this time is very high. And just when Takuki Kajita frowned, his assistant Ryo Imura came to him quickly with a mobile phone, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Mr. Kajita, news just came from the other side of the sea that their blocking plan failed." Takuki Kajita's brows were furrowed a little more. While a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, he also had some confusion in his heart. He didn't know what kind of backup plan the other side had, but it was certain that the other side must have some killer moves. In fact, it was not only the other side. Including Japan and Korea, these countries also deployed some means in China. Of course, China must also have key backup plans in these countries. The struggle between countries has never been gentle. And now the blocking plan of the other side has failed. Are they reluctant to use the backup plan? Or when the other side revealed the trump card, the Chinese side still blocked their attack? Kajita Takaki thought that the other side should not be so stupid as to be reluctant to use the trump card at this time. But judging from the cognitive point of view, Kajita Takaki did not think that the Chinese could resist the attack of the other side. So what is the situation? 10 seconds later, Takuki Kajita forced himself to put these thoughts aside and asked Imura Ryo, Imura-kun, is there any news from the other side of the sea? For example, they will definitely break through the defense of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Imura Ryo quickly shook his head. No, although they emphasized that they would launch another attack, they did not guarantee the success rate. I feel that they seem to, at this point, Imura Ryo paused and continued, seems to have lost their fighting spirit, although Imura Ryo's communication with the other side of the sea mainly relies on text and voice, judging the other party's fighting spirit in this case seems a bit metaphysical. But the strange thing is, when Imura Ryo was communicating, he did feel a sense of decadence from the other party's writing, at least that's how he personally felt. In short, Imura Ryo's words made Kajita Takaki's expression even more gloomy. Then he took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. In this case, Imura-kun, You go and inform all departments to focus on the experimental steps proposed by the Chinese side. If the other side of the sea cannot interrupt this live broadcast, at least, we must protect the reputation of Super K-MIC and strive to stay in the first echelon, and stop losses as much as possible. If we step on the bodies of some colleagues, we may get some unexpected gains. The Chinese have discovered dark matter, and we have proved the scientific research strength of Super K-MIC and, which is beneficial to the future development of the laboratory. After saying this, Kajita Takaki looked around again, and his eyes stayed on some team members who looked expectant for a while. To be honest, the overall attitude of Super K-MIC and laboratory towards China is not friendly, and it has done many provocative things. For example, in 2011, K-MIC and Mizuki University arranged a lecture, and the Nobel Prize winner Masatoshi Kashiba was scheduled to come. Considering that Masatoshi Kashiba was already 84 years old, Mizuki University sent several professors in their 90s to greet him as a sign of respect. Unexpectedly, after the plane landed, only a few small fry appeared. The highest-ranking person at the time was the deputy leader of the Super K-MIC and Water Depth Barrier Research Group, who was equivalent to a deputy senior official in China and was less than 40 years old. Although the reason given by K-MIC was that Masatoshi Kashiba was in poor health, even if this was true, they could have notified him in advance before the plane took off. Not to mention that Masatoshi Kashiba was still eating sukiyaki on the day. For example, the Chinese Academy of Sciences was once invited to visit the K-MIC detector. The two sides agreed in advance that they would enter some high-standard areas, so the Academy organized a superdelegation of 12 academicians to visit. As a result, after arriving at K-MIC, the other party suddenly said that they could not visit, so let's take a walk outside and take you to eat some sashimi. It is said that the specifications of the meal were quite high. An authentic Kobe Wagyu beef appeared, but no academician at the dinner had a good face. There are many similar things. There is no obvious targeting, but there will always be something that disgusts you. But the whole is the whole. In the K-MIC laboratory, which has thousands of employees, there are also some neutral parties who are friendly to China, or who are obsessed with scientific research. The number of these people may not be large, but they do exist. Therefore, during today's experiment, these people were very active. Seeing this situation, Kajita Takaki was silent for a moment, and said to Imura, Imura-kun, you will secretly shoot some videos later. The videos will mainly show the scenes of everyone's joy and excitement after seeing the experimental results. Also, pre-edit a section to congratulate the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The content should reflect a high level of vision and be related to the East Asian Scientific Research Circle or the unity of the yellow race as much as possible. We want the outside world to see the vision and mind of the K-MIC laboratory. Do you understand what I mean, Imura-kun, when saying this? Kajita Takaki's face even had a hint of ruthlessness. After all, there is a saying in China that it is better to let my friends die than to let me die. In this situation, everyone can only flee when disaster strikes. As for Suzuki Atsudo's reputation, this is not something Kajita Takaki needs to consider. In the face of the honor and disgrace of Super K-MIC and laboratory, anyone's reputation can be abandoned. Even if the one to be abandoned is Kajita Takaki himself. At the same time, at the Chengdu press conference, Academician Pan also received this news from Gao Hongwen. Academician Pan, the biggest loophole in our defense system has been completely guarded, and according to Director Wang, they seem to have intercepted some data from the old nest across the sea. At this moment, more than half of the more than 40 institutions have not received any news, and everyone on the scene is still waiting. So although Academician Pan is standing on the podium, he can still communicate with the backstage in a simple way. He turned off the microphone calmly, pretending to organize the manuscript, and asked in a low voice, "Hold it? This is really good news, Xiao Gao. Does this mean that our live broadcast will basically not be disturbed in the future?" Gao Hongwen replied quickly, "In theory, it is, but Director Wang said not to set a flag casually at this time, so he insisted that I tell you that the risk has not been eliminated." I saw them muttering about going to Wang Zudong and Big Eyes to give them a kiss. Academician Pan's mouth twitched slightly, and after a few seconds of silence, he asked again, "By the way, Xiao Gao, what did Director Wang and the others intercept from the other side of the sea, this time?" Academician Pan's headphones came with a slightly noisy conversation, which sounded like Gao Hongwen was confirming something with the people around him. More than 10 seconds later, Gao Hongwen replied, The specific data packets have not been parsed yet. After all, now is not the best time to sort out the results. The most important thing now is to fix the loopholes, but since it is data brought out from the Pentagon, it must not be cheap, of course. According to Director Wang's simple judgment, those files are definitely not the drawings of the lithography machine. Academician Pan nodded gently. That's true. Although Academician Pan is not an expert in computers, the analysis of computer data is actually very similar to the analysis of physical data to a certain extent. That is, readers can't understand it. Wrong, it takes a lot of time to get the results. So it's reasonable that Go Hongwen can't give an answer. Anyway, for Academician Pan, or for this press conference, the stability of the live broadcast signal is the most important thing. Now that he knows that the situation at the security center has been temporarily stable, Academician Pan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know if some institutions have also received the news of the failed invasion across the sea. In less than 5 minutes, a large number of institutions sent information about the successful second round of retesting. I don't know why. When these signals sounded one after another, Academician Pan's mind inexplicably emerged some scenes from disaster science fiction movies, where the rich and powerful tried to squeeze onto the rescue boat without grace when they were desperate. And just as Academician Pan had an inexplicable premonition, at the press conference, a light curtain quietly appeared in front of Su Yun, prompt, due to the satisfaction of external conditions. The secondary effect of the special reward national fortune in the 1100 copy has been automatically activated. All rewards in the 1100 copy have been redeemed so far. Please give a 5-star praise dear. Note, fortune is momentum. No matter what kind of story, no matter what kind of rhetoric, the real core is always people. Momentum is like water. It must be stored to accumulate. Those who wait for the great momentum will not last long. Only when everyone is united can the world and the world work together. Looking at the inexplicable light curtain in front of him, Su Yun was slightly stunned for a few seconds, and then a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Although he did not feel the gust of wind outside, nor did he see the falling rain. He did not know what happened at the gate of the Cultural Relics Bureau and behind the scenes of the press conference. But Su Yun was very clear about one thing: the mysterious halo would not go crazy for no reason. So it was obvious. In some unknown place, something big enough to involve the national destiny had happened. At the same time, according to the light curtain, this time, the national destiny was not automatically obtained like the first time, but it had to meet some conditions to be activated. Suddenly, Su Yun thought of a small detail. When the national destiny appeared after the 1100 copy was completed, at that time, there was a 1/2 mark at the end of the national destiny reward. See chapter 178. Although Su Yun did not understand the content of this reward when it first appeared, and was even a little confused. But the national destiny that can be called an epic reward by the halo, Su Yun could not help but explore what effect it has. For example, Su Yun specifically searched for some disease-related forums in social media for a specific date, and finally found that on the day the task was completed, there were obviously many more dynamics on the internet claiming that the symptoms had improved or even recovered. In addition, the 4685 supersender who was successfully discovered because of the national destiny was right beside Su Yun, so he roughly determined one thing later: when the national destiny reward is activated, there will be a benign gain effect within the entire population. The first activation of the national destiny reward is a kind of active dissemination, which truly meets the definition of reward. The winner does not need to pay any additional price. This is the origin of the 1/2 mark. The remaining 1/2, that is, the second national destiny reward, seems to require some external conditions. Then Su Yun looked at the note on the light screen carefully for a while, and made a certain judgment in his heart. First, the group that activated the national destiny this time must be related to the press conference. This possibility is close to 90%, otherwise it would be a bit of a coincidence. Secondly, the word, united as one, shows that it is obviously a group of people who activated the second national destiny reward. Then there are actually 3 options for a group related to the press conference and with a large number of people: the scientific research team that reproduces the experiment, the external security team, or the network security team. The scientific research team reproduced the experimental process in Jinping, which was a process that had been rehearsed many times before, and basically would not involve the situation of breaking through certain barriers with unity. As for the security team, Unless a group of mercenaries wanted to sneak into the scene and fought in some unknown areas, this possibility could be ruled out. At the same time, combined with the several signal interruptions that had just occurred on the scene, the answer was obvious. The team that activated the National Destiny was most likely the Network Security Center. Thinking of this, Su-Yun couldn't help but touch his chin, and a sense of curiosity emerged in his heart. If he was right, the Network Security Center should have fallen into an extremely dangerous desperate situation at some stage, and at worst, it was possessed by Kakashi, and it was a 50-50 fight with the opponent. Under this circumstance, the National Destiny buff came, which successfully affected the balance of the battle. So, after this increase in holdings, what benefits can the Network Security Center get? At least in any case, it should not be worse than Zhao Zhangguo's 4,685 super child at the beginning, right? Unfortunately, the current environment is not suitable, otherwise Su-Yun really wants to make a phone call to ask Wen Qingchen what happened. Then Su-Yun took a deep breath and forced himself to focus back to reality. At this moment, most of the indicator lights on the stage have been lit. This means that most institutions have gradually completed the second round of retesting and produced their own results. Chapter 442, The Sinking of the Titanic. It can be clearly seen that as the difficulty increases, more institutions were eliminated in the second round compared to the situation in which only one institution fell behind in the first round. Among the 48 initial institutions, 6 did not complete the corresponding experimental requirements. Less than 10 minutes after the list was announced, the 6 institutions all appeared on the hot search trend list of the external network, and it was only a matter of time before they officially appeared on the hot search list. Among the remaining 42 institutions, the first place is still the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory across the sea. This institution is affiliated with the Ministry of Energy across the sea and is the real direct line across the sea. In many events so far, its attitude towards China is not particularly friendly, and it can only be said to be barely making do. Of course, the reason why many domestic netizens have an impression of the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory is not because of its attitude, but because it did a show in 2019, at the 80th anniversary party of the establishment of the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory. A group of laboratory members sang Da Zhanghui's Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. When the Chinese words Neja 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 sounded, a lot of cheers and applause instantly rang out from the audience. Although the spokesperson of the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory later said that they simply sang a Chinese song, it is unknown how many people would believe it. In short, this time, the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory did not delay the conclusion like some other institutions, and wanted to decide the next steps based on the specific progress. As soon as the results came out, they sent the news to the press conference. Perhaps the other side of the sea also understands that eggs cannot be put in one basket, and chose the Lawrence Laboratory to support the public opinion this time. After the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory is CERN. This is the largest particle experiment institution in Europe. Although it did not believe that the Chinese could produce dark matter from the beginning of the incident. But this mentality is more out of a high-profile look-down, belonging to a sense of superiority in technology rather than politics. So they really didn't participate in Suzuki Atsudo's plan. As for Chemical Laboratory, it fell to 8th place, only higher than the bottom Tokyo University among Japanese institutions, and it also suffered a lot of pressure in public opinion. Although Japanese trolls are not as famous as Korean trolls, they are still very powerful. Not long ago, Japanese head coach Mori Iyasuichi had personally experienced this feeling at the World Cup. After the time limit expired, Academician Pan looked up and looked around. His calm face showed no sign that this press conference was only one step away from collapse. Very good, thank you for your cooperation. As you can see, we have successfully verified all the basic experimental links, that is, the important properties of isolated particles. I believe everyone has a bottom line. The next thing we have to do is the most important step in the entire process, which is to verify whether isolated particles will have weak interactions. Of course, in this process, Mr. Suzuki's question about the Callan-Harvey anomaly inflow mechanism will also be answered at the same time. Swish, Academician Pan had just finished speaking. The on-site director's camera locked on Suzuki Atsudo again. This is also the third time that Suzuki Atsudo has appeared on camera alone since the press conference began, and he is the center of attention. After seeing Suzuki Atsudo on all major platforms, comments such as Vaga, Atonement, Repentance, and Go to Hell were quickly posted. As time went by, many researchers have discovered the relationship between Suzuki Atsuto and Suzuki Kikuyu. With the blessing of the sins of his ancestors, Suzuki Atsuto almost became the person with the highest hatred value at the scene. However, compared with the arrogance of the previous two times, although Suzuki Atsuto still had a wooden face at this time, his momentum was slightly decadent. Seeing this, Hao Xingyun in the backstage couldn't help but smile slightly. The same thing. Suzuki Atsuto and his ilk may be bad and may do many extremely despicable things. But they are definitely not stupid. Not to mention that Suzuki Atsuto is still a genuine Nobel Prize candidate in academia. Therefore, in front of the results of the second round of experiments by Kajita Takaki and others, Suzuki Atsuto also realized that the previous words of the Academy of Sciences were probably true. In addition, the invasion plan across the sea failed. At present, Suzuki Atsuto can only watch the little boy fall to the ground like his predecessors, unable to do anything. It would be strange if he could be as tough as before in this situation. Then Academician Pen took a deep breath and continued, before the third round of experiments, please ask each institution to make a final confirmation whether the water-based liquid xenon, photoelectric effect tubes and other equipment have been prepared. Beep beep. A moment later 42 green lights lit up at the same time. Students with good memory should remember. In the previous retesting process of Jinping Laboratory, Ji Xiangdong and others used the PEXA equine metric and PC destruction to eliminate the influence of radioactive background. That is, a model of axion. This is the most accurate retesting plan at present. Even the most demanding nitpickers can't find any rebuttal points, so it was naturally used in this press conference. At this moment, Spain. Liner Dark Matter Laboratory. The word liner means cruise ship in English, and the liner laboratory is coincidentally located near Valencia, the second largest port in Spain, so this laboratory has a nickname that sounds very domineering, the ocean cruise ship of the Iberian Peninsula. This cruise ship was built in 2004 and has created countless brilliant achievements in the field of dark matter and neutrinos. If we only talk about the research ability of dark matter, the Liner Dark Matter Laboratory can at least rank in the top 5 in the same industry. Not to mention the output efficiency of funding and scientific research results, the Liner Dark Matter Laboratory can even be ranked in the top 3, sitting second and looking forward to the first. Nowadays, the reputation of the Spanish physics community in the field of neutrinos is almost all created by the Liner Dark Matter Laboratory. At the same time, as the world's top dark matter research center, the Liner Dark Matter Laboratory is also one of the very few truly neutral institutions in this conference. They are neither hostile to China nor have they said anything good for China. As soon as each round of results is born, they will immediately send feedback signals. From the beginning to the end, they only care about academic issues. The entire laboratory has been carefully analyzing the data sent by China, trying to restore China's specific operating plan through raw materials. Pure passerby JPG. This strange desire for competition can be regarded as one of the characteristics of Westerners. Although there are few Westerners with this kind of pure scientific research curiosity nowadays, it cannot be denied that it does exist. It is not open-minded, but the attitude is worthy of recognition. At this moment, looking at the live broadcast of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in front of him, the director of the laboratory, Angie Pedro, adjusted his glasses and said to the assistant, Nelson, please notify the operator to start cooling the purified water-based liquid. The assistant nodded, understood. After the assistant left, Angie Pedro hurried to the control room again, patted the shoulder of a silver-haired old man in his 60s, and asked, Gabriel, it's almost time. Has the principle of the Chinese Academy of Sciences been derived? Hearing Angie Pedro's question, the silver-haired man named Gabriel shook his head slightly. From these data and the ratio of materials, the Chinese are obviously preparing to cut in through the PEXA equine metric, and it can be determined that the double electron capture mode will be used for practical operation, but in this way, the energy level accuracy error of the W boson cannot be avoided, and it is difficult to find a suitable optimization solution in theory, at least, that's what I think. Gabriel's full name is Gabriel Veneziano, the winner of the 2014 Dirac Prize, the highest honor in theoretical physics. Although Gabriel Veneziano is an Italian, he has been working for the Spanish institution Liner for many years. He is the soul of the entire Liner laboratory and has designed many very sophisticated experimental plans. For example, The neutrino two-state surge experiment that once made the Liner laboratory famous was done by Gabriel Veneziano. It was a pity that the neutrino vibration jade beads of Kajita Takaki and others came before, otherwise this would also be a Nobel Prize-level achievement. According to some gossips, in 2019, the results of the neutrino two-state surge once reached the last stage of the nomination process, but in the end, the jury considered that it was similar to the neutrino oscillation result, so it was regrettably rejected. In addition, the super-heavy mimicry of the Z boson and the Weinberg angle measurement, these heavyweight measurements, were also done by Gabriel Veneziano. During the CERN press conference a few days ago, Gabriel Veneziano had guessed some experimental principles and steps. Because the partners Gabriel Veneziano and Angie Pedro have silver hair and a beard, and the other has a birthmark near his left eye, some people also call them the two elders of Zhuanming. But today, Gabriel Veneziano, the top brain of the Liner, is a little down. Is there an error in the energy level accuracy of the W boson? Angie Pedro touched his chin, and a thought flashed in his eyes. Fermilab across the sea once published a paper in Science in April 22. The mass of the W boson measured in the experiment was 7 sigma higher than the standard model, doi. 10.1126 Science ABK 1781. The larger the mass, the higher its energy level, and the greater the error with the standard model. At present, almost all experiments on particles are based on the standard model. Because in addition to W bosons, there are many particles in an ion beam, such as the most common electrons and protons, and the relatively rare mesons, etc. These particles are in line with the standard model in terms of data and do not need to be changed. It's like a tourist bus. Under normal circumstances, the seat specifications of the tour bus are very comfortable for most tourists, and you can even lie on your side to rest. Most of these passengers are other particles in the ion beam. As a result, one day a fat man weighing 300 kilograms came to the tour group. He walked like a meat mountain, and the ordinary seats obviously couldn't fit him. But on the other hand, dozens of other people in the tour group could sit down normally. So for the travel agency, it is obviously impossible for them to modify the bus for the fat man alone, or reopen the tour group. That is, the standard model of the bus is obviously not movable. How to optimize the energy level error of the fat man, that is, the W boson, must be found in another way. At least with Liner's ability at present, Gabriel Veneziano can hardly think of a specific way to break the deadlock. Thinking of this, Angel Pedro pondered for a moment and comforted his old partner Gabriel Veneziano. Gabriel, look at it, you don't have to be too depressed, after all, our time is limited. It has only been a few hours since we got the experimental materials. Let's not talk about whether China has the right solution. Even if there is, it may take several days or even weeks to solve it. As a result, Angel Pedro didn't finish his words. Academician Pan at the press conference said, "Dear audience and colleagues, we will transmit the specific experimental plan to you remotely next, and our colleagues in Jinping Laboratory will also reproduce it simultaneously. This experimental plan is the hard work of our expert group members, and it took nearly 3 hours in total." Angel Pedro, are you going to be so disrespectful? However, Gabriel Veneziano, who was standing by, did not notice his friend's embarrassed expression. He was listening carefully to Academician Pan's introduction. In order to correct the error of W boson, we deliberately introduced J-psi particles as the background model through the yield suppression under high transverse momentum. In this way, the error can be reduced to about -0.001393 plus or -0.000026%. Then add an auxiliary instrument similar to CDF to measure the energy momentum by brightness after a while. Gabriel Veneziano seemed to have thought of something, and quickly picked up paper and pen from his side to calculate. A lot of ghostly talismans that ordinary people could not understand covered the calculation paper, and Gabriel Veneziano's exclamation sounded from time to time. After a long time, this old man who looked very energetic on weekdays suddenly put down his pen, took off the frame of glasses from his nose, and rubbed his nose bridge a little tiredly. Everything. It's all self-evident. After a long time, Gabriel Veneziano just raised his head, looked at Angel Pedro, and asked meaningfully, "Pedro, do you remember which is my favorite movie?" Angel Pedro thought about it, and a few letters came out of his mouth. "Mide 637. Gabriel Veneziano's eyes twitched twice, and he forced himself to resist the urge to punch his partner. "Pedro, I'm talking about a normal movie, The kind you watch in the cinema. Okay, Angel Pedro chuckled, it's just a joke. You've been talking about it for 25 years. How could I not remember it? Titanic, right. Note, the three-body TV series is unexpectedly good, but I personally insist that Wang Qiannian should be more suitable for the role of Shi Qiang than Yu Hui. Chapter 443, The Sinking of the Titanic. Titanic, right. Hearing this from his friend Gabriel Veneziano's somewhat decadent face finally showed a smile. Yes, Titanic, this is an eternal classic, enough to be deified. Pedro, do you remember who I like most in the movie? Angie. Pedro nodded, and without much hesitation, he gave a name, Wallace Hartley. Gabriel Veneziano took a deep breath and a trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. Yes, Wallace Hartley. The movie Titanic was released in 1997. After the movie was broadcast, it has set off an unprecedented heat both at home and abroad. Many viewers were moved by the love between the male and female protagonists, or conquered by Leo's appearance. But Gabriel Veneziano's favorite role is not the protagonist, but Wallace Hartley. That is, the leader of the band on the Titanic. When the Titanic just had an accident, under the captain's instructions, the band played hymns on the deck. The purpose was to calm the passengers as much as possible and avoid excessive panic. Seeing that the hull was tilting more and more seriously, Wallace Hartley, the band leader, had to disband the band and let them escape. He chose to stay where he was and continue to play the famous Nearer to the Lord. When others were like ants on a hot pot, scrambling to escape, Wallace Hartley still calmly sang on the deck until his death. When the other members of the band heard the captain's piano, they turned back and rejoined the performance. By the way, Wallace Hartley did this in the real sinking of the ship in 1912. Today, there are monuments to Titanic musicians in Southampton and Broken Hill, Australia. Wallace Hartley's final performance is Gabriel Veneziano's favorite scene. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Liner Lab, or all the participating institutions, were actually on a Titanic of high-energy physics. Facing the iceberg of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the ocean, the research on dark matter by many institutions was already infinitely close to the countdown to sinking. Thinking of this, Gabriel Veneziano suddenly looked at Angel Pedro and asked, Gabriel, would you like to do me a favor? Angel Pedro raised his eyebrows and asked Gabriel Veneziano, what favor? Play the last song before the sinking of this ship with me. Speak human language. I want Liner Lab to be the first institution to get the final retest results. Angel Pedro looked at his friend for 2 seconds and took the initiative to extend his hand. It's an honor. At this moment, on this invisible Titanic, there was also a scene of all kinds of people slowly unfolding. Facing the last round of retest data given by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, some institutions were entangled. For example, the Planck Institute for Nuclear Physics. Some institutions wanted to stop losses in time. For example, K-Mika Laboratory and the two Gall laboratories. Others faced it calmly. For example, Liner Laboratory. But no matter what these people thought in their hearts, they could not change the established fact that the ship was sinking. 10 minutes later, Nelson, the assistant of Angie Pedro, came to Gabriel Veneziano with a document and said, Mr. Gabriel, the equipment is ready. Director Pedro asked me to inform you that you will be responsible for the injection of water-based liquid, under normal circumstances. At this time, Gabriel Veneziano should nod, sign his name on the execution authorization, and then ask Nelson to produce the results as soon as possible. But to Nelson's surprise, Gabriel Veneziano just glanced at him and said, very good, Nelson, take me to F4 warehouse, through gate C. Nelson was slightly stunned. F4 warehouse, F4 warehouse. This is a huge liquid warehouse where Liner Laboratory places water-based liquid, which can hold 16,000 tons of heavy water. Even in Europe, the F4 warehouse is firmly in the forefront in terms of specifications. But what is Gabriel Veneziano going to do in the F4 warehouse at this time? With this question, Nelson and Gabriel Veneziano passed through two closed doors and soon came to the entrance of a secret room in the mountain. The entrance is a semicircle with a diameter of about 2 meters, with a large letter on it, see it was mentioned earlier. In order to avoid external interference as much as possible, most dark matter research institutions are located in the hollow area of the mountain, which is usually covered with hundreds or even 1 or 2 kilometers of rock layers. Liner is also a laboratory with a similar layout, but the area where it places the water-based liquid, that is, the F4 warehouse, is not located below the main control room like the Jinping Deep Underground Laboratory, but next to the main control room. Beep beep, Nelson opened the C warehouse door of the F4 warehouse. Gabriel Veneziano walked into the liquid warehouse in a jumpsuit. The predecessor of Liner Laboratory was an arsenic mine, or simply put, the place where arsenic was produced. However, it was abandoned more than 60 years ago due to mining exhaustion. Later, under the coordination of the Spanish Academy of Sciences, it was used as the resettlement site of Liner Laboratory. F4 warehouse was a relatively large mine pit in the past. After expansion, its diameter is 34 meters and its height or depth is 31 meters. Today, F4 warehouse is a high-standard clean room. The walls of the warehouse are covered with helmet-sized photomultiplier tubes, from top to bottom, including the bottom of the pit. Readers with secret fear are advised to read this paragraph several times. The cost of this liquid warehouse alone is as high as 20 million euros. Of course. In order to prevent operators from falling into the bottom of the pit without liquid, F4 warehouse has a circle of nearly 3-meter wide aisles and guardrails with a height of more than 2 meters on the upper edge of the entrance. In the entire liquid warehouse, only a few areas can open a small opening through the equipment lock for employees to go down to the pit to debug equipment or clean photomultiplier tubes. At this moment, in this big pit more than 30 meters deep, all the photomultiplier tubes have been powered on, and the entire liquid reservoir is filled with dazzling light. Gabriel Veneziano walked to the guardrail, stared at the bottom of the pit through the gap in the guardrail for a long time. Then he turned his head and said to Nelson, "Nelson, take me to the manual valve." Nelson had vaguely guessed Gabriel Veneziano's thoughts at this time, and without asking any more questions, he took Gabriel Veneziano along the aisle and walked to another direction. Generally speaking, in today's highly intelligent process, it is actually very simple to start the water-based liquid injection. In most cases, as long as the supervisor signs, the main console can directly perform the relevant operations. However, intelligence is intelligence. Considering some special circumstances, some manual operation links will be retained as a backup reserve in case of emergency. Just like today's trains or subways, passengers must use electronic doors to enter and exit normally, but trains will also have some fire hammers near the windows to prevent electronic equipment from failing and affecting passengers' escape. The same is true for the manual valves in the F4 warehouse. Its default function is to manually inject and drain water-based fluids in the event of a console failure, ensuring that no uncontrollable accidents occur. Half a minute later, Gabriel Veneziano and Nelson came to the manual valve. The manual valve is a metal circle with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters, similar to a steering wheel. It is covered with a layer of special glass and can only be opened with an electronic lock. Nelson entered the password awkwardly. After a few seconds, the special glass opened with a click. Gabriel Veneziano touched the manual valve with his hand and looked around aimlessly. "Nelson, if I remember correctly, this manual valve has never been opened since the laboratory was built, right?" Nelson nodded gently and said, "Yes, there have never been any problems with non-scientific research instrument hardware such as pipes, air pressure valves, and adapters, so the manual valve will naturally not be used." "That's amazing. By the way, who is the supplier of these hardware? To be able to produce such a sturdy equipment, it must be a world-class heavy industry enterprise, right?" "The supplier is Yanhu Heavy Industry from China. The price quoted at that time was 40% lower than that of European manufacturers." Gabriel Veneziano's face suddenly froze visibly. After a long silence, he said to Nelson, "Nelson, help me, let's open the valve together." Nelson did it obediently. Then the two of them worked together to open the valve. Hualala, the prepared water-based liquid quickly began to fill from the bottom of the pit. Unlike ordinary water, what is poured into the channel at this time is purified liquid xenon. Liner Laboratory is at the forefront of the world in the preparation of liquid xenon. As early as 33 years ago, they made a breakthrough in the nature of a scientific node. They successfully purified the krypton in xenon. Krypton is the impurity with the highest content in xenon. At that time, almost all institutions in the world were stuck at this step. Finally, Liner came up with a method called gas charcoal chromatography, which successfully solved the influence of krypton in the purification of liquid xenon. If it weren't for Liner's breakthrough, many studies on neutrinos would have to be postponed for a long time. When the krypton purification technology made a breakthrough, Gabriel Veneziano was just a freshman who had just graduated from his doctorate, following his beautiful mentor like a tail. Now 33 years have passed. He and his mentor have 2 sons and a daughter. It really makes people feel that time flies. This is a true story. Hualala. The 8 water outlets are filled with water-based liquid very quickly. In just over 10 minutes, the height line of the water-based liquid is close to 20 meters. At the same time, due to the extremely cold liquid xenon. At this time, the temperature in the entire F4 warehouse also dropped a lot. Gabriel Veneziano looked at the water-based liquid slowly rising below, and his eyes were a little vague for a while. As the water-based liquid rose, the picture of the Titanic's cargo hold being filled with seawater kept flashing in his mind. At this moment, he seemed to be on the deck of the Titanic, and what was surging below was not liquid xenon, but cold seawater. He thought of the nickname of Liner Laboratory, the ocean liner of the Iberian Peninsula. At this moment, this huge ship was also slowly sinking. Is this a coincidence? Or is there really a destiny in the dark? After a while, Gabriel Veneziano suddenly thought of something and opened his jumpsuit. Seeing this action, Nelson beside him couldn't help but blink, and subconsciously said, "Mr. Gabriel, this is a clean room, and you are not allowed to take off your jumpsuit," but he didn't finish his words. Gabriel Veneziano waved his hand and interrupted his persuasion. "Nelson, this may be the last time." Nelson was stunned for a few seconds, and stopped talking after he came to his senses. Yes, according to the current situation, the probability of the Chinese discovering dark matter is infinitely close to 100%, and all they lack is a final proof. Once dark matter is confirmed, other equipment in the laboratory may be transferred and sealed, but the ending of the F4 library is one and only: it will be permanently filled. Yes, it will be filled directly. This is not a joke, but a normal state. For example, the neutrino oscillation at the beginning. When the neutrino oscillation phenomenon was discovered, all project teams around the world that measured the initial mass of neutrinos were almost cut in half within a week, and equipment and experimental sites worth millions of dollars were filled and abandoned. There is no way. Front-end scientific research is so cruel. When the mission of a device or site is unique, its fate is doomed at the beginning of its operation. Either it will be glorious and become a god, or it will fall in disgrace. Then a few months later, there will be a new project team, new equipment, and new venues to open up a new research for this new substance. Thinking of this, Gabriel Veneziano reached into his open pocket and took out a harmonica. This was a gift from his mother when he was a grown-up. It had 28 holes and was more than 40 years old. A moment later, a melodious harmonica sounded slowly from the F4 warehouse. The tune was "My Heart Will Go On." Nelson no longer admonished Gabriel Veneziano, but just listened to him. Gabriel Veneziano's harmonica skills were very skillful, and the melody was melodious with a hint of sadness. The water-based liquid at the bottom of the pit kept surging, and it seemed as if it was applauding the song. Although the injection of the water-based liquid was manually operated, the specific injection volume was still controlled by the background, so there was no need to worry about the water injection line overflowing or endangering their personal safety. At the same time, the purpose of the water-based liquid is to isolate the external background radiation. There is no radiation risk where they stand. The only drawback is that it is a bit cold after playing a song. Gabriel Veneziano glanced at Nelson beside him and said with concern, "Nelson, the temperature here is too low. If you feel cold, you can go back to the main control room to warm up. There is no need to suffer here with an old man like me." Unexpectedly, Nelson shook his head, pinched the jumpsuit on his chest with his index finger and thumb, and shook it a few times. "Team leader, don't worry about me. I'm wearing a down jacket." Although the atmosphere was a little sad at this time, Gabriel Veneziano still couldn't help but look at him, gently rubbed his shoulders that were a little cold, and asked, "Down jacket? Which brand can keep you so warm?" "I'm also wearing a down jacket, and my shoulders are cold now." Nelson thought for a while. "Bosideng, a Chinese brand." Gabriel Veneziano was silent for a few seconds, and slapped his forehead speechlessly. "Oh my God, why are there Chinese things everywhere?" Chapter 444, The Titanic Sinks. As a scientist of European descent, in the previous 60 years of his life, Gabriel Veneziano actually had some intersections with China. For example, he once mentioned in his autobiography that there was a Cantonese restaurant opened by Chinese people next to his house. The owners were a very kind couple, and he had a special liking for the dish of sweet and sour pork. For example, among his college classmates, there were some international students from China. When Gabriel Veneziano was in college, it was still the 1980s, and the composition of international students in China was not as complicated as it is now. Although there were some people who could go abroad through back doors at that time, most of them were government-sponsored students. This group of hangers-on from the East left an indelible impression on Gabriel Veneziano. But on the other hand, China's impression of Gabriel Veneziano was just that. Gabriel Veneziano always believed that he would not have too many intersections with China, and the element of China would only appear in his memoirs and autobiographies. But it was not until today that Gabriel Veneziano discovered China. This word, no, should I say this country, actually has so many intersections with his life? It's really amazing. Buzz buzz buzz, just when Gabriel Veneziano was a little dazed. In the large pit in front of him that was already filled with water-based liquid, there was a sudden vibration. This is the signal that the equipment is officially started. In fact, according to the experimental requirements, no one can be in the F4 warehouse at this time. This is not only a matter of hygiene. More importantly, the human body will emit radiation due to life activities, and the electronic equipment on the body will also affect the progress of the experiment, although this magnitude is actually very small. For high-precision experiments, this is an error that cannot be allowed to occur. But today Gabriel Veneziano did not choose to leave. He just stood in the aisle, quietly looking at the water surface below, or the liquid surface. In fact, because the water-based liquid is blue, Gabriel Veneziano's position has no view of the bottom of the pit. But at this moment, Gabriel Veneziano's eyes seemed to see through the azure liquid surface, and saw the scene of the operation of the experimental equipment at the bottom of the pit. First, the particle beam was emitted. Then the particles collided. The high-energy particles were scattered and captured. Then, after ground state treatment and magneto-optical traps fell, the solitary particles were separated individually. Then the peripheral radiation was shielded, and the short-term broken field was generated. The J-psi particle correction module was introduced into a certain microscopic field. An ultra-low temperature particle smaller than dust wandered in the water-based liquid with a unique spin, leaving one beautiful tail pattern after another. The initial oscillation arc of this particle, that could not be seen by the naked eye in the water-based liquid, was very small, but with the support of various equipment, the water surface above suddenly began to oscillate. Some water droplets fell at the feet of Gabriel Veneziano and quickly seeped into the socks through the trouser legs. The composition of the upper water-based liquid is mainly heavy water, which will not cause any harm if splashed on the human body. But in the low-temperature state, it was inexplicably icy cold. This more than 30-meter-long tunnel was like a bumpy bucket, with liquid surging and surging. Gabriel Veneziano had no intention of retreating. The silver-haired old man held the guardrail tightly and locked his eyes on the bottom. He was waiting for a signal visible to the naked eye. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes when time slowly came to the 18th minute. In the originally azure blue pit, a dazzling red light suddenly shone from the bottom. Gabriel Veneziano's breath stagnated. This signal represents an incident particle hitting a xenon nucleus, which produced free charge and or photons. At the same time, because the collision gave a single xenon atom energy, it was a pseudoscalar after commutation with the model quantity of the particle that hit it in a non-self form, and the brightness of the red light represented the excess vector randomness. There were no typos or errors in word order in this sentence. In human terms, the more consistent the dark matter is with a standard model, the stronger the red light it emits. According to the existing preset model, hot dark matter is the flow of neutrinos. Even if it collides with a nucleus, no light will be produced. Theoretically, warm dark matter can produce a light source with a width of about 2 centimeters. Due to the support of the lens, the person at the top can still see this beam of light with some effort. As for cold dark matter, which is the dark matter in the standard sense, it is also divided into several cases. That is, the 5 models mentioned before: weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs, axions, inert neutrinos, supermassive particles, and ultralight vector particles. Among them, the theoretical aperture thickness of supermassive particles and ultralight vector particles should be 10 to 15 centimeters. Inert neutrinos are relatively controversial because of their unknown properties, but it is generally believed to be between 18 and 30 centimeters. Axions are about 40 centimeters. WIMPs are currently considered to be the most likely particles of dark matter, and their width is 60 to 80 centimeters. The light and shadow that appeared in front of Gabriel Veneziano. As long as you are not a StarCraft player, you can clearly see its width with your naked eyes, which will not be less than 2 meters at least. Indeed, due to the refractive index of the lens and the water-based liquid medium, the aperture seen by the naked eye may be somewhat different from the model standard. For example, supermassive particles may be confused with inert neutrinos, and the specific distinction still needs to be distinguished by a more sophisticated tool, the instrument. But the so-called difference here is only a dozen or 20 centimeters, and it is impossible to expand an 8-centimeter aperture to 2 meters. In other words, this time, Liner Dark Matter Laboratory really discovered standard dark matter particles. Under the guidance of the Chinese. Looking at the water-based liquid surface glowing red, Gabriel Veneziano thought for a moment, and took out an A4 paper with various experimental data printed on it from his jumpsuit. Then he folded the paper into a small paper boat, bent down, and put it into the water through the gap in the guardrail. The vibrating water-based liquid caused the paper boat to drift while quickly soaking its body. In less than half a minute, the paper boat would be soaked and sink. Gabriel Veneziano stared at the paper boat for a few seconds and put the harmonica in a corner of the aisle. Then he patted Nelson on the shoulder and left the F4 warehouse without looking back. "We should leave, Nelson." 2 minutes later, Gabriel Veneziano took off his jumpsuit and returned to the main control room. He walked to Angel Pedro's side. "Pedro, how is the situation?" Angel Pedro glanced at his friend, picked up a report from the table and handed it to him. "Verification is correct. The Chinese have indeed discovered standard dark matter particles." Gabriel Veneziano took the report, put it aside without even looking at it, and shook his head. "I know this. The red light in F4 curry was captured on my face. That thing is much more intuitive than data, Pedro. I'm not asking about the result, but what's our ranking?" Angel Pedro smiled at him, pointed to the live broadcast on the main control screen, and said, "Do you see the light in the front?" "Ours." Gabriel Veneziano was stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he was not too happy. Instead, he puffed his cheeks and exhaled a long breath. He pulled a stool over and sat down heavily. He leaned forward, inserted his 10 fingers into his silver-white hair, and looked blank. But Gabriel Veneziano did not cry. To be precise, he did not even know which mood he should switch to. For Gabriel Veneziano, who is now 65 years old and also suffers from mid-stage esophageal cancer, it can be said to be a very gratifying thing to be able to see the discovery of dark matter before retirement or death. This means that the direction he insists on is not wrong. This sentence may sound simple, but for scientists, this sentence is a blessing in life. In the long history of science, I don't know how many people have not been able to find the goals they want to pursue until they die, and they are even told that the direction they have devoted their lives to is wrong. For example, Friedrich Frege. At the end of the 19th century, German mathematician Cantor founded set theory, which was later regarded as the basic theory of the entire mathematical building. Almost all scientists believe that all mathematics can be based on set theory, and Friedrich Frege is an enthusiastic supporter. Frege tried to use the concept of set to define numbers. In 1893, he completed the first volume of his book The Fundamental Laws of Arithmetic. He also took advantage of the opportunity to write the second volume. As a result, in 1902, Russell's paradox appeared. Frege tried to solve this paradox, but his solution was soon denied by Lisinsky. Frege had to give up the direction he had worked on for more than 20 years, gave up mathematics, and finally died of depression. In the documentary of the European Hadron Collider, there is an old man who has been studying supersymmetry theory for 40 years. When he had to face the camera and admit to his friends that his efforts for so many years had yielded nothing, the helplessness, dejection, loss and sadness were really heartbreaking. I strongly recommend you to watch this documentary. There is a Chinese version, in addition. Beringer is also a very famous example. Many people may not have any impression of this name, but I believe that they have read such a text when they were studying, in the early 18th century, on the eve of the great development of science. At the University of Pittsburgh in Germany, several students brought some wonderful fossils to an old professor that he had never seen before. There were not only depictions of flying birds, insects and other rare beasts, but also ancient and incomprehensible stone books introducing the sun and the moon in engravings similar to Hebrew. The professor was very excited after seeing them, and immediately went to the site where the fossils were discovered with the students and dug up several more fossils. From that day on, the professor devoted himself to sorting out the collected specimens without sleep or food. After decades of hard work, the professor's efforts finally bore fruit, A beautiful and brilliant monograph including 21 fossil lithographs was published, titled Pittsburgh Stone Chronicles. However, in the end, the professor discovered that these fossils were fake and were a prank played on him by the students. So soon the old professor died of depression. This person is Beringer. Therefore, compared with the above people, Gabriel Veneziano is undoubtedly lucky. This means that he did not choose the wrong path. But on the other hand, Gabriel Veneziano has devoted almost his entire scientific research career to the field of dark matter, for more than 30 years. At the same time, from the perspective of his resume and achievements, he undoubtedly has the qualifications and strength to discover dark matter. But the discoverer of dark matter is not him, but someone else. It is undoubtedly a pity to watch others ascend the long steps of deification in front of him and be honored. Gabriel Veneziano may never forget this day and the scene in his life. In front of the sunken ship, he spread his arms like his idol Wallace Hartley. But when the seawater submerged his body, he was far from being able to let go like his idol. Perhaps this is the cruel side of science. As the old Chinese saying goes, one general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. At this moment, on the desks of experimental institutions around the world, almost all of them have the same experimental results as the Liner Dark Matter Laboratory. This is an irrefutable report. In these experimental institutions, everyone's emotions are different. Some are happy. Some are numb. Some curse. Some people cried. But no matter what these people thought, they could not change the fact that an established fact had occurred. At the press conference, more and more indicator lights began to turn green. At the same time, due to the general trend, even those institutions that had extremely bad attitudes towards China could only helplessly press the corresponding indicator lights at this time. If they did not admit the facts at this time, they would only be embarrassed. So, the first light, the 7th light, the 15th light. When the last indicator light turned green, the scene suddenly became quiet. But a second later, the venue suddenly erupted in thunderous applause, and the invisible heat wave seemed to lift the roof. Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong did not need anyone's signal, and they stood up from their seats at the same time and clapped their hands vigorously. Christine beside Su Yun also stood up. Although the expression of this filial daughter was not as excited as Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong, she was a little respectful. Relatively emotional girls like Chen Shanshan and Zhang Han had tears in their eyes at this time. Is this worth it? This is a scene that will inevitably be recorded in the entire history of human science and technology. Just like the photo in the CERN conference room in 2013, it will be remembered forever. Higgs, T. Hooft, Salinger, Yang Lao. These top bosses also clapped and congratulated in their seats. Looking at the whole scene, only 2 people did not smile. One of them was Suzuki Atsuto. At this time, the old man was sullen like Sun Xiaochuan, clapping his hands very reluctantly, and the frequency was as slow as the slow-motion shot in snow. The other person was Edward Witten. Recommend a friend's book, Above the Sky by Yinchin Shanayan, which is updated steadily and the plot is novel and interesting. Chapter 445. A few things about the history of modern Chinese physics. Live broadcast. Watching the applause from the audience that lasted for a full minute. Although academician Pan's face remained calm, his back teeth had already bitten the inner wall of his lip cavity tightly, and his hands were tightly holding the edge of the podium. Zhou Xiaoping, Zhao Zhangguo and others in the audience had already had a layer of mist in their eyes. As the second and third generation physicists of New China, they have been waiting for this day for too long. In 2022, relying on many industrial online articles such as Heavy Industry of a Great Power, Industrial Overlord and Material Empire, many people have more or less learned about the early industrial history of China. When it comes to that era, many people will have impressions of blood, tears, tragedy, and inspiration in their minds. Although most people still don't have a deep understanding of that industry, they have more or less a related concept and know that it is a heroic history. However, few people know that the history of physics in China is even more tragic than the history of industry. Unlike the many founders of the industrial circle, there are only 3 founders of the modern history of Chinese physics. They are Yu Qixin, Wu Yaoxin and academician Zhao Zhongjing. Among them, Mr. Yu Qixin is more sensitive, so I will not go into details here. Academician Wu Yaoxin was born in 1897. He went to the University of Chicago to study physics in January 1922 and met his mentor Arthur Compton in 1923. Academician Wu Yaxin made a very significant contribution in the process of establishing the Compton scattering image. He spent several months independently measuring the X-ray scattering of various scatterers, thereby rejecting the three-time radiation hypothesis. Then in early 1925, Compton officially announced the experimental results on the X-ray scattering spectrum. At that time, Professor Bridgman, a famous physics experimentalist at Harvard University, personally conducted many experiments on the Compton effect and failed to obtain the expected results, which aroused doubts about the Compton effect among many international physicists. Later, it was still academician Wu Yaxin who assisted Compton in conducting public tests on the scattering of 15 elements, which confirmed this achievement. It was with this achievement that Compton won the Nobel Prize in 1927. In the first edition of Theory and Experiment of X-rays in 1926, Compton highly praised Wu Yaxin's work. He also put Wu Yaxin's X-ray spectrum, scattered by 15 elements, and his own X-ray spectrum scattered by graphite side by side as the main basis for confirming his theory. The original image has a scanned version in the St. Louis University Online Library. Therefore, before 1950, the Compton effect was generally referred to as the Compton-Wu Yaxin effect internationally. But after academician Wu Yaxin returned to China to attend a plenary meeting and decided to participate in the construction of basic disciplines such as mathematics, physics and chemistry, the Compton-Wu Yaxin effect disappeared in an instant, just like Kanye on the external network. Instead, the Compton effect was used, even though Compton himself protested many times. After returning to China, academician Wu Yaxin formally formulated a long-term scientific research plan in 1956. Which condensed several major projects such as atomic energy, computers, semiconductors, computational and statistical mathematics, and aerodynamics. He is a true national teacher. In terms of students, the famous Mr. Wei Cheng is his student. In addition, many second-generation academicians such as Feng Duan, Hu Hongwen, Wang Zhixi, Jie Tsingsu, Peng Huanwu, Yu Ruohuang, and Wang Kun have been cultivated, which belong to the standard concept of founders. There is also a physics award in China today, called the Wu Yaxin Award. However, although academician Wu Yaxin has made great contributions, he is relatively focused on the formulation and research of policies. When it comes to equipment development and implementation, another person must be mentioned. That is the last of the three founders, academician Zhao Zhongjing. Academician Zhao Zhongjing was born in 1902. He studied at the California Institute of Technology when he was in college and studied under the president of the school, Professor Millikan, a Nobel Prize winner. At that time, academician Zhao Zhongjing took the risk of angering Millikan and got a challenging experimental topic. After more than a year of hard research day and night, Zhao Zhongjing discovered the anomalous absorption and special radiation produced by hard gamma rays when passing through heavy matter. He wrote 2 papers on this major discovery and published them publicly in May and October 1930. Yes, Nature was published in 1930. This is actually the earliest experimental evidence of the production and annihilation process of positron-electron pairs, which was eventually perfected by Rutherford, and the Nobel Prize was awarded to Rutherford. In the fall of 1931, academician Zhao Zhongjing learned that the September 18 incident had occurred in China, and resolutely returned to Shumu University in China to teach. His first batch of students were Wen Gansheng, Zhou Tongqing, and Shi Xiuan. Later, Zhao Jiazhang, Peng Huanwu, Jin Sanqiang, Wang Dahan, Chen Fangayan, Zhu Guanggaya, academician Deng and others were trained. China's first nuclear physics laboratory, the first electrostatic accelerator, the Department of Modern Physics of USTC, the Institute of High Energy Physics, etc. were all created by the old academician Zhao Zhongjing. The Dragon Roar in the Western Desert was the hard work of academician Zhao Zhongjing. Unfortunately, academician Zhao Zhongjing passed away in 1998 and did not live to see the day when the 2 bombs and 1 satellite medals were issued. It is equally unfortunate for academician Zhao Zhongjing to be his student, academician Wen Gansheng, who was only 5 years younger than him. Academician Wen Gansheng participated in the experimental research and organizational leadership of China's atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb principle breakthroughs and nuclear weapons development. At that time, academician Wen Gansheng changed his name to Wengjing and lived in anonymity for a full 14 years. In the movie Out of the Blue, which tells the story of the heroes of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite, there is a line that many people must have been impressed by. Are you willing to remain anonymous for the rest of your life? In real history, the first person to be asked this question was academician Wen Gancheng. Unfortunately, in the summer of 1997, 90-year-old academician Wen Gancheng was suddenly hit by an unknown cyclist and seriously injured. Academician Wen Gancheng was ill for a full 6 months due to a broken leg bone. In addition, his wife passed away, and he eventually died in 1998. It is a pity that the two meritorious academicians died only a few months after the 2 bombs and 1 satellite medals were issued. Of course. Since academician Zhang Zhongjing has been mentioned, let's dispel a rumor here. Nowadays, many marketing accounts on the internet mention academician Zhang Zhongjing, and they will inevitably mention a story. During the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, in order to prevent the 50 mg of radium of Shumu University from falling into the hands of the devils, academician Zhang Zhongjing deliberately dressed up as a beggar, took the radium to Kunming in a lead can, and delivered it to President Mei Yiki in Changsha. Some marketing accounts will also add a black and white photo of a beggar, saying that this is the image taken at the school gate in Changsha. Even more outrageous would be something like, in order to avoid inspection, he often took small paths, crossed thorny jungles, waded through mountains and rivers, and once almost slipped and fell into the rolling river. Or the security guards in Changsha stopped academician Zhang Zhongjing, and it happened that President Mei Yiki came out at that time. Zhang Zhongjing called out to President Mei with a hoarse voice, and the two shook hands excitedly and handed over the lead can with tears on their faces. But what is the truth? Unfortunately, academician Zhang Zhongjing did not escort radium. The photo circulated on the internet is a photo of a beggar in the Magic City before liberation. As for the story of escorting radium, the protagonist of this incident is Yan Yuchen, a technician who stayed on campus in the Department of Physics of Shumu University, and one of the famous martyrs. At that time, with the cooperation of the workers, he first transferred the radium to his home, and then managed to send it to Tianjin and handed it over to Professor Yi Kisan, so that it played an important role in the teaching and scientific research of Southwest Associated University, tsinghu.org CN Info 1952, 17601 HTM, add www in front to access. This is the Shumu School history on the official website of the Shumu University Alumni Association, and this incident is recorded in the second paragraph of the atrocities of the Japanese invaders in Tsinghua University, so I don't know what kind of mentality the person who spread this rumor has, taking other people's stories to create a second story to move himself. Even if there is no such thing, the status and contribution of academician Zhang Zhongjing are already very high. Not to mention that Mr. Yan Yuchen later continued to manufacture mines for the Jizhong Supply Department. He was the soul of the vigorous mine war in the Jizhong Plain. He was captured and died heroically in 1942. The deeds of such a martyr were erased and grafted by some marketing accounts, which is really shameless. After writing this plot, I realized that it took up a large section, but after thinking about it, I decided not to delete it. I introduced so many stories about foreign modern physics. I think it is necessary to write some of our own modern physics history. The topic returns to the original place. In addition to his actual contributions, academician Zhang Zhongjing is best known for his long-term vision. Perhaps it is because both he and Mr. Jin had their personal freedom restricted by the other side of the sea. After returning to China, academician Zhang Zhongjing always regarded the other side of the sea as an imaginary enemy. At the same time, on the day when the Department of Modern Physics of USTC was established, he said a very famous saying. At that time, he held a handful of sand in his hand and said to the audience, "Do you see these, sand? Compared with airplanes and cannons, we should pay more attention to areas smaller than sand." A few decades later, let alone let us study sand, they may not even give us the opportunity to hold sand. Everyone knows the story later. China has developed atomic bombs and even hydrogen bombs. Xiangguang flew into the sky, and change ascended to Guanghan. But only in the field of high-energy physics, China has no say at all. A symbol can shout out countless accents. What lambda, Namuda, and even Kerbuta have come out, so at this moment, Zhou Xiaoping and others were not excited simply because their achievements were recognized, nor because this year the first Chinese Nobel Prize winner in physics would be born. Rather, it was because the seal that had been on China for more than 70 years had been completely lifted. In the future, when dark matter is mentioned, China must be mentioned. At the same time, Those neutral or even friendly institutions, especially some laboratories that are different from Liner Laboratory, which specialize in dark matter research but have a demand for dark matter or dark energy, must also accept the favor of the Chinese physics community. Don't think that this kind of acceptance is useless in the scientific community. For the European and American scientific community, where admission recommendation letters are more important than grades, a favor of this nature is priceless. In addition, the impact of this news on the mobilization of national scientific research sentiment is also difficult to estimate. In recent years, due to some external smears and internal problems, the reputation of a Chinese scientific research circle in the public opinion is second only to the national football team and the entertainment industry. But just as many news about the national football team are actually distorted, there are also a lot of misunderstandings in the Chinese scientific research circle. Indeed, in recent years, there have indeed been some news reports involving academic misconduct or peach transactions involving academicians. However, from January 2019 to January 2023, there were only 4 academicians who were involved in academic misconduct or scandals in 4 years. And how many academicians are there in China's 2 academies? 1,700 people. A sentence was said a long time ago: in any matter, it is very unfair to use individual cases to deny a group. I don't know how many academicians who have devoted themselves to scientific research have been inexplicably AOE'd and become parasites. But if you explain this kind of thing, people will reply to you with one sentence: why doesn't China produce top results? This sentence is actually wrong in essence. It's not that there are no first-class results in China, but that many results are simply incomprehensible to the public. For example, the Diabet neutrino oscillation matrix angle measurement results mentioned twice before were released just a few months ago, which shocked the industry. But how many ordinary people know about it? There is also the anomalous Hall effect, which is also a Nobel Prize level result. Please keep an eye on these 2 results. They are indeed amazing. Maybe they will win the Nobel Prize in a few years. Then I will be a prophet. Hey, however, from a broader perspective, this statement is not wrong. China does not have any top-notch results that are well known to the public. But with the discovery of dark matter, this problem will be solved. At least in the 3 to 5 year cycle, the popularity of physics will be relatively high. More people will jump into this pit. Enter this field. Just like Liu Xiong and Yao Ming in the past. Of course. This situation will inevitably give rise to many fake research groups to cheat for funds, but this is not a problem that needs to be considered now. The ones who need to worry about are the senior officials of the Academy of Sciences, such as Hao Zhengjin. Then academician Pan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this time, the press conference was completely over. The champagne popping at halftime must not be done. AC Milan was still hanging on a pillar of shame and staring at the next unlucky guy. After the whole person calmed down, academician Pan looked around, straightened the microphone, and asked someone in the audience, Mr. Millsap, do you have any doubts about this result? The Millsap mentioned by academician Pan is a little old man in his 70s, wearing a neat and elegant suit, from the Gulwison Laboratory. Unlike CERN and Liner Laboratory, Wilson Laboratory has shown strong hostility and distrust towards the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the previous research process. Or to be more precise, from the day the Chinese Academy of Sciences issued the announcement. At that time, they posted an inverted thumbs up and a clown emoticon on the official Twitter account, and their attitude was self-evident. Now that many participants have stood up and applauded to express their opinions, academician Pan's question is undoubtedly a humiliation to Millsap. Of course, the Academy of Sciences does need to get the remarks personally acknowledged by these participating representatives, so that the matter can be nailed down. Under the podium, looking at academician Pan, who was looking at him with a smile on his face, Millsap's facial muscles twitched slightly. Millsap's full name is Millsap André Octave. 5 generations ago, his ancestor was Luc André Octave, who killed the third most civilians in the Gallic Coalition during the 8-nation invasion of China. According to incomplete statistics, Luc André Octave killed no less than 70 civilians during the entire invasion and looted a large number of cultural relics from the Forbidden City, including the Jade Ruai auction by Christie's in 1994. The auctioneer at the time was Millsap André Octave. So sometimes you really have to sigh at the magic of certain things. The coincidences are more amazing than the plot of the novel. This is the case with Suzuki Atsuto. So is Millsap André Octave. However, Millsap Andrei Octave was not happy at all at this time, but was filled with strong anger and embarrassment. Why? Why did these Chinese really find dark matter? Are they worthy? However, even though he had countless dissatisfactions in his heart, Millsap Andrei Octave could only watch the guillotine fall like Louis V but could not resist. After all, he was not representing himself at this time, but the Wiesen Laboratory and the Gallic scientific community. Thinking of this, Millsap Andrei Octave could not help but clench his fist, take a deep breath, and said to Academician Pan, "Yes, Pan, there is no problem with the experiment of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. You have discovered the real dark matter." There was a sparse applause at the scene, barely giving him some face. Academician Pan also generously thanked Millsap Andrei Octave, and then looked at another representative across the sea. "Ms. Lena, I wonder what your opinion is." The participant named Lena is a woman in her 50s but still charming. She comes from the Kentucky Bulb Laboratory across the sea. It is not difficult to see from the order of Academician Pan's questions that the attitude of the Kentucky Bulb Laboratory towards China is obviously not much better. However, compared to Millsap, Lena's face was obviously much thicker. She slowly stood up from her seat and said with a sincere face, "Mr. Pan, the experimental process of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is really eye-opening. I am honored to represent the Kentucky Bulb Laboratory to congratulate the Chinese Academy of Sciences. You have used your body to open the door to dark matter for the physics community." Hearing this, Su Yun in the audience couldn't help but curl his lips. As expected of the old witch across the sea, she is disgusting enough when she is sarcastic. The words "use your body to open the door" are not good words on the Chinese internet today. However, no matter how much personal feelings Lena inserted and how reluctant she was, at least she did express her attitude in the main body of the content. Therefore, Academician Pan did not delve too much, but continued to look at the third person, Mr. Apech. "That's it?" Academician Pan asked one by one, and the people he called had different expressions, but they could only helplessly express their agreement. After all, the results of the Academy of Sciences this time are really too hard. More than 10 minutes later, Academician Pan, who was quite refreshed, could no longer suppress the smile on his face, and looked at the audience with joy. Things have calmed to this point. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief and say that his mission is accomplished. Next, just a simple ending, and the rest of the links can be handed over to Housing Given. After that, there will be some interviews. At that time, Academicians Zhao Zhangguo, Zhou Xiaoping and others will also appear one by one, just like the CERN and K-Mika press conferences. This is the honor that each of them deserves. As for accidents, it's just a joke. At this point, what accidents will there be? If an accident really happens, he will go and chew the axe that John Ellis brought with him on the spot. Then Academician Pan took a deep breath and prepared to make a conclusion. "Dear guests, audience friends, now but he didn't finish his words. A standard American male voice sounded from the audience. "Excuse me, Mr. Pan, may I interrupt you? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 446, Thunder Roars from the Blue Sky, Dr. Su makes his debut. Academician Pan was stunned when he heard the voice from the audience. You know, although in theory, anyone at the press conference can interrupt the speech on the stage. But in reality, it is not easy to make a clear sound in such a large venue that can be heard by other participants. At least it cannot be done simply by naked voice. That is, the interrupter either has a loudspeaker like Suzuki Atsudo, or holds a microphone. Looking at the entire press conference, in addition to the venue control in Academician Pan, there are only 5 top bosses sitting in the front, namely, Mr. Yang, T. Hooft, Peter Higgs, Polyakov, and Edward Witten. At this moment, Edward Witten was standing in his seat, holding a microphone in one hand and raising the other hand high to make a gesture. Seeing this situation, Academician Pan, who has participated in many academic seminars, was also stunned. In fact, it was not only Academician Pan who was surprised. Higgs, Polyakov and even Elder Yang beside Edward Witten all showed a slightly stunned expression at this time. Elder Yang's face was still blank, as if he was asking, "What are you doing, little brother?" There were also bullet comments on major live broadcast platforms. Originally, when academician Pan was clicking on the heads of those institutions one by one, the bullet comments were either 666, or, relaxing, or the homophonic pun, athlete's foot, that relieved him. After academician Pan finished asking questions, the bullet comments became exaggerated bullet comments such as, Chinese Academy of Sciences is awesome, or, long live China. However, after Edward Witten spoke, the bullet comments uniformly became the same question mark. After all, during the live broadcast of the experiment just now, commentators such as Zhang Han and other scientific academies also introduced the situation of these big guys on the scene to everyone, and the audience had some understanding of them. Edward Witten was a big guy who was relatively friendly to China and had participated in many conferences held by domestic universities in recent years. In addition, he also insisted on using Chinese New Year when celebrating the New Year, and was exposed by a bunch of Korean netizens for this. By the way, since we are talking about the Spring Festival, let me tell you another thing. At present, many people think that Chinese New Year and Lunar New Year are actually just the difference in letters, and they are too sensitive to pay too much attention to Chinese New Year. But what is the truth? Please exit Kidian, open your phone, find a social media, Weibo as recommended at this time, and then enter the two keywords FIFA football game mission and British Museum. Then you will find two entries. The content of the entry is that they have begun to blatantly use Korean Lunar New Year to celebrate the Spring Festival, and the British Museum even claims that this is Korean culture. That's right, today, January 20th, 2023, the 29th day of the Chinese lunar calendar. This is the result of 8 years of concerted efforts by the other side of the sea and the Koreans. The two words infiltration and cannibalization can actually be seen from the meaning of the words. They are long-term and slow in progress, and the purpose is to paralyze the target bit by bit. When many people thought, why should we be so sensitive, and the lunar calendar is not wrong in the first place. The Spring Festival has already taken on a Korean shape. There is a standard term for this practice in political science, called exaggeration and promotion. The next step is to turn it into the cultural history of the Koreans. Okay, let's get back to the point. In short, Edward Witten is a man who doesn't necessarily like China. After all, his ancestors have no Chinese blood. But at least he doesn't have any deep hatred for China. At least it's unlikely that he will come out to sabotage the Chinese Academy of Sciences, especially when the final conclusion is almost near. So why did this top physics boss come out to interrupt academician Pan? With this doubt, academician Pan bit his lip hard with his back teeth, relying on the pain to come back to his senses and calm down, and said to Witten, Professor Witten, do you have any questions? Since it was not related to the publication of the results, academician Pan used English this time. After all, Witten's reputation is well known, and this kind of respect can still be given. Well, the premise is that he doesn't sabotage. Hearing this, Wei Tang's face was also a little embarrassed, and he seemed to be somewhat embarrassed for interrupting academician Pan. But soon he straightened his face and asked, Academician Pan, I'm sorry to interrupt you at this juncture, but this issue is too important to me, so no matter what the result is, I will publicly apologize on social media after the meeting. Of course, I don't want to question your results. I personally express my sincere admiration for the retest of dark matter. This is a textbook operation. Academician Pan's chest suddenly relaxed. Although Wei Tang's words did not fully express his intentions, they also expressed his attitude to some extent. He is indeed not here to ruin the party. In other words, he is unlikely to question the problem of dark matter in the results, that is, the final conclusion. This is barely good news. After all, with Wei Tang's status, if he really questions dark matter, the Academy of Sciences will still have some trouble. At the same time, it happened to be at this time. Hao Zhengjing's voice was also heard in academician Pan's earphone. Zio Pan, try to control this situation and see what Wei Tang is going to say. Our service personnel are in place, and the broadcast signal can be cut into the advertising page at any time. The situation cannot be said to be controllable, but it will not cause a big mess. Academician Pan tapped the earphone twice calmly, indicating that he was aware of the situation. At the same time, he said to Wei Tang, Mr. Wei Tang, you are too polite. We welcome any doubts or inquiries from any direction at this press conference. You can feel free to ask boldly. The Academy of Sciences will do its best to answer you. Upon hearing this, Wei Tang arched his hands towards academician Pan, performed a very Chinese etiquette, and asked, Mr. Pan, Please allow me to ask, is the official name of this dark matter particle called the solitary point particle? Academician Pan shook his head decisively this time and said, no, the solitary point particle is just the initial name. Originally, we would announce the official name of the solitary point particle in President Howe's speech later, but since Mr. Witten is curious, I will tell you its name now. The only name given to it by the Academy of Sciences is Pangu. Witten raised his eyebrows and uttered a not-so-authentic Chinese "Fat goo." Academician Pan nodded. Before the dark matter properties of the solitary point particle were discovered, its name was relatively arbitrary. After all, it was just a rare special particle. But after it was confirmed that it did not have weak interactions, everything changed. This is a particle that is more important than the Higgs particle and comparable to gravitational waves. At the same time, according to the dark matter model, there is a high probability that more than one type of dark matter exists in theory. Therefore, it has become a very important thing to give the solitary point particle a formal name. Then, after many discussions by the Academy of Sciences and even higher-level wills, these bigwigs finally decided to give the solitary point particle a very cool name, Pangu. After all, this is the first dark matter discovered in human history, and the research in the field of dark matter is also in line with Pangu's creation of the world. Secondly, according to the Chinese legend, after Pangu opened the sky, he collapsed due to exhaustion. His limbs became the four poles on the earth, his skin became the vast earth, and his blood became the endless rivers. He is the fulcrum of all things in mythology. This statement also conforms to the support role of solitary point particles in basic physics. The last point is naturally the Oriental romance unique to the Chinese. Although Mr. Ting Xiaozhong discovered a J particle, he still has the nationality across the sea until now. Therefore, after discovering the J particle in 1976, he naturally could not use the Chinese term to name the J particle. But this time it is different. The solitary point particle is a particle discovered by the Chinese from beginning to end. There is no need to look at the color of others. Even if it is called a cockroach particle, there is no problem. Therefore, several bigwigs discussed and immediately decided to use the name Pangu. In the future, as long as the article or research mentions the solitary point particle, even if it is a foreign journal, it must be described by the pinyin, Pangu. At the same time, for some scientific researchers, especially the new generation of scientific researchers, after hearing the word Pangu for a long time, at least some people will definitely search for the meaning of Pangu, not everyone. After searching for Pangu, the remaining characters in Chinese mythology, such as Nuwa and Sanking, are naturally not to be avoided. Who knows, someone will search for the prehistoric text created by Shenji. When the time span is recorded in 10 or 20 years, there will always be people who will be attracted and influenced by these stories. Just like the Higgs particle. The name of this particle is different from the common pion or electron gluon, so after hearing it for a long time, there will always be people who will search for the name Higgs. After searching, you will find out that he proposed the Higgs mechanism 49 years ago, and he is the winner with the longest time span between the birth of the result and the winning of the Nobel Prize. His little granddaughter also went into the film industry last year, etc. According to the data shown in the keywords planner. Between 2005 and 2012, the average monthly search volume of the name Higgs on Google is 20,000 times, with a peak of 70,000 times. Since the discovery of the Higgs particle in 2012, the average monthly search volume of the name Higgs has soared to 1.36 million, which is almost the same as the keyword group Harlem Rock. This is the influence of discourse power, which is subtle and cannot be ignored. Of course, these are things that need to be considered or expected after today. What Academician Pan wants to know now is what exactly is Witten selling in his gourd. After reading the Chinese words of Pangu particle several times, Witten paused and continued to ask, Mr. Pan, I remember that you gave a set of data before, in which the flux value is 17.885 and the exponential mapping generator is 1.3399596, right? Academician Pan was slightly startled, and then nodded. Yes, at the beginning of the press conference, the Academy of Sciences had published a set of data. The data includes a series of values such as quadratic divergence parameters, parity differences, wave function derivative operators, flux values, exponential mapping generators, etc. These data can be used to calculate the Oxyka value of isolated point particles through the relevant formulas of wave functions. In this way, we can simply calculate whether the isolated point particles meet the characteristics of dark matter. Later, Suzuki et Tsudo raised questions about the Academy of Sciences, also starting from the secondary divergence parameters in the numerical value. But the problem is that although the Oxyka value is a simple value that can be calculated by pen and paper, but the calculation data provided by the Academy of Sciences for the calculation of the Oxyka value are measured and counted by instruments, and are so accurate that they cannot be more accurate. For example, everyone knows that the second Oxyka is F equals ma. When the data is complete, the combined external force F can be easily calculated with a pen. Then everyone can use the result to judge whether the combined external force is large or small, whether it is the force pulled by a person or a donkey, etc. Just like using the size of the Oxyka value to distinguish which dark matter model the calculation target meets. But the difficulty of calculating the combined external force F is actually not positively correlated with the difficulty of measuring mass m, and acceleration am may be an estimated value weighed by a weight or even a palm, or it may be a high-precision value obtained by the most precise instrument. Among them, the calculation data provided by the Chinese Academy of Sciences this time belongs to the latter case. At the same time, with the final success of major institutions, these values are not fabricated by the Academy of Sciences. The evidence of dark matter is there. That is to say, it is impossible for Witten to question the secondary divergence parameters like Suzuki et Tsudo, and think that the University of Science and Technology has falsified them. So what is the purpose of Witten asking about these two values? Just when academician Pan frowned slightly, Witten in the audience said, Mr. Pan, what I want to ask is, don't you feel that there seems to be something strange between the flux value and the exponential mapping generator? Academician Pan stared at Witten for a few seconds, and then said meaningfully, I'm sorry, Mr. Witten, I think it is necessary to emphasize one point to you, or you should also know that according to the retest results fed back by major institutions, the data given by the Academy of Sciences this time does not contain any falsification. Besides, the flux value and the exponential mapping generator are the values obtained in the second round, and there are no less than 40 institutions involved. Academician Pan still maintained restraint and respect at this time, but his tone and semantics already carried some warning meaning. What surprised Academician Pan was that after listening to these words quietly in the audience, Witten neither expressed dissatisfaction nor showed timidity, but waved his hand quickly. Sorry, Mr. Pan, you may have misunderstood me. I am not accusing the Academy of Sciences of having problems with their data, but I am saying that these two data should not be those two sets of numbers. If only Pangu particles are used as parameters. Then he thought about it and gave another example. Everyone should know the history of the discovery of planets in the solar system. In the 18th century, William Herschel discovered the present-day Uranus. Then Albert Leverrier and others calculated the position of Neptune using Newton's laws through the perturbation of the orbit of Uranus. This is also a well-known achievement of classical physics and cosmology, but as time went on, the scientific community discovered that the existence of Neptune was not enough to correct the deviation of Uranus. For example, the theoretical influence of Neptune on Uranus is -2.2, but the actual deviation of Uranus is -3. It was not until Pluto was discovered that the error was optimized to a relatively reasonable range. Although there are still deviations, they are extremely precise values that require supercomputers to reflect. According to my calculations just now, the flux values and exponential mapping generators given by the Academy of Sciences seem to have the same problem. The former is too large and the latter is too small. Academician Pan was silent for a few seconds, and a guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Mr. Witten, you mean? Witten and Academician Pan looked at each other for a long time before nodding heavily. Yes, Mr. Pan, I think there may also be an undiscovered Pluto in the orbit around the Pangu particles. Chapter 447, Thunderclaps from the Blue Sky, Dr. Ziosu makes his debut. Pluto in orbit. Hearing what Witten said. Even though Academician Pan had rich experience in press conferences and had experienced countless big and small battles, he couldn't help but show a trace of extremely obvious surprise at this time. What the hell is this? But soon, Academician Pan quickly came back to his senses and quickly went over Witten's words in his mind. The flux value is too large, but the exponential mapping generator is too small? Students who have studied particle physics should know. The so-called flux value is a value proposed for the main particle, that is, the 4685 hyperon. This value is somewhat similar to the bulgent particle research, but it is generally reduced to about 13 TeV, at most 20 TeV. In other words, it is a value that can be directly measured without other processing. The exponential mapping generator is a bit different. It is not like the flux value that can be directly measured, but a mapping obtained by mathematical analysis after sampling. For example, as we all know, the essence of the exponential function et describes a differential equation, di dt equals y. The physical meaning of this equation can be interpreted as the size of your velocity, which is always equal to the size of your position. That is, the derivative of the position is always equal to the size of your position. In other words, the length of the curve from any point P to the point exp is equal to the length of the initial tangent vector v. The point reached by point P along the local geodesic is the image point of the exponential mapping. At the same time, a compact Lie group has a natural B-invariant Riemann metric, and the exponential mapping determined by this metric is consistent with the exponential mapping determined by the Lie group structure itself. When the exponential mapping of the Lie group itself is restricted to the matrix group, it has the same infinite series form as the complex exponential mapping. At the same time, according to Weinberg's point of view, particles are representations of the Poincare group. The Poincare group is obtained by taking the semi-direct product of the spacetime translation group R13 and the Lorentz group SO1, 3, denoted as ISO1, 3. The Lie algebra of this group is 10-dimensional and has a special basis. They are an energy generator, indicating time translation symmetry. There are 3 momentum generators, indicating space translation symmetry. The 3 angular momentum generators represent the rotational symmetry of space. The inner product on the Lie algebra space is the algebraic convergence of the complex exponential mapping. In other words, in theory, as long as the mapping in the Lie algebra and its dual space is established, all particles can be represented. This concept is very simple and easy to understand, right? In other words, the exponential mapping generator of the isolated point or Pangu particle should be the most accurate of all the data because there is no definition of rest mass. To put it bluntly, even if all the data are wrong, the exponential mapping generator will not be wrong. Of course. The premise of the above sentence is that in that probability track, nothing else affects the Pangu particle. Thinking of this, academician Pan couldn't help but glance at Witten in the audience, and a little hesitation appeared on his face. Although the questions raised by Witten did not interfere with the results of the Academy of Sciences press conference in a strict sense, academician Pan didn't know what to do after he interrupted him. Is it to interrupt Witten? This approach is obviously inappropriate, whether it is verbal or physical interruption. Because Witten's question was not an unwarranted sabotage, if he was rejected rashly or the service personnel were to take Witten away, it would be disrespectful to Witten himself and would also give others an excuse to criticize him. Especially now that the Academy of Sciences is on the verge of victory, if he did this to Witten, not to mention Suzuki Atsudo and Millsap, Dabayobi and Kennedy might be happy to come back to life. But if he continued to talk, then the next situation would be completely beyond the control of the Academy of Sciences, and no one knew where it would go. Just when academician Pan was hesitant, Zhang Zhongjing's voice rang out again in his earphones. Zio Pan, let Witten continue, I know Witten very well. He is not the kind of person who would be stupid enough to rashly sabotage others in such an occasion, so he probably really discovered something. Anyway, Witten is entangled in the situation near the Pangu particle. No matter what, it will not affect our results. Let him continue. If he is really making trouble, these big guys on the scene will not let him do whatever he wants. Academician Pan was stunned for 2 seconds, and soon understood what Zhang Zhongjing meant. Indeed, as the leader who was able to unify string theory and eventually become superstring theory in the face of disputes among 5 schools in the last century, Witten's emotional intelligence is definitely not low. Don't forget, he was originally a liberal arts student studying history, and he also helped George McGovern's presidential campaign. At that time, the 5 factions of string theory were like the sweet, salty, sour, and spicy tofu puddings today. It was not just a matter of one or a few people, but 5 huge factions. To make these factions merge together and ultimately succeed, it is not as simple as mastering the correct theory. Therefore, Wei Ten dared to speak in such an occasion, and he must have discovered something extremely shocking, so that he didn't even care about basic etiquette. So academician Pan calmly tapped twice on the earphone, indicating that he had a clear mind. Then he turned to look at Wei Teng in the audience and asked, Mr. Wei Teng, Your idea is very novel and worth exploring, but do you think it lacks some persuasiveness to make such a conclusion based on only two values? Wei Teng nodded after hearing this, and did not deny Academician Pan's statement. Mr. Pan, your words do make sense, so I would like to make another request. Can the Academy of Sciences publish the relevant formulas for calculating the probability orbit of Pangu particles, and let me meet the person who calculated the probability orbit, the doctor who calculated the probability orbit? I have some questions to ask him. The Academy of Sciences did not impose restrictions on Wei Teng's microphone, so Wei Teng's words spread throughout the venue in an instant. Swish, as soon as the voice fell. Lu Chaoyuan and Kristen beside Su Yun turned their heads together, their eyes fixed on him. Then soon, a whisper was heard in the conference hall of thousands of people. Some were discussing the possibility of the existence of the unknown particle. Some were discussing the probability equation of Pangu particles. Some people kept glancing at Su Yun. After all, the people sitting in the front and back of the 10th row were all industry leaders, and in most cases, the four words industry leader were proportional to two attributes, hairline and age. Therefore, the trio of Su Yun, Lu Chaoyuan and Kristen, in terms of age, was out of tune with the surroundings and looked extremely conspicuous. Not to mention that Academician Pan had shown Su Yun's headshot on the screen at the beginning of the press conference, and many of the participants around him still had some impression of Su Yun. Even during the press conference, several professors cordially exchanged business cards and contact information with Su Yun. As to whether they were attracted by Su Yun's potential or Academician Pan behind him, it was unknown. Looking at the bigwigs around him, who turned their heads to look at him from time to time, Su Yun was immediately confused. What's going on? I just wanted to win safely in the audience, and was thinking about whether to write an online novel. Starting to train the mentor to become a Nobel Prize winner? How come the topic suddenly turned to myself? Su Yun felt like he was dreaming of Baiju Haiwan's long legs wrapped around his waist and her nimble tongue licking his ears, but he suddenly woke up from the dream and found that half of a cockroach's long legs covered with barbs were lying across his ears. At the same time, after a slight pause, the barrage in the live broadcast room once again reproduced the classic, fuck, chick, chirp chirp. Wei Teng's words were really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Hao Zhengjing in the backstage was stunned for more than 10 seconds before giving instructions. Xiao Pan, agree to Wei Teng's request. We will publish the specific probability formula on the big screen. In addition, give the microphone to Xiao Su. Hao Zhengjing's meaning was very clear. The Academy of Sciences did not interrupt Wei Teng before, and it was even more impossible to refuse Wei Teng's request now. It was not difficult to let Su Yun accept the questioning. Academician Pan hesitated for half a second, then took a deep breath and said to Wei Teng, "No problem, Mr. Wei Teng, our backstage staff are already retrieving the data, and it will be displayed on the big screen behind me in a while." After saying that, Academician Pan paused, and his eyes swept across the area where Su Yun was with some concern. In addition, please ask Dr. Su Yun to stand up, here it comes. Su Yun's hands holding the edge of the table suddenly exerted force. After a moment, he took 2 deep breaths, silently chanted a few times for the old immortal Zudong to bless him, and slowly stood up from his seat. Even though he had been a human in 2 previous lives, he had never seen such an exciting scene. Indeed, in the 1100 copy, he had once brought Xiao Zhao, Lao Su and others to do something. In the 1850 copy, he had even shown off his skills in front of Xiao Mai, Faraday, Guaz and others. But the Su Yun in the copy had long known the direction of history, knew that his coup was a good move for China, and knew that his experiments would be 100% successful. So no matter how exciting the things in the copy were, Su Yun actually had some confidence. But today was different. He was facing all the big guys in the world except Glasshow in 2023, and he didn't have much advanced knowledge in his mind. In this case, unless Su Yun was Fen Buju, he would be a little nervous. But there was no way, he could only bite the bullet at this time. Then quickly, a staff member walked quickly to the 10th row and handed a microphone to Su Yun. Then when he passed by Lu Chaoyuan, he quietly stuffed another microphone into Lu Chaoyuan's hand. It was obvious. This was a temporary backup plan made by the Academy of Sciences. Although it might not be useful, Lu Chaoyuan's experience in this area is much better than Su Yun's. If the situation really gets out of control, Lu Chaoyuan will stand up and take over Su Yun's words. At that time, he will cooperate with Academician Pan on the stage to control the situation to some extent. After Su Yun stood up, the scene suddenly became quiet. Even Suzuki Atsuto, the big villain who came to mess up the scene, couldn't help but show a trace of curiosity at this time. After all, Suzuki Atsuto is bad, but it is undeniable that he is indeed very capable. As a practitioner of high-energy physics, it is impossible for you to say that he is not curious at this time. In fact, even academician Pan and Housing Yin, in addition to nervousness and worry, also have a slight expectation in their hearts. After Su Yun stood up, the camera on the stage quickly split into two. Half was aimed at Su Yun, and the other half was aimed at Wei Teng. After a moment, Wei Teng felt that the time was right, so he took the initiative to speak. Dr. Su Yun, how did you derive this equation? Chapter 448, Thunderclaps sound out of nowhere. Dr. Su makes his debut. Hearing what Witten said, Su Yun clenched his right hand slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The specific idea of discovering the probability track. This is a relatively simple question, and it is also the direction that Su Yun is most confident about at present. After all, this is the foundation of the foundation. Academician Pan and others had asked Su Yun about this at the beginning. This is not something that can be easily fooled. If there is no appropriate logic, Su Yun would have shown his chicken feet a few months ago. Then Su Yun thought about it, took a deep breath, and said, Mr. Witten, it's like this. The initial cause of the whole thing can be traced back to more than a year ago. Just now, academician Pan introduced that I am currently a doctoral student in biology and will graduate with a master's degree in physics, and the topic I worked on during my master's degree is the impact of the energy level produced by the strong interaction of Greek letter sigma hyperons. Hearing this, Witten and many bigwigs at the scene subconsciously nodded in cooperation. Greek letter sigma hyperon. This is one of the more mainstream hyperons at present, with a lifespan of 0.15 nanoseconds and a slightly heavier mass than ordinary hyperons. It involves some theoretical areas of quantum chromodynamics, which is a relatively hot topic at present. Of course, the liveliness here is also relative. Most people are involved in the Greek letter sigma hyperon topic in the doctoral scope. Being able to conduct research as a master shows that Su Yun's ability is not weak. Then Su Yun paused and continued. It was an afternoon a few months ago. At that time, I was summarizing the cascade decay data of Greek letter sigma hyperons in the library. As a result, I suddenly found a relatively special phase orbit trace, which was somewhat different from the Greek letter sigma hyperon in the eigenstate. By the way, the provider of this data is the Yanjing Spectrometer III Collaboration Group, and the DOI is doi.org/1038/S415860022. 04624-1, this time. Several Chinese scholars in the audience smiled. They are all members of the Yanjing Spectrometer III Collaboration Group who were invited to come this time. Although there is no academician leading the team, they have produced many extremely high-quality results in recent years. For example, the data mentioned by Su Yun. In June last year, they used the quantum correlation of the positive and negative hyperon pairs produced by the collision of positive and negative electrons to analyze some properties of parity and charge parity violation and decay. This is also the most accurate measurement result in the world. With this achievement, domestic particle physics has made many breakthroughs in the past 4 months. This is true, but some papers are still under review, and it is estimated that it will take some time for them to be published. Then Su Yun looked at Wei Teng, and when he found that he did not interrupt his thoughts, he said the rest of his words in one go. Later, I used the Aurora system of the Academy of Sciences to analyze it, and found that it was somewhat similar to the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon observed by academician Zhao not long ago, so I optimized and simulated this orbital formula, replaced the Greek letter sigma hyperon with the decay parameters of the Greek letter lambda hyperon, and finally found that F equals 1. Which means that there should be a new particle on the corresponding probability orbit. Wei Teng in front of the stage heard this, looked up and thought for a few seconds, and said softly, "Oh, I think I understand, Dr. Su. You consider the discrete time finite state Markov chain, use the unique state to define the transition probability of each step, and made a Greek letter sigma field generated by a finite column set. Is that what you mean, Su Yun?" At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Wei Teng would definitely fail if you wrote a novel. Because this guy used one sentence to directly summarize the content of 4,000 words. Wrong. He summarized Su Yun's original idea. No wonder many people now insist that Witten is just a mathematician. His mathematical response is so sharp. In fact, this is not the first time that Witten has shown off his skills. As we all know, in thermodynamics and fluid mechanics, there is an equation called the Boltzmann equation. This is a partial differential equation that describes the statistical behavior of thermodynamic systems. It was proposed in 1872. But it was not until 2010 that this equation was proved to be well behaved by two professors at Penn, Philip T. Gressman and Robert M. Strain. At that time, Penn compiled a 120-page paper and posted it to the preprint website. It was expected that most people would take 3 to 5 days to read it. As a result, 49 minutes after the paper was published, Witten pointed out a small error about the Sophic group on his personal social media. It was not until 4 days later that the mathematical community formally recognized that there was indeed a problem with what Witten pointed out. Fortunately, this error has little to do with the final result, so 2 weeks later Penn republished a new article, which is the final paper that confirms the Boltzmann equation. Compared with today's showmanship, the difficulty of that time was even higher. Then Witten thought for a while and asked Su-Yun again, Dr. Su, when you calculated this probability trajectory formula, what was the spin of the two-photon final state, 2 or 3 2? Su-Yun did not hesitate and said affirmatively, it is 2. Then what about the expected background? Su-Yun thought for a little longer this time. He was seen using his index finger to draw a curve in the air that was high on the left and low on the right. It was just over 3.2 fb-1, and the final approximation was 3.224 or 3.226. I can't remember clearly. Witten's eyes suddenly narrowed. In fact, although Witten's previous words were quite mysterious, and Pluto and Neptune came up. In fact, it is not difficult to see from Witten's expression after interrupting academician Pan that he was not very sure that the Pluto particle really existed. The reason why he stood up at this time was, first, because he did find some problems in mathematics. Secondly, during the previous data calculation process, a guess suddenly popped up in his mind. A guess that made him risk offending the Chinese Academy of Sciences to undermine it. A guess that was so outrageous that he dared not say it directly in his current position. And now, with Su-Yun's words, Witten's confidence increased by another 2 centimeters. Just at this moment, the screen behind academician Pan also displayed the probability orbit formula calculated by Su-Yun, as well as some related data. F, T, equals N, T, N, 0, equals E, T Greek letter pi. N equals N, 0, hexp, plus hexp, plus, nexp, y, xn plus 1, y, xn, hf. After the formula appeared, Witten also quickly understood some of the inherent meanings of the formula. For example, the equals is a definition symbol, which means that the thing on the right is defined as the thing on the left. That is, Su-Yun gave F, T, a physical meaning, the probability that an atom is still alive, not decayed, at time Tn equals N0, hexpt, plus nexpt. This formula describes how many atoms are left at time t. Just divide the number of remaining atoms by the total number of atoms at the beginning and expand it to smaller particles. At the same time when the formula appeared, many bigwigs at the scene, including Mr. Yang beside Wei Teng, picked up paper and pen and began to calculate the relevant data of flux value and exponential mapping generator. Of course, the human brain is inferior to the machine in this level of calculation, so the accuracy of their calculations must be much lower than the results of ultra-precision instruments and supercomputers. But don't forget, they don't actually need to calculate the exact value, but only need to verify Wei Teng's statement. In other words, they only need to analyze whether the two values are as Wei Teng said, one is larger and the other is smaller. In this way, the difficulty will be much smaller. Soon. Swish swish swish, the scene was filled with the sound of fingertips sliding across the calculation paper. Of course. While many big names were concentrating, the media people and the audience in the live broadcast room were relatively tortured. On the one hand, they were eager to know the accuracy of Witten's guess, but on the other hand, due to the direction, they could only watch the big names having fun. A rare troubled JPG. That's it. After about 10 minutes, T. Hooft, who was also sitting in the first row and 2 seats beside Witten, was the first to stop writing. It has been mentioned before. Mr. Yang, T. Hooft, Glasgow, who is now in the IQ, and Weinberg, who passed away, are internationally recognized as the four kings of modern physics. They each have many fans who think they are the first in physics today, and they often beat Lily's brains to death. Among these four people, Glasgow and Weinberg are good at physical intuition and taste, that is, divergent thinking, that is, wild but accurate conjectures. Mr. Yang is better at mathematical frameworks, that is, introducing new mathematical concepts and methods to solve problems. T. Hooft is good at calculating work, discovering and solving problems through calculations and details. This is very similar to his senior brother, Peter van Nieuwenhuizen. So compared to old Yang, T. Hooft would naturally get the result faster. Then another 2 minutes passed. Old Yang also exclaimed, holding a ballpoint pen and drawing a horizontal line under a certain result. Seeing this, T. Hooft couldn't help but whisper to old Yang, "Yang, how is your calculation result?" Old Yang did not keep the result secret, and he gently pushed the calculation paper to T. Hooft. The flux value is about 30% larger, and the exponential mapping generator is 1 order of magnitude smaller. What about you? T. Hooft glanced at Wit not far away. The specific value is slightly different from yours, but it can be regarded as an interval. After all, we are not calculating by machine. Old Yang nodded slightly, and a rare curiosity appeared on his face, which was a little sluggish after sitting for several hours. Old Yang and T. Hooft are both top bosses in the industry. When they were active, let alone supercomputers, the functions of ordinary computers were still relatively limited. Therefore, in terms of calculation skills, they can completely beat all the students who are not familiar with the current situation. If there is a problem with the result of one person, there may be some possibility of miscalculation. Then when the results of two people are the same and are in an approximate range, this possibility is very low. In other words, the flux value and the exponential mapping generator are most likely abnormal. One is too large and the other is too small, and Witten's judgment is correct. These two sets of data can discover dark matter even though they do not meet the theoretical values. At this moment, Lu Chaoyuan, who also calculated the results, suddenly had a story in his mind. It was a certain episode in the legend of the cervical vertebrae of a first-grade primary school student who has been serialized for 28 years, and its animated version is also one of the childhood shadows of many people. At that time, the Death God elementary school students and several classmates went to the library to read books. When they got on the elevator, they suddenly found that the elevator, which should not have been overloaded, suddenly issued an overload warning. But there is no problem with the elevator's sensor itself, so the problem is naturally the elevator itself. Later Conan and others found a corpse lying on the top of the elevator, and the corpse became the invisible overloaded person. And how similar is this result to the plot of the elementary school student of Death? Dark matter actually exists, but the flux value and exponential mapping generator show overload. Then there may really be an invisible overloaded passenger in a certain orbit. But the question is how to find this passenger? Academician Pan obviously also realized this problem, so after most of the participants put down their pens, he couldn't help but look at Witten. Mr. Witten, since you think there is an unknown particle around the Pangu particle, do you have a practical idea to prove its existence? Academician Pan's words actually have another meaning. Today is a physics conference. Mathematics can be used to prove or not, but if it is used in proof, other more powerful evidence is needed. It's just that considering that Witten has been criticized for this kind of thing because of M-theory in recent years, Academician Pan is still very face-saving and didn't make it clear. However, as a top IQ boss, Wei Teng naturally understood the potential significance of Academician Pan. So he nodded quickly. Yes, but I need a little help. Please go ahead. First, I need paper, pen, and an operating system with an English interface that can calculate probability matrices. Academician Pan waited for a few seconds after hearing this, and only nodded after hearing Zhang Zhongjing's answer in the earphone. No problem. Although Wei Teng's appearance disrupted the original plan of the Academy of Sciences, the content he involved was not very related to the dark matter results or would not affect the status of dark matter at all. Even if the final proof fails, it will not be the Academy of Sciences that will be embarrassed. If Wei Teng's proof can succeed, he will rely on the data of the Academy of Sciences. At that time, Wei Teng may share a little bit of the popularity, but the benefits obtained by the Academy of Sciences will only be greater. This is a business that is sure to make money, so Zhang Zhongjing naturally does not have such a big burden. As for the requirements raised by Wei Teng, they are indeed not very high. Let alone pen and paper, Most of the operating systems in China currently have the function of switching between Chinese and English. It would take at most 10 minutes to prepare the resources that Wei Teng needed. As a result, when Academician Pan was about to cross his arms and watch the show, Wei Teng suddenly seemed to remember something and patted his head lightly. "By the way, Mr. Pan, I have another request." "What request?" Wei Teng turned around and pointed at Su Yun, who was still standing. "I want Dr. Su to help me. After all, he is the discoverer of the Pangu particle orbit." Chapter 449, Thunder Roars from the Blue Sky. Dr. Su makes his debut. On the podium. After hearing the last request made by Wei Teng, Academician Pan, who was originally planning to continue watching the show, was slightly stunned again. Want Xiao Su to help? How to say it? From the perspective of the incident itself, Wei Teng's request was actually somewhat beyond Academician Pan's expectations. After all, there were many bigwigs at the scene, and Su Yun, a small transparent person who didn't even have a deputy senior title, theoretically had no qualifications to come to the front desk to help. But from a logical point of view, it made sense. After all, Su Yun was the discoverer of the probability orbit of Pangu particles, and he independently calculated the specific probability formula. His understanding of Pangu particles was one of the best at the scene. In addition, the conversation between the two parties just now went smoothly, so it was not surprising that Wei Teng paid attention to Su Yun. Then Academician Pan thought about it, looked up and said to Su Yun, "Dr. Su Yun, since Professor Wei Teng has spoken, you come over to help. In addition, please ask the cameraman and backstage staff to prepare and solve the logistics problem as soon as possible." It was different from the concerns and even resistance when Wei Teng asked Su Yun alone before. Academician Pan supported Wei Teng's request for Su Yun to help him, both on the surface and in his heart. After all, it's not difficult to help. This job is not like answering questions, which cannot be ambiguous. No one will force an assistant to save the world. If it really doesn't work, you can just say "abba abba" or "yeah, right, right." And this low-cost behavior will bring a huge exposure. It can be said that after today, Su Yun's social influence will rise to a higher level again, entering the category of a real public figure. This is a huge boost for Su Yun's future development, the sales of Huadong bioscience products, and the official image of USTC. In the 10th row. Su Yun obviously figured this out, so after Academician Pan finished speaking, he quickly put away his pen and paper. In fact, at a very short moment, Su Yun suddenly had a naughty idea in his mind. How about sucking cockroach medicine while going on stage? Don't ask him why he carries cockroach medicine with him. If you ask, it's just paranoia. Anyway, the 5th generation of imidacloprid is not harmful to the human body. Theoretically, it will only be bad if you suck 3 sticks. Of course. This thought was fleeting, and it was a wild and unfounded idea. Just like many people who have watched some evening party live broadcasts, they have also imagined that a host suddenly stopped speaking the lines and cursed stupid X. After a while, Su Yun packed up his things and left his seat and walked straight to the 1st row. The 9th row. The 7th row. The 4th row. Andres Gerard. Maris Bogdo Frank Wilczek. Su Yun walked past the famous scholars one by one. As the rows got closer, more and more famous bigwigs appeared in his field of vision. For example, when he walked to the 9th row, Su Yun was only a little familiar with one of the scholars. He vaguely remembered that this was an Italian, and he couldn't remember his name at all. But when he came to the 6th row, he could already call out most of the experts. When he arrived at the 3rd row, there were almost no unfamiliar faces at a glance. At this moment, the eyes of these bigwigs were all focused on Su Yun. No wonder some celebrities like to walk the runway at the airport. The feeling of having everyone's attention focused on you is both nervous and exciting. Su Yun inexplicably thought of an emoticon package on the internet, which was probably a bunch of people with the word big guys surrounding a newbie, who was rubbing his head in confusion. Soon, Su Yun came to the 1st row. At this time, in addition to Su Yun, there were also several top particle physicists in the 1st row. After all, although Witten's idea was a bit unrealistic, if the Pluto particle really existed, it would be a big deal in the physics world. For example, Su Yun saw David Gross, the 2004 Nobel Prize winner in physics, a big guy in asymptotic freedom and QCD theory. There was also Juan Maldacena, the industry leader in AD-CFT duality theory. Another example was Nima Arkani Hamid. Although his name looks like an insult, He is actually a very capable and potential top scientist. He is an expert in the hierarchy problem, new physics at the TeV level, and gravitational particle theory, born in 1982. Now Nima is less than 50 years old, and many people think that he will become the next generation's well-deserved first physicist. Of course. The premise is that he doesn't get into trouble because of excessive obesity. Now Nima has become as fat as a ball lightning, weighing no less than 250 kilograms. And Anton Salinger, Su-Yun's master, also came to Witten at this time. In addition, Zhou Xiaoping, the ultimate boss of Chinese high-energy physics, is naturally indispensable in such occasions. In terms of renormalization proof in China, Zhou Xiaoping's achievements even surpass those of Mr. Yang, and he is the well-deserved first person in China in this field. Even if the home advantage of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is not taken into account, Zhou Xiaoping is qualified to appear here. This is not why. At present, almost every international conference on particle physics results will invite Zhou Xiaoping, and his ranking is either first or second. There are 4 or 5 people who have similar treatment, such as Wang Lao and Zhang Zhongjing. It's not many, but it does exist. It's just that there were some talent losses in the early years, so the country has always been worried that Zhou Xiaoping and others might have accidents when they went abroad to attend conferences, so they never agreed to let them go abroad. In recent years, our national strength has been relatively strong, and the restrictions are not so strict. At least Zhou Xiaoping is unlikely to have personal safety problems. But Zhou Xiaoping, Wang Lao and others are also old. The oldest is over 100 years old, and the young Zhou Xiaoping is also rushing to 90. Their physical conditions do not allow them to afford cross-border travel. Therefore, in recent years, it is rare to see those senior Chinese experts in the front row internationally. One by one, some people with ulterior motives say that the Chinese physics community is incompetent. Okay, let's return to reality. A table has been set up around these big guys, and there are also several camera positions and microphones to ensure that other participants and audiences on the scene can understand the progress in real time. After seeing Su-Yun appear, Wei Ten took the initiative to step forward and shook hands with him, smiling and saying, "Sorry for bothering you, Dr. Su." Su-Yun quickly returned the greeting, "Mr. Wei Teng. You are too polite. It is my honor to be able to contribute in such an occasion." After releasing his hand, Su-Yun nodded to several big men beside him and Mr. Yang and others who were sitting in the seats one by one, and then he moved his position quietly and stood next to Zhou Xiaoping. Well-behaved JPG. To be honest, Su-Yun and Zhou Xiaoping had not known each other for a particularly long time. The two only met for the first time in Jinping Laboratory, and then they had some interactions. But in such an occasion, Zhou Xiaoping was obviously the person who made Su-Yun feel the most secure. Seeing Su-Yun sneaking up to him in a timid manner, Zhou Xiaoping couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Xiao Su, don't be too nervous. The one who is really under pressure is Wei Teng. If the discussion doesn't produce any results, Wei Teng will have a hard time in the future, so relax a little, let's just watch the show honestly. By the way, my position seems to have a higher exposure rate. Why don't we switch positions? My granddaughter should also be watching the live broadcast today. By the way, did you lose the phone I gave you that day, Su-Yun? Uncle, are you still thinking about your granddaughter?" But as Zhou Xiaoping said, when things developed to this point, Wei Ten was under the greatest pressure. If the demonstration failed, not only would he have to bear the pressure from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, but more importantly, whenever the dark matter results conference was mentioned in the future, he would be dragged out and whipped. You know, the academic struggle abroad is not inferior to that in China, and it is even worse. Once Witten's argument fails, he will be labeled as shameful and humiliated, and the title of the first person in the physics world will be gone in an instant. Under heavy pressure, Witten may not even be able to keep his professorship at Princeton. After all, there are precedents for this, such as Poisson mentioned earlier. After being slapped in the face by Fresnel in public, Poisson's academic status plummeted, and he instantly became the shame of the school from the leader of the particle theory. There is also the famous Watson. The old man was dismissed from all administrative positions and deprived of all honors by Cold Spring Harbor because of a sentence, "All our social policies are based on the fact that they, black people, have the same intelligence as us," and all tests show that this is not the case. I am pessimistic about the prospects of Africa. Although the power to overthrow Watson came from the so-called political correctness, the essence behind it was still an academic struggle. This matter involved the grievances between Rosalind Elsie Franklin and Watson, and the members of this family had the most votes in the vote to deprive Watson of his honorary directorship. So at this time, Witten was actually only a small step away from being pushed down by the crowd. However, Witten's expression still looked very calm. With his experience and IQ, it was obvious that he could not have thought of this, so there was naturally only one reason why he was so calm at this time. That is, he knew there was such a possibility, but still chose to take this step. After a few minutes, Academician Pan quickly came to the side of the few people. He first signaled the staff to turn off the sound recording equipment, and then whispered to Wei Teng, "Mr. Wei Teng. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Yanjing time. After discussion among the leaders of the Academy of Sciences, we have decided to give you 4 hours for discussion. This is the longest time limit we can give. After all, according to the original plan, we still have the leaders' speeches and a large dinner at 6 o'clock. For your matter, we have temporarily cancelled the speeches and dinner." When Wei Teng heard this, a trace of gratitude suddenly appeared on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Pan. 4 hours. To be honest, this is indeed a very sincere time. Although the Academy of Sciences has set up a temporary lounge and restaurant in the adjacent room, the guests can go there to eat food at any time to fill their stomachs, but this is obviously different from the formal dinner. Not to mention the leader's speech, which is an indispensable process in China. Although the content seems to be no different from the speeches of foreign leaders, the two are very different in nature. To put it bluntly, the content of some meetings is secondary, and the speeches are the main event. Being able to postpone the time and cancel the speech of the leaders of the Academy of Sciences at the same time is indeed the limit that the Academy of Sciences can do." Su Yun glanced at the teacher calmly, and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Is the Academy of Sciences preparing to attract goodwill? What if Wei Teng is really expelled from the European and American scientific community because of his lack of results? Then he can be brought to China to do research? Think about it carefully. This seems to be really possible. After all, it's a foreign scorched rabbit. Then Academician Pan and Wei Teng gave each other a big hug, said some blessings like Zudo and Liuxin bless you, and left the scene and returned to the backstage. Seeing this, thousands of participants at the scene also put on headphones and lifted an 18-inch screen from the front of the table. This is the standard configuration of the International Business Center. Then soon, in the live broadcast rooms of major live broadcast platforms, live broadcasts of Wei Teng and others also appeared. This kind of live broadcast is somewhat similar to the sound of the coach arranging tactics on the bench during a basketball timeout. The perception is completely different from speaking with a microphone, with a strong instant effect. At the same time, Hao Zhengjin, who is in the backstage of the live broadcast room, also came to Wang Qingchen and asked, "Xiao Wang, there are no more loopholes in our system, right?" Wang Qingchen nodded vigorously. "No, don't worry, everything is very stable. In fact, after the formal demonstration of dark matter was successful, Europe and the United States have almost given up the attack. We even received a white email from Guo, expressing their willingness to provide some evidence of the attack organized by the other side of the sea." Hao Zhengjin patted his shoulders twice and praised him. "Very good, thank you for your hard work. So what about the number of live broadcasts? How much has it dropped?" Wang Qingchen put his head in front of the screen and looked at it for a while, and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, it's strange. Not only has the number of people not dropped, but it has increased a lot. Look, it's now over 34 million. 34 million, Hao Zhengjin was stunned for a moment. Wow, it has increased so much? Is there something like a chirp chirp that has exploded again? Wang Qingchen clicked a few more times and called up the monitoring data of social media, then shook his head. No new explosive points have appeared. Hao Zhengjin couldn't help but cross his arms. This is strange. In the previous experimental phase, although the number of live broadcasts increased by more than 1 million, it could be barely explained by the reason that they were not good at it but loved to watch it. But now the number of live broadcasts has increased by such a large amount, which is beyond Hao Zhengjin's cognition. Then Wang Qingchen suddenly thought of something, opened his phone and entered QQ to scan for a while, then he raised his head as if he had realized something. "Dean, I think I know the reason." Hao Zhengjin showed a trace of curiosity on his face. "Tell me about it." Wang Qingchen shook the screen of his phone at him and explained, "I looked at a few books, animation exchange groups, and found that many people were discussing a topic, that is, large-scale, formal press conferences are not uncommon these days, but this kind of live broadcast of discussions where big guys get together and have no scripts is very rare on the internet. It can even be said that it has never happened. Therefore, many viewers enter the live broadcast room with a curiosity mentality, wanting to see what these big guys are talking about. So after a while, the number of live broadcasts has increased a lot. Zhang Zhongjing blinked, and then he said thoughtfully, "I see, it seems that there is indeed some truth." These days, due to the development of the live broadcast industry, press conferences for various electronic devices are innumerable, and you can see one every 2 or 3 days. There may be relatively few scientific research conferences, but you can find relevant videos if you want to. But this live broadcast is different. This is an original discussion meeting, just like some high-level meetings within the system. Who doesn't wonder what a real meeting is like? But on the internet, you can't find any relevant videos at all. This kind of private meeting is rare, let alone thousands of years. At least it is rare to see it in 50 years. In this way, how can the public not be curious? However, Wei Teng, Su Yun and others at the scene did not know the situation on the internet. At this moment, they were gathered around the table in the first row, listening to Wei Teng's analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, compared to the exponential mapping generator that requires mathematical analysis to obtain, I think the intuitive data of flux value is more suitable as a starting point. After all, we have enough evidence of mathematical structure, and the subsequent formula derivation still needs to be expressed by mathematical tools, so some physical data must be introduced. Many bigwigs nodded at the same time. After a few seconds, Nima Arkani Hamid, who was second only to Su Yun in age, thought for a moment and said, "Professor Witten, I have an idea. Let me tell you if it's appropriate. How about we first sort out the tree hierarchy diagram of the companion, the tree hierarchy diagram under the SYNOPSIS framework? World of Warcraft is about to shut down, youth." Chapter 450 The Mysterious Power from the East. Tree hierarchy diagram under SYNOPSIS framework. Hearing what Nima said, Wei Teng subconsciously straightened his body. For most people, especially programmers without hair, when the word SYNOPSIS framework is mentioned, they may often think of the name of a program. That is, a female programmer named Susie designed an auxiliary tool for grid layout. To be honest, it is quite useful. But in fact, in quantum field theory, there is also a SYNOPSIS framework with the same name. That is, the symmetry framework. Some people tend to understand the SYNOPSIS framework as supersymmetry theory, but in fact it is not a specific principle, but a kind of connector. It reflects the topological properties of particles. There will be gauge redundancy, superconformal field theory, etc. in the future. For the convenience of understanding, here is an example that is not very rigorous but easy to understand. Readers who have read novels on Kidian should know it. Kidian Chinese website will divide the works into multiple categories according to the performance of the works, such as boutique, more than 10,000 subscriptions or less. The SYNOPSIS framework is equivalent to a boutique badge. That is to say, works with an average subscription of less than 3,000 can be excluded, but the works selected can only be confirmed to have an average subscription of more than 3,000. As for whether this book has an average subscription of 6,000, 8,000, 13,000 or 100,000, further screening is required. Therefore, Nima's meaning can also be understood as such a logic. They want to find a science fiction novel, so they search in the column of fine works. The workload of this search is obviously simpler than searching all science fiction works, because there are a total of 106,956 novels in the science fiction category of Kidian, but the number of fine works is only more than 1,000. But on the other hand, while this framework reduces the workload, another situation may occur. The novel they are searching for does not actually reach the fine results. If this is true, then Wei Teng and others may waste a lot of time and get nothing in the end. This is why Nima said that this is just an idea. After Nima finished speaking, Wei Teng put the ballpoint pen to his mouth, bit the back cover of the ballpoint pen gently with his teeth, and his face showed a thoughtful look. From the perspective of integrity, this is obviously a very risky approach. But don't forget, he only had 4 hours. If there was no result within 4 hours, he would have to leave in disgrace, so the amount of calculation must be streamlined. So what he had to do now was to simply determine whether that book was a fine product. So Witten thought about it, looked up at Su-Yun, and turned the laptop screen towards him. Dr. Su-Yun, this is the Aurora system of your Academy of Sciences. Can you please mark the abnormal range of the eigenstate of the Pangu particle? Su-Yun nodded, thought for a moment with a stylus, and drew an area in the upper right corner of the jet diagram of the Aurora system. Witten turned the screen back and looked at it carefully for a long time. The range of the commutation function state is below 0.5. This is real physical data, that is, if the companion really exists, it must be a boson type. Zhou Xiaoping, T. Hooft and others also nodded. I said it earlier. The spin of the isolated point or Pangu particle is half-odd, that is, 1/2, 3/2 or 5/2, etc. The spin direction here is defined relative to the direction of the orbital angular momentum. For example, when solving the Schrödinger equation of hydrogen atoms, a z direction has been assumed, and the angular quantum number L solved is relative to this z-axis. The same reason. The up and down of the spin is also relative to this z-axis, that is, the degree of freedom carried by the particle itself. And Su-Yun had previously told Witten that the spin of the two-photon final state in the abnormal area he discovered was 2, see chapter 446, therefore, according to the coupling law of odd-number particles, it is not difficult to analyze that if there is really such a Pluto around the Pangu particle, then it must be a Bose type. In addition, the influence of the basic principle of chiral supermultiplet states comes to mind. Witten's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Okay, let's start with the SUSY framework. Gross, Gerard, Joe, thank you for your help, Zhou Xiaoping and T. Hooft said politely, then picked up paper and pen to help Witten build the framework calculation. It was still a long time ago that another concept was mentioned. The reason why particles are difficult to capture is that in addition to their short lifespan, the more important thing is that their movement trajectory is not fixed. This is also a sentence that has been mentioned repeatedly. Because the gap in the particle world is really too big. This is like a runway with 10 small tracks. The probability of an athlete choosing any track is 1 for 10. Except for himself, no one knows which path he will take, unless your destination is Erskine Bridge. Then expand the track of this runway by 10 to the 17th power, and the result is almost the number of tracks for particles to travel in the particle world. But it is worth mentioning that no particle will always take one path, but with the abundance of observation data, the scientific community can lock or exclude some tracks based on the corresponding partial attributes. For example, if an athlete's attribute is a devout believer, then he will definitely not choose 666 or 13. The former represents Satan in the Bible, and the latter is betrayal and selling out. For another example, a homo athlete has a high probability of going 114,514. This is also the basis for Su-Yun to calculate the probability orbit. In the current scientific community, in addition to cheating, there are two ways to calculate the probability orbit of particles. The first is the charge density wave. It refers to the state of electrons self-organizing in space with periodic density, which is very special. This thing often appears in places far above room temperature and without Pareto, involving the modulation of charge density and atomic orbits. This allows the Higgs boson associated with a charge density wave to have an additional component, that is, it may be axial and contain angular momentum. Once the angular momentum is determined, many properties such as spin can be determined. The other is the anomalous confidence calculation of QCD. That is, flavor physics, which is well known to many students. Joe. The latter is undoubtedly the most suitable for SUSY's framework, so several bigwigs quickly locked on a key property, the anomalous magnetic moment of Pangu particles. Anomalous magnetic moment. Hearing this word appearing in the live broadcast, Chen Shanshan, who is near the media seat, couldn't help but glance at Zhang Han beside her and asked, Dr. Zhang, what is the concept of the anomalous magnetic moment that Professor Witten and others are talking about? Can you explain it to us? After several hours of live broadcast, Zhang Han's expression was much more relaxed than before, and he was not as restrained as at the beginning. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and explained with a smile, this is a knowledge point in quantum field theory. It was first calculated by physicist Schwinger across the sea in 1946. It is also a cornerstone concept of quantum electrodynamics. The anomalous magnetic moment in a broad sense describes electrons. Everyone should know that the scattering amplitude contains various physical information of particles, so as long as you calculate the scattering of electrons in the static Coulomb field, you can get the magnetic moment of the electron by extracting the corresponding terms in the amplitude, and then you can get the G-factor, then the G-factor at the leading order is 2, and at the subleading order, it will have a very small deviation from 2. This is the so-called anomalous magnetic moment. Hey, reporter Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen Shanshan rubbed her temples hard, forcing herself to pull herself back to reality from the state of who I am and where I am, and then took a deep breath. Very good, thank you Dr. Zhang for your introduction. However, Dr. Zhang, due to time constraints, can you please speak human language? Ahem, can you briefly tell us how this anomalous magnetic moment can help calculate particles? Zhang Han was stunned for 2 seconds after hearing this, and then he realized that what he said seemed a bit profound, and hurriedly laughed embarrassedly. It can help. It can be used through non-relativistic approximation combined with the scattering of non-relativistic quantum mechanics, that is, the Born approximation. To put it bluntly, it is to lock the massive special particles with a numerical accuracy of 0.54 ppm, then combined with the anomalous confidence calculation of the SUSY framework, a probability model of a few thousandths can be demonstrated. In addition, this accuracy is actually very impressive, and it can match 10 decimal places. The 1965 Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded with this accuracy, so there has always been a saying in high-energy physics that we are looking for new physics after 11 decimal places, and the source is here. Although Chen Shanshan's expression was still a little confused, she understood some of the content this time. Dr. Zhang, that means that as long as Professor Witten and his team complete the corresponding calculations, they may be able to find the new particle. Zhang Han thought for a moment and shook his head gently. It can't be understood this way, because after calculating the value, we must first compare it with the standard model. For example, the theoretical prediction of the muon's G-factor is 2.002319304362, and the value measured across the sea last year was 2.002319304361. This tiny difference still needs error correction. doi.org/1038/S415860021-03418-1. After all, what Mr. Witten and his team did was not to derive mathematics based on existing physics, but to derive physics based on pure mathematics this time. Chen Shanshan finally fully understood what Zhang Han meant. For example, where the Pangu particle was discovered, there was a big problem with its properties. Its spin is half-odd, which belongs to the standard Fermion category. However, the observed magnitude of the interaction phenomenon is 140 MeV, which belongs to the standard electrically neutral meson. That is, the concept of boson. This is a situation that is impossible in theory, but it did happen, so Zhao Zhangguo and others could only conduct more in-depth research. Finally, it was determined that the reason for this anomaly was that there was something wrong with its way of movement, not transition but flickering. This is a case of deriving the principle from the phenomenon. But what Witten and others are doing now is pure mathematical argumentation, so the result is not just mathematical existence, but it must be compared with a theoretical model first. The latter is even more difficult. Then Chen Shanshan chatted with Zhang Han about some other things, and time passed slowly 1 minute at a time. 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and half an hour. At the beginning, Witten and others would exchange a few simple words. But as the amount of calculation increased, the communication in the first row gradually became low. Swish, 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 whether it was Witten, Zhou Xiaoping, or Tohuft. After the relatively smooth progress in the early stage, their progress gradually began to slow down. Zhou, do you think this approximation is feasible? No problem with the numerical value, I'll try it. No result. How about the transition state function referring to the data of the transition of the beryllium-8 nucleus from the high-energy state to the low-energy state? I remember that Professor Attila's team had a breakthrough in this area in 2016. No, the accuracy is not accurate, and the difference with the standard model is too big, 2.7 Greek letter sigma. Then what about the intervention of lightweight bosons? Wait a minute, I'll take a look. Sorry, there is still an obvious error. Although the Academy of Sciences also published the relevant data on the screen, only the many experts attending the meeting and physics enthusiasts on the internet were interested. For more non-physical practitioners, this scene gradually became a little boring. But as Wang Qingchen and Hao Zhengyun mentioned in the previous communication, the public is very curious about this live broadcast. Even during the boring period, they are reluctant to leave the live broadcast room because Wei Teng and others may come up with results at any time. It's just like a football game. Maybe the whole game including overtime will be 0-0, or the situation may change suddenly at a certain moment. If you miss the key scene because you feel bored and exit the live broadcast room. Students who miss the goal screen during the World Cup because of going to the toilet should understand this feeling. Therefore, under this more tangled psychology, many people choose another way, go to the live broadcast room of the network anchor to watch the live broadcast. This situation is very common in 2023. For example, many fans like to go to their favorite anchor room to watch the game with everyone. This approach will not miss the key scenes, and secondly, you can listen to the anchor chat during the boring white paper time. If you meet the anchor who matches the frequency, the viewing effect is still very good. Especially now that Blizzard and Pig Farm have broken up, a large number of anchors and players are instantly homeless, so the phenomenon of grouping is more obvious. Among these anchors who gather a large number of viewers, there is a well-known StarCraft player nicknamed Zhang Zhongjing. Zhang Zhongjing started paying attention to this press conference a few hours ago. When the Chinese Academy of Sciences was slapped in the face, he cheered for the Academy and shouted that it was exciting. But many esports anchors have a common problem, which is that they are not very careful in their words. Fuck, it's so damn hard to do physics. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Zhongjing, who is wearing a vest, stretched out his hand to pull his hair and complained casually, "When Xiao grows up, I will never let him study physics no matter what. It's too damn torturous. Learning computer science is better than doing this job, right? Look at this group of old men sitting here and calculating hard. Aren't they tired?" As he said this, Zhang Zhongjing glanced at the live broadcast screen for a few times, ready to find someone on the scene to complain about. This kind of complaint does not have much malice, but is just a habitual chat to add to the show effect. However, Zhou Xiaoping and Yang Lao are obviously impossible to complain about. This is an absolute red line and can be excluded first. In fact, after the live broadcast began, the platform's super administrator had mentioned this to many anchors in private: don't judge the Chinese participants at will, especially those top academicians. As for T. Hooft and David Gross, both of them are Nobel Prize winners and have a high status in the industry. In addition, their age and seniority are there, so it is obviously not suitable to be a target. So a few seconds later, Zhang Zhongjing suddenly shook his head and pointed at Nima on the live broadcast screen and said, "Speaking of this fat guy, his name is Nima, right? The name is quite coquettish, and it's time to use it. Look, he hasn't moved his pen for a long time. What can he calculate? Isn't this embarrassing for us fat guys?" After Zhang Zhongjing finished speaking, a large number of power barrages instantly floated across the barrage. Some people also brushed UWO. 6. Seeing this situation, Zhang Zhongjing's face suddenly froze. The UWO meme originated from a live broadcast in March 2017, when the Chinese national football team played against South Korea at home. As the background was during the thaw period, the anti-South Korean sentiment in China was high, and the Chinese national football team could only win and not lose. When the two sides were deadlocked in the game, Zhang Zhongjing once said, "UWO's name is very festive, but he can't score a goal." Then 48 seconds later, UWO scored a header, and the Chinese national football team won a small victory over South Korea 1-0 with this goal. This is also a relatively well-known move by Zhang Zhongjing, although in terms of the record, it is just a trivial one for him. B-Station has a collection of Zhang Zhongjing's videos, which are really metaphysical. At this time, the audience started to brush UWO, and the purpose is self-evident. However, Zhang Zhongjing is not a person who easily admits defeat. He raised his eyebrows and was about to say, but the words did not come out. In the live broadcast, Nima raised his head first. "I calculated that the bottom quantity is 300 GeV, which is more than twice the standard deviation, which is indeed abnormal. Professor Wei Teng, this direction is correct." With the help of simultaneous translation, Nima's English was quickly supplemented with the corresponding Chinese characters. The live signal has a 15-second pre-delay, which is enough for a clear translation. Zhang Zhongjing, although he couldn't understand the relevant terms Nima said, he could still understand the second half of the Chinese characters. In other words, is he saying what he means? No, I must prove it once, otherwise I will never be able to get rid of the stock of poisonous milk in this life. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongjing's attention fell on the well-behaved Su Yun beside him. His eyes suddenly lit up. A few seconds later, Zhang Zhongjing ignored the rows of comments mocking him in the live broadcast room, slammed the table heavily, pointed at the screen and said, "Stop, stop, stop. This time it doesn't count. You know there is a delay in live broadcasts. People may have spoken on the spot before I said it, so everyone should watch the live broadcast first. If this matter gets out, maybe they will say I am riding on the popularity or something, and I will attract a lot of black fans again." Zhang Zhongjing's words made some sense. So soon, the number of people playing memes in the live broadcast room was visibly reduced. Zhang Zhongjing must have. Then he pretended to have an expression of accidentally glimpsing something, pointing at Su-yoon in the picture and said, "Hey, what do you think of this guy named Su-yoon?" People asked him to help, but he just stood there and watched. Anyway, just a passerby, I think he is quite awkward. A few seconds later, in the live broadcast room, as expected, several comments spoke for Su-yoon. Seeing this, the old immortal Zhang was delighted and locked onto these comments on the live screen. What? Dr. Su is capable? Of course I know he is capable. He can beat 500 husbands like me with his eyes closed, right, but his ability is for ordinary people like me. What I mean is that he doesn't have much room to perform in this kind of occasion. Who on the scene is not a big shot? Watching this kind of press conference at the forefront of the scientific community, can you have some scientific and reasonable judgment? Let me put it this way. If Su-yoon can help Wei Tang this time, I will buy a plane ticket to Rongcheng tomorrow and chew on the axe of Cambridge University brought by someone. The moment Zhang Zhongjing said this, thousands of kilometers away, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Su-yoon's mind without any warning. He stared at the data in his hand for half a minute, as if making some judgment. Half a minute later, Su-yoon suddenly raised his head and said to Wei Tang, who was about to make further calculations according to the original plan, "Mr. Wei Tang, please wait a moment." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.